Here of essentially, remember that the European Parliament is the biggest transnational parliament in the world. 720 MEPs will be elected, and this is the only situation where member states can have their say, and people can have their say here. We'll hear throughout the night, within the next hour, we'll have the first results, exit polls coming from countries like Germany and Austria. So stay tuned for the rest of this evening. Maeve?
Well, I can hear the excitement in your voice, Shona Murray, with 1,000 journalists behind you. As I said, it's been converted into a massive press room. We'll be hearing a little bit later if that excitement is also contagious around the continent and if people actually went out to vote in the last couple of days. As Shona said, we will be live with you until the early hours of the morning for the next 7 hours. And also our digital team, well, they're not getting any sleep either. They've been live blogging since Thursday in 7 different languages. They'll be bringing us sharp analysis as they get it, all the news as it comes in, crunching the numbers and telling us again what this all means for us and for Europe. And here on set all night long, we'll be joined by the creme de la creme of the Brussels bubble of experts to tell us again as well what all this means. We have tonight with us now Andrea Renda from the think tank SEPS, very well-known think tank here in town. Thank you so much for being with us. And also Euronews' very own Jack Schickler. So lovely to have you with us as well. So what's your bets for tonight, Andrea Renda?
First of all, I want to see how many people have gone to vote. That's the most important thing, because we are witnessing something that can be exciting if people have actually voted, and we would like to know whether they had Europe in mind when they voted. But my take for tonight is also I want to see whether there are surprises, because if there are no surprises, we can start speculating on the very complex negotiation period that we will have that would lead to the formation of a possible majority coalition, and we can speculate quite a lot on that. Yeah,
we're wondering who will be the winners and who will be the losers tonight. Jack, you've been blogging live since Thursday. What's your take on it all?
Well, I think what we can expect to see tonight is some really interesting results, probably a rise in support for the far-right parties. Will it represent a surge? I'm not so sure. And then really the question will be how effectively can all those different nationalist parties from across the EU work together, if at all, in the coming 5 years.
And Andrea, one thing we're always asking ourselves here on Euronews, is this really a European election? I mean, the European Parliament, of course, they're trying to brand it as one European election, but essentially it's 27 countries who've been voting here with 27 different electoral laws, and the majority voting with national issues, domestic issues that they're concerned about.
This is something that we hoped would change for this round of election. It hasn't changed. In many countries, people go and have national politics in their minds, but it's not entirely true. I see some signs of more European-wide sentiment, not necessarily good ones, meaning there's people that associate with Europe a little bit like the evolution in housing prices and the deterioration of living standards in a number of countries, and obviously the choice regarding defense and the war, the potential protection of European citizens. I think there are some themes that voters associate with the EU, with the future of the EU. They are not necessarily all very happy topics. You know, there's a little bit of doom and gloom in there, but it is important because that choice is also a choice for a vision of Europe in the future, and that could be a Europe that protects citizens, a Europe that supports Ukraine, it could be a Europe that invests in the Green Deal, or a Europe that forgets about medium-long-term, or what are perceived to be medium-long-term issues, in favor of protecting people and helping them making ends meet now.
Well, on that note, and to find out, of course, what the concerns of European citizens are and how they've been voting over the last 4 days and tonight, because, of course, Italy won't be closing those polls until much later tonight, 11 o'clock. We have our correspondents all across the continent standing by. We'll be crisscrossing from Berlin to Madrid, from Athens to Rome, to hear really what's at stake for locals in these elections. Our correspondents, Euronews correspondents, are standing by, and we'll be coming to them throughout the night. But, Jack, you've been reporting, of course, on these elections intensively for the last couple of days. What stories have stood out to you that you've written about?
Well, I think one of the trends that we've seen in recent days and over the past few months of the campaign is a really worrying tendency towards violence and attacks as part of our democratic politics. We saw an attack on Danish Prime Minister Mette Frederiksen only the other night, and that sadly comes after a months-long campaign that has seen a number of politicians, particularly in Germany but not exclusively, suffering abuse and attacks. There are also swastikas painted on election posters in France. So I think after the election's over, whatever's the result, there'll have to be a bit of reflection about exactly how does that work in our democracy.
Why is there so much hate out there, so much anger?
Sorry?
Why do you think there's so much hate, so much anger against the politicians?
Because politics is becoming more and more polarized, and there is a little bit of the surge of the far right that it also uses to instrumentalize those divisions, right? Even in the right wing, in the parties like the European Conservatives and Reformists and ID and now AFD outside of Identity and Democracy, there are very different views, for example, on Ukraine, on foreign policy in general, but also some of these parties have been campaigning somehow constructively criticizing Europe, and others are actually campaigning anti-Europe. So many topics are divisive, and I think hate is easily fueled by this narrative.
You mentioned the AfD, you mentioned Germany, and on that note, we can actually head over to Germany now, Andrea Renda, and bring in Liv Schraud. That is our Berlin correspondent who's standing by tonight at the headquarters of the CDU, so the Christian Democrats. Liv Schraud, so lovely to have you with us tonight on our special live coverage of the European Parliament elections 2024. What have you got for us at this time?
Hi, Maeve. Thank you very much. As you can hear, we are here live at the CDU headquarters. As you can hear, the atmosphere is amazing. The mood is very loud. We've just had the exit poll results, so the CDU are in the lead. Of course, the polls only closed a few minutes ago, and according to the first prognosis, the AfD have done exceptionally well and is polling at second place. In the last election in 2019, it was the Greens, but the postal votes have not been counted. They are not allowed to be opened until 6 p.m. So it means that they are now being opened, and we will keep you up to date over the next couple of hours to let you know how the results unfold and who will take the very precious second place. Thank you very much. Handing back to you now, Maeve.
Thank you so much, Liv Schraud, there reporting from, as you can see, a very elated headquarters of the CDU, because of course they didn't do very well a couple of years back. It was the Greens that were having a fantastic night back in 2019 in those European Parliament elections, and as Liv of course said there, they're all waiting to see who will take second place, because Jack Schickler, there's a lot at stake here. Germany will have 96 MEPs. They're the biggest political group here in the European Parliament, so it's really quite important for us all who they send to Brussels and Strasbourg.
Indeed, and what you often see is in each political group, they are dominated by the German delegation. It's just the biggest in terms of population and in terms of their representation of MEPs as well. And what you have here is, I suspect, a classic case of voters punishing the government. Last time round, the CDU didn't do so well, as we just heard. But this time they're in opposition, and we see voters perhaps turning against the Socialist, Green, Liberal coalition. We'll see the final results.
We will see the final results.
Germany is a special case, but it's also an example of what you were saying before about national versus EU. The Germans are not happy at the moment with their traffic lights coalition, green, yellow and red. It's a very difficult blend of political views with this party, the Free Democratic Party, in the middle, very small, but also decisive for the majority. So Germans are not like Italians, like me. Italians tend to enjoy some tensions in the public debate. Germans don't really like when political leaders in the same coalition actually discuss and debate so vibrantly on a daily basis on so many things. And they're also very worried, according to the surveys, German citizens, about many other things, including the cost of living and housing prices. And so this leads to a protest vote. And so AfD, despite the fact that they did whatever they could to lower the approval rate, scandals after scandal, but they probably will do well anyway. Whether they'll be second or third, we will see, but they will be close with the Greens.
And there's also a new kid on the block, isn't there, in German politics, Sarah Wagenknecht, representing kind of an anti-establishment dominant far-left movement. But Jack Schicklер, she's not also sure where she will sit if she turns over 4 MEPs, which is what the polls are predicting, where she will sit when she potentially comes to the European Parliament, because she doesn't really get on with many in the left group here. But how could that shake things up as well?
Indeed, where we're used to these traditional big groupings in the Parliament, one of Christian Democrats, one of Socialists, and so forth. But there's no rigidity to that. They can change, new actors come in, and the Bundeswehr Wagenknecht is one of those. I suspect they may end up forming a new left-wing coalition that doesn't exist yet. They may find some other allies. There's a number of other quite large delegations looking for a home. That probably she'll find it hard to form an alliance with centrist coalitions given her position on Ukraine.
Well, that's all going to get very interesting, of course, because once we have the final results, perhaps late tonight in the early hours of the morning, and of course in the next few days we'll have clarity, then it will be up to members of the European Parliament to find allies, find friends, find people that they get on with and can actually do business with. And I'm hearing we can actually take a look already at some estimates coming in from Germany on how that is actually looking tonight. You can see the CDU topping up there with 29.5% potentially of the vote, and then the AfD coming in second. Now, let's just remind our viewers now that this is just estimates. We're still talking about exit polls, but Socialists there, so the political party of Olaf Scholz, the German Chancellor, only coming in at 14%, and then the Greens then at 12%, and FDP, of course the Liberals, only down at 5%, so a terrible night potentially if this is true for the Liberals, who of course often tend to be troublemakers here in Brussels, don't they, Andrea Renda, because they're against a lot of the issues linked to the Green Deal, when it comes to making this continent carbon neutral by 2050. What would be your reaction to that estimate?
First of all, these are very interesting results. They'll be confirmed. Of course, the far right will be heavier in Brussels. I mean, we'll have more weight. It doesn't really change the problem that the future president of the European Commission will have in forming a coalition that will back him or her, likely. So there might be, for example, AfD might try to form a group. I mean, you need to form a group in the parliament to really count. There will be a few allies that they will look for. But they will not be able to influence, in my opinion, very heavily the choice of whether the Green Deal remains prominent or not. And I can, of course, elaborate on why.
Well, I want to get down to the basics here as well, Jack Schicklер, and just tell our viewers exactly what a lawmaker will actually do when they pick up their position on the 16th of July. But first, we can head over to Greece, to Athens, where our Greek correspondent, Faye Duclari, is standing by for us to give us the latest on how the Greeks have been voting. They'll be sending 21 members of the European Parliament to Brussels and Strasbourg. Faye, lovely to have you with us tonight. What is the latest from Athens?
Hello, so here in Greece the polls closed just minutes ago. We're going to have to see later in the night which party we're going to send to the European Parliament. Back to you, Maeve.
Thank you so much, Faye Duclari there. Of course, the night is yet young. If you've just joined us, you're watching Euronews. This is our special live coverage of the outcome of the European Parliament elections 2024 for the past 4 days. You've been voting. They kicked off on Thursday already in the Netherlands, those elections, and a number of countries are still voting today, and some will be voting into tonight, into 11 o'clock. Italy still voting tonight. The polls will close then. I'm here on set with Andrea Renders from CEPS and also with Jack Schickler, our very own Jack Schickler from Euronews. And we can head over now to the hemicycle, where Euronews' Shona Murray is standing by. The hemicycle is really the hub of the action tonight in the European Parliament. It's been transformed into a gigantic press room. It's in the hemicycle where they'll be briefed on what exactly is happening throughout the night, what exit polls have come in. Shona, is it just a wait-and-see game there, or is there anything you can bring us as of yet?
Well, we've heard the exit polls already there, Maeve. We've seen some from Germany, as we heard there from Greece. We've seen stuff from the Netherlands afterwards on Thursday. So we have a bit of a clearer picture now. And I think the predictions around the growth, or at least the maintenance of the support for the EPP, the European People's Party, that seems to be quite sustained. There's also huge predictions, as we know, over the past few weeks. In fact, we've been talking about little else of the growth of the far right and just how much of an impact that growth could make. That doesn't seem to be as true so far, although we have seen it in places like Austria. So far, predictions seem to be pretty much on the keel that we've been expecting, except for the rise in the very, very, very hard right. And of course, even after that, we don't know what kind of implications that will have for the makeup of the European Parliament or the policies of the European Union. But as we mentioned earlier, in the next few minutes, we should have exit polls and stronger results from Austria, from Germany, from Cyprus. And then within every hour, we will have more and more polls, more and more information. Some of them will be exit polls, some of them will be predictions and polls from the national government. So everything will be essentially open source information, what the Parliament is being received from those countries, and we will get a very clear picture by the end of the night. As you mentioned there, in Italy they're still voting till 9 o'clock, but we've been on the edge of our seat for the past few weeks wondering how this European Parliament election is going to go. 720 MEPs, 360 million people eligible for voting, 26 million people voting for the first time, and of course the biggest transnational parliament in the world, where 27 countries vote for the policy of the European Union, the only institution where people have their say. Maeve?
And what can we expect to see happening tonight in that hemicycle exactly shown? I believe the heads of parties and the so-called Spitzen candidates will be speaking on that podium tonight a little bit later.
And of course, they're not from Belgium, all of them, and they don't live here. They've been campaigning in their own country. So, for example, Valérie Ihre for the Renew Party, who's French, she's the candidate for Emmanuel Macron. She'll be travelling on the last train from Paris at 9 o'clock to get to here in Brussels. We'll hear from President and campaigner of the European Commission, President von der Leyen. She'll be here. Also the President of her party, the European People's Party. They'll be here, I imagine, probably in a celebratory mood. And all of the other group leaders. Because remember, when countries are voted or MEPs are voted here to the European Parliament, they don't sit with their country. They sit with groups that are essentially their ideological commitment. So people split up. You turn up as maybe a German MEP, but you don't sit with your country. You sit with who suits your ideology. Maeve?
Thank you so much, Shona Murray, there, bringing us all the latest from the hemicycle. It's quite funny, isn't it, to see the hemicycle transformed into a press room and an election hub. There we're of course used to, and our viewers are used to seeing that, where MEPs are huddled over their little voting device in order to vote on how they see the future.
Is it better with 1,000 journalists in it, I wonder?
Well, of course, as a big fan of journalists, of course I would agree with that. But tell us as well about the quirky little parties that one can also vote for in these elections, or any little anecdotes you can share with us?
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about the big winners of this election, and those who are going to get really huge delegations, and those who are doing not so well. But there's also hundreds of parties standing in this election that you've probably never heard of. Single-issue parties, joke parties, ones that may never be heard of again. And if you comb down the ballot papers, in Sweden there's one called the Evil Chicken Party, which they told me they were hoping for 100 votes. So, fingers crossed for them. There's a party in France which wants to make Esperanto an official language of the European Union. So, I'm out of a job if that's the case, because I don't speak any. I don't know about either of you. It's not their first time standing, in fact.
And in Spain there's a party, Se acabó la fiesta, which means the party's over. I mean, what a great name for a political party.
Yeah. That one's a little bit bigger, though.
Indeed.
And is gaining more and more votes. So, yeah, this is typical protest party as well, right?
But they do have a political dynamic that's rather more conventionally on the right.
Compared to the ones that are hoping for 100 votes, these ones have a narrative that is clearly on the right, and they might get seats and count.
And how disruptive could politics and policies get here in the next 5 years if you do see a lot of very uncooperative, perhaps, MEPs who are very anti-establishment, very against European integration?
It depends on the dynamics, first of all, of the formation of the different coalitions. What we call the cordon sanitaire, the idea of not including in the coalitions extreme right parties, also extends very often, like it did for this past 5 years, to the presidency of commissions or key roles inside the European Parliament. So there might be attempts to sort of dilute the presence, at least in key position, of people from these parties. The other thing that is very important is that unless there are big surprises, none of these parties is going to be part of the coalition that will back the president as a commission, meaning whoever will be the president will have the choice of trying to reach these 361 votes, so the half of the total seats plus one. And there seems to be no real easy combination where the EPP, which is most certainly going to be the number one party and the cornerstone of whatever coalition, can actually look to the right seriously and not form a coalition with the Socialists and Democrats and with the Liberals. So there will be a coalition, but of course the coalition will be tempted, it will have tensions with strong parties to the right and to the extreme right, and it will be difficult for them to govern in a situation in which they don't easily deliver and the protest mounts.
So decision-making could take even more time, and anyone who follows EU politics knows already how long decisions take in order to get done. But I just want to bring in the latest exit polls from Germany to give you a taste of what the outcome of the election in Germany could look like. We're just getting some estimates coming into us there. We're seeing the CDU, so the Christian Democrats, so the party of the former Chancellor Angela Merkel, doing very well there, coming up very, very right on front with 29.5% of the votes. And then the Alternative for Deutschland, so the AfD party, the anti-establishment radical right party, coming in there at 16.5%. And a bad night if those are confirmed, Jack Schickler for the FDP. So the Liberals, the Renew Europe group. Now, the Renew Europe group here in the European Parliament were always traditionally the kingmakers. It looks like their party could fall a little bit apart.
Indeed, the polls we've seen consistently over the past few months suggest they're going to be really punished in France, where there's a tide of opposition to President Emmanuel Macron. They're really going to be punished in Spain, where the Ciudadanos party has really collapsed over the course of this 5 years. And between those two, like pretty major member states, also in Germany, as you said, and without those kind of strongholds, they're really going to be suffering and have to be looking out for new allies.
Yeah.
There's three basic news here, as of course the Christian Democrats doing very well, which is already an indication that the EPP group will probably remain the leading group and the cornerstone of any future coalition. Alternative for Deutschland used to have 21% of the vote only a few weeks ago, right? They were credited with some 15. They're doing a little bit better than expected. Still, it is not, in my opinion, a spectacular, if this is confirmed, result, but a good result for them. The Greens, of course, 5 years ago, it was the big movement, and they did particularly well 5 years ago. They are coming back to more normal percentages. But let's remember, I mean, 5 years ago, everybody was in favor of the Green Deal and everybody thought about climate change. Today, I think only in Sweden, citizens have said that their first concern is climate change. In all other countries in Europe, climate change has gone down third, fourth, fifth place, and there's many, many other urgencies.
And according to all our polls at Euronews that we did with Ipsos, it was the cost of living crisis that was coming up as the number one priority. But it's just worth pointing out to our viewers that in Germany right now, the coalition is formed, of course, by the Socialists, who, as we've seen, not doing very well, the Greens, not doing very well, and of course the FDP right down at the bottom of the list. So it really takes the temperature, if you like, of how the German people are feeling now about their current coalition. But I'd like to head over now to Cyprus and bring in our Euronews correspondent Apostolos Stoikos, who's standing by for us. He's been reporting on the ground for the last couple of days there. What can you tell us?
Good evening from Nicosia. Cyprus has 6 seats in the European Parliament, and according to the exit poll, the two main political parties are fighting for the first place. It's AKEL, the Communist Party, and Democratic Rally Centre Right. Both get from 23 to 25%, according to the exit polls, I repeat. Now, two main headlines from Cyprus. An independent candidate, Fidias Panagiotou, he is third, and he was campaigning on his own, and rather successfully, I might add. And ELAM, which is a party that belongs to the far right, it means National Popular Front, seems to be getting one seat, according to the exit poll, more than 10% of the votes, and it's for the first time in Cypriot history where a party that belongs to the far right enters the European Parliament. And this is something we should keep in mind. Now, the European elections constitute a unique case in Cyprus because both the Greek Cypriots and the Turkish Cypriots have the right to vote. And this is important because it brings closer to the European Union the Turkish Cypriots. It sends a message that you are not on your own, you are a part of this project and Europe is your destiny. The European elections are taking place as it marks 50 years from the Turkish invasion and occupation of the island and 20 years since Cyprus joined the European Union. The election debate was dominated by the increased migration flows and the high cost of living. Migration, and I need to stress that, it's an issue of huge concern here in Cyprus. Now, high on the agenda was also whether Brussels can put pressure on Ankara in order to start new negotiations, because the aim remains, the aim is the reunification of the island, so that Nicosia ceases to be the last, I repeat, the last divided capital in Europe. Back to Brussels.
Apostolos Stoikos there with all the latest from Cyprus. Fascinating to have your insights there. Thank you so much for that, and really interesting to get your clear and concise headlines and takeaways of how you think the votes are going there tonight. It's such an interesting, really, to hear that perspective, isn't it, Jack, from Cyprus?
Indeed, a reminder of just what's at stake in some of the, even the smallest countries of the EU. There's really a real sense of the value of EU membership and people questioning that.
And often smaller EU members don't feel as heard as they'd like to, right, Andrea Renda? Sometimes they feel like their concerns are pushed to the bottom of the room.
Yeah, you see here that some of the smaller countries actually vote more looking at the EU than the larger ones, where the national political dynamics are more important. And it's very, very interesting to see, and also it would be interesting to know how many people actually went to vote and what's the percentage, because in many of the smaller countries there could be either a sense of, being a bit disenfranchised and very far away from Brussels, or maybe expectations that the European Union could do something, like in the case of Cyprus, that Cyprus certainly alone would never be able to do.
Well, remember back in 2019, voter turnout was just over 50%, so the Parliament is really hoping it will increase tonight, especially as well now that the fact that 16-year-olds can legally vote here in Belgium for the first time, and also in Germany for the first time. They already had the vote in Malta and I believe at Greece already at 16 and 17. But one country we really have to talk about tonight is, of course, your home country, that is Italy, where the incumbent head of state, Giorgia Meloni, actually put her name on the list. And our reporter, Giorgio Orlandi, our Italian correspondent, is in the capital, in the capital of Rome for us tonight, and can bring us all the latest on how the votes have been going. Giorgio Orlandi, thank you so much for joining us. What more can you tell us about how these votes are going down in Italy?
Hi, Maeve. Well, 51 million Italians are eligible to vote in the European elections to choose 76 members of the European Parliament. Together with that, Italians will be also voting for the local elections. Now, polling stations today will remain open for longer compared to yesterday. They open at 7 a.m. and they will be closing at 11 p.m. with the first exit polls to be available straight after 11 p.m. and the first projection to be available at around midnight. Now, speaking about vote turnout here, which is one of the key issues of this electoral campaign, at midday today it stood at 25%, and we know that low vote turnout has long troubled EU elections here in Italy since they were first held in the country. It has been decreasing throughout the years, and it has always been lower than the one linked to the general elections. Now, why is this vote so crucial? It is crucial because not only it will shape the future of the European Union for the next 5 years, given that the Union is perhaps facing one of the most critical times in the Union's history, but also because it's going to be Meloni's first major political test after she was appointed in 2022. She aims to get a higher share of votes compared with 26% in 2022, and she's determined to remain in power for a total of 5 years. She wants to complete her political mandate. Now, should she succeed in that, should she get enough votes? Well, given the fact that she's not only Italy's Prime Minister, but she's also the president of the ECR group, that means that she could strengthen her role both domestically and in Europe. Maeve, back to you.
Our Rome correspondent. Thank you so much for that update. We'll be coming back to you throughout the night as you have more news and updates for us. Fascinating, isn't it, there, how Giorgia Meloni has positioned herself and her face, in fact, with this campaign. And Giorgia Orlandi mentioned the ECR. That's, of course, the European Conservatives and Reformists.
And indeed, one real question is where is Giorgia Meloni going to end up in the coalition of the next parliament? Will she remain as head of the ECR, the most powerful large fish in a small pond? Will she attempt to form some kind of more centrist coalition as she seeks to kind of move towards the centre ground? What's for certain is she sets to look to be one of the only national governments that will be rewarded by its electorate with an even greater vote share in these European Parliament elections than they got last time. Now, we're not seeing that elsewhere.
Yeah, that would be quite a surprise, right, if Giorgia Meloni left ECR after having had a good result, trying to partner with the EPP, in particular in a future coalition. That could be a little bit of a game changer, because other than this, I don't think that there is room for really a coalition. I think the opening to ECR of von der Leyen of the past days and weeks has been much more of a bargaining negotiation with the other side than anything else, because the more she opens to ECR, the more she loses votes on the other side. So on the Socialists and Democrats and the Liberals and the Greens, if they will be needed. So the other thing in the Italian election that I think is interesting is that Meloni's party will probably do very well, but the other partners in the coalition are likely to very
Matteo Salvini's
Northern
the Liga,
and also Forza Italia. So if there will be a big difference between the result for Fratelli Italia and those other two parties, there might be tension in the governing coalition, because of course these other parties will realize that they are actually losing consensus the more they stay in power with Fratelli d'Italia. And there have been already several cases in which there's been tension, in particular between Meloni and Salvini, that is clearly philo Putin and has a sometimes incendiary narrative on many things. And so what is Meloni going to do? Show the good face in Brussels and continue to show the bad face in Italy to be able to partner with Salvini? So far, I think the narrative has been rather schizophrenic. At some point, this is going to have to come to be put on the table to call the bluff.
Well, we'll certainly keep an eye on that. Thank you so much, Andrea Renda from SEPS, for your analysis, and also Jack Schickler from Euronews. Thank you so much for being with us. Don't go anywhere, though, for a minute, because we want to go back to Shona Murray, our special correspondent, who is in the hemicycle tonight. She'll be there all night long, bringing us all the news as she gets it. Exit polls were just presented a little bit earlier. Shona Murray, what more can you tell us about their content?
Yeah, that's right. We're expecting something of a formal exit poll here on stage in the next few minutes. In fact, everything's going a little quiet now, so we could get that in the next few minutes while I'm speaking to you. As we've heard there, though, no big surprises about the growth or the sustained position of the EPP all across Europe. I think Ursula von der Leyen will be very happy. It looks at this point, although it's very early on and we don't have exact results yet, from an exit polling point of view, she looks like she is going to possibly stay as President of the European Commission, although there are a lot of moving parts in that regard. It's not a good day for the Greens or the Liberals, although what I would say to you, I'm just looking at an exit poll from Belgium. The polls closed at 4 o'clock today here, and it looks like the Liberals are on 19%, who's actually topping the poll. I just thought it was important to mention that. That's the party of Prime Minister De Croo, and it's the only case that I've seen so far, Maeve, that the Liberals are actually doing well. Maeve?
Indeed, it is. Here in Belgium, it's been coined Super Sunday, because it's not just the European elections, it's also, of course, those general elections. And I was out voting today. It took me about 2 hours, because it's also compulsory here in Belgium to vote. So it's really part of the psyche, the Belgian psyche. But there's a lot at stake here. I mean, politics could really get a real shake-up here in Belgium, Shona. And Alexander De Croo, not very sure that he could be back in his position as Prime Minister. He could be looking for another job.
Yeah, that's right, because as you mentioned, there's regional, national and European elections, but voting is compulsory. And actually a very good point, because we don't know the turnout of voting across Europe yet. But what we've heard from certain countries, Spain and others, that it seems to be holding up, like you're talking about 40-50%. Traditionally, people don't turn out for European Union elections. Now, obviously, in some countries where it's compulsory, you have to, but then in those cases, people can often spoil their votes. But traditionally, over the past few decades, voting intentions have gone down. People have not turned up, except for 2019. So you would hope that somewhat that could hold, because, as we know, there are so many polycrises facing the world, facing Europe, and everybody deserves and should have their say.
Thank you so much, Shona Murray. We'll be back to you a little bit later. Our special correspondent there, Shona Murray, reporting for us live in the hemicycle here in the European Parliament that has been radically transformed and decorated and now looks like a spectacular election hub and a gigantic press room. Well, I'm here on set now, joined by Peter Heffele from the Wilfred Martin Centre. Lovely to have you with us. Thank you so much. And our very own Jeremy Fleming-Jones from Euronews, who's overseeing our live blog and a lot of our digital coverage over the last few days. Thank you so much for being with us. What's your take on these elections?
Well, it's a quite diverse picture. Many analyses have been made in a rather gloomy way. I would say the results are quite promising, despite the rise of the right and right extremist parties. I think many countries there's a higher interest in. But of course, local dynamics play very much into.
Have we been too dramatic, do you think, the press?
Well, I rather see the positive side first. There's a rising interest in Europe still. And, well, we have to tackle these challenges which come from different parts. And it's not only the right side. If you look into the German results, we have just seen there's the rise of a left populist party. This is a new challenge we haven't seen so far. Yeah. But, yes, these are topics, be it migration, be it distribution of wealth, to be tackled.
And doesn't it show that people really want change, though? When you see these new surprises that Peter Heffele referred to there, people really do want to see something change. They're not happy, really, with the status quo.
Indeed, I think there's an early narrative coming in from some of the early exit polls that the far right, while they're doing very well, are not perhaps reaching some of the feared expectations among the more centrist parties. But make no mistake, they are winning, and they are going to be the bigger bloc that make some big decisions in the next parliament in terms of where the groups are and how the reformulation of the groups go. So there is big change underway, even if some of the early indicators are not suggesting that they're sweeping the board quite as much as the media has suggested.
Well, here we are tonight. That's why we're here tonight live until the early hours of the morning, bringing you all the latest as we get it. We're crisscrossing the continent as well, speaking to Euronews correspondents who are standing by in many European capitals tonight as well here in the European Parliament. As you can see, a hive of activity behind me. With this, where I am now, essentially is normally a cafeteria where MEPs chit-chat and have their coffee or their croissant, and tonight it's been turned into different TV studios, all these channels bringing you the latest. And we already heard from Greece that 80% of the votes have already been counted, and we're already getting in some information on how the makeup of the Greek parliamentarians could look. They'll be sending 21 members of the European Parliament to Brussels. We can take a look now on our screens at how that could look. New Democracy, so they're coming up on top with 32%. New Democracy are affiliated with the CDU. They're part of the European People's Party, the so-called EPP, as we're referring to it here on the set. Syriza, the far left group affiliated with the former renowned Alexis Tsipras, getting 18.2% there of the votes, and PASOK they're coming in third at 13.9%. Now these of course are just estimates, but as I said, and as we heard as well from Faye Duclery, our Greek correspondent, a little bit earlier, the votes, she already had figures, because it seems that 80% of those counts have already been totted up. So yeah, you can see there the centre is holding there, Peter.
Yes, indeed, that's the good news, but increasing responsibility, because now it's up to the centre parties to stabilize the system, to deal with. Yes, there might be more options, and this is a thing we have to carefully see when we got the final results. And what we also will see is different regional dynamics. So countries which have not been so heavy-weighted might get a heavier weight in these coalitions.
And your think tank, Wilfred Martin's, for transparency reasons, I must tell everyone, is affiliated, of course, with the European People's Party. Tell us what the plan is for the political party tonight. Where are you all meeting, and what is the mood at the headquarters?
Well, first of all, we will celebrate becoming the largest party here again, and we feel this responsibility, of course, and we have set up clear criteria, of course, with whom we can forge a coalition. The modus, the way we will coalition forging will be different in the future. This is what you referred to. It will be more difficult. It will be, I think, in my opinion, more topic-oriented, as less formal coalitions we had seen in the last legislation, but more focusing on certain topics. And that is a delicate issue, but see, that's only the Parliament. We have different dynamics in the Council, which has a different rhythm, so to say, and we will see larger challenges only next year. But this is a very complex issue and hard to predict where we will end up.
Hard to predict where you'll end up. And of course, Ursula von der Leyen is the so-called Spitzenkandidat, the lead candidate for the European People's Party. The current Commission President, the German lady, former German Defence Minister, her name, Jeremy, is actually not even on the ballot paper, but she, of course, hopes to become the next President of the European Commission. This is the so-called Spitzenkandidat. It's not, of course, in the treaties, but there is a line in the treaties that says that we should take into consideration the outcome of the European Parliament elections. As it stands now, with these results coming in, how does it look for Ursula von der Leyen, in your opinion?
I think that she has a few challenges ahead because she's going to need to forge an alliance across the Parliament. And she's been making overtures to Giorgia Meloni's Italian Fratelli d'Italia party. I think that looks like it would be possible, but she endangers the coherence of the existing European People's Party in so doing. And I think that one of the dynamics which is going to be key to watch out for in the aftermath of these elections is not only how the new groups are formed and which alliances are made, but how the coherence of the existing parties remains intact. If you look at the European People's Party that von der Leyen is meeting this evening, I understand, in a hotel not so far away, the support she's receiving from the French members of the party seems a little bit tenuous at the moment. And,
yeah, they didn't back her. I remember I was in Bucharest for the European People's Party Congress a couple of months back, and they didn't back her.
We have seen that during the campaign already, so this is a huge chance
the
for us.
Right on her.
Enormous issues, and yes, with the widening for coalitions, the prices go up. That will be a very delicate issue to balance these forces, and maybe a different way to rule, to govern, to communicate with the party. That might have been not always the case during the last 5 years. So this is a lot of things we have to take into consideration.
And what about the European Conservative and Reformists, so the party of Brothers of Italy, the party of Giorgia Meloni? How would you feel about cozying up to them?
Well, our party, Mr. Weber, has set up clear criteria that is pro-Atlantic, pro-European and pro-market economy. So as long as we can get along with some of these elements, I think we can forge a cooperation. Whether this will be a kind of formal coalition we have seen in the last legislation with the socialists or the liberals, I doubt that it will be the same mode of cooperation. But there are issues where we think there is a cooperation possible. It depends not on us. It really depends on how ECR, for example, will look like. And there are a lot of predictions. I have no idea for the moment how it will look like.
Of course, because ECR, the European Conservative and Reformists, is made up of a lot of different parties. Some are Eurosceptic, but others really far right. If you look at, for example, the Spanish Vox.
Yes, indeed. I think that the ECR dynamic after the elections is going to be very interesting. I mean, at the moment, Meloni is holding that party together, but whether or not she decides to move out and accommodate Le Pen's group within it would be very critical. There is some suggestion that she might try to balance both by playing off the EPP on the one hand and also having some kind of tenuous relationship also with the further right ID party. But I think that points to the potential for these groups to disintegrate in the way that we understand them at the moment and reform in ways in which they have much more supply and demand relationships between the different parties.
And what's at stake here? I mean, why, in your opinion, are these elections so important?
Well, the environment we are living in is dramatically changing. This is nothing which has started yesterday. So I think the long lines are clearly set out, and regardless how the coalition will look like, these challenges remain, and some answers have been given, well, more on the conceptual side. Now we have to deliver, we have to implement, to monitor what is working. I think this will be the major focus on the next 5 years. Less regulations, less new ideas. I think a lot of things are on the track.
Less new ideas. I mean, of course, the Commission, they love coming out with ideas. They come out with proposals constantly. It's like they're trying to race against the clock always. Is it too much? Should they do less and do it better, Jeremy Fleming?
I don't think that the ideas are going to be the thing that matters the most in the next 6 months. The immediate challenge that's posed by the war on the borders of Europe is going to be the critical issue. And if you look at the rise of the far right, which is one of the big narratives of this election, the way in which the different parties of the right view Russia, view the war in Ukraine, is going to be very important in the way that the parties and groups try and deal with each other. Look at the rise of the far right, which is one of the big narratives of this election, the way in which the different parties of the right view Russia, view the war in Ukraine, is going to be very important in the way that the parties and groups try and deal with each other. But there is going to be a significant attempt to try and accommodate that war, see if Europe can stand up to that war without a potentially Trump-led America. And I think that that will be the number one issue, away from policy agenda, even on the climate, in the next 6 months.
And Peter, in your opinion, what should be the kind of mantra of the incoming European Commission? I mean, the previous Commission was focused on being a geopolitical Commission. Where should they focus their energies, the incoming Commission?
Well, there's often the saying that now we have to dismantle this green transformation, other topics getting more important, such as defense or integration. I think we have to find different narratives. The rise of the right and the left is also related, that we have focused on a certain perspective, but we have not seen the full challenges of the transformation. And this is something, for example, for my party, to find a new narrative, to combine it with competitiveness, with innovation, and also social balancing. These are points which had been missing in the narrative over the last years. Well, there's still a chance to get people behind that idea of Europe and the transformations we're undergoing. Nobody will go back to old times. This is gone.
Nobody will go back to old times. Peter Heffelen, you're also a German citizen, and we were looking earlier at the exit polls coming in from Germany. If you've just joined us, we can share them with you there on your screens and take a look together with my guests here in the studio, Jeremy Fleming-Jones and Peter Heffelen from Wilfried Martens Centre. If you look there, the CDU, so the Christian Democrats, looks like they're doing very well in those estimates at 29.5%. The AfD, then the Alternative for Deutschland, 16.5%. The Socialists down at just 14%, and then the Greens, die Grünen, at 12%, and then the FDP right at the bottom there with just 5%. That's the estimates there coming in from Germany. Peter, is that kind of more or less what you had predicted?
Yes, that's quite precisely what had been predicted. As much as we wish that European elections are not national polls, it is de facto a national poll on the work of the current government. And if you look into the numbers of the AfD, for example, you have to consider East and West Germany, which goes very much. AfD might be the strongest in the eastern part of Germany. That is a factor which you have to count in, and we will see it in the further elections in the upcoming months on the federal states elections. So that is something to deal with. It's not lost. Again, it is about delivering, having convincing narratives, and what we have forgot so far discussed, well, the youth indeed is an important factor, and I have heard, the youth is shifting to the right. I think this is not the right interpretation.
Well, perhaps they are in other countries, like in France. We'll see a little bit later. We have our correspondent, our Paris correspondent. She's at the headquarters of Jordan Bardella's National Rally Party tonight, so we'll be checking in a little bit later with her, because, of course, Jordan Bardella has become a bit of a TikTok sensation and attracted a lot of youth. But as he said there in Germany, CDU doing very well, and you'll be celebrating with your colleagues a little bit later.
We might, but we see the responsibility and giving voice to Germany. And, well, in the last years, Germany has not been really an engine in European integration.
It hasn't, and that's why the rest of the continent have been pretty worried, because
Indeed.
normally we look to Germany to drive, anchor the ship, and it's been a little bit missing, I must say, in the last while. But let's now head back over to our special correspondent, Shona Murray, who is in the hemicycle for us tonight, all night long till the early hours of the morning, bringing us the latest. Shona, I believe you have some real hard figures in your hand there. What can you tell us?
That's right, Maeve. I think I can tell you for the first time we've seen the far right topping the poll in Austria, according to these exit polls, at 27%. That's the Freedom Party of Austria taking 27%, which will be around 6 seats. After that, you have the Socialists at 5 seats, and then the EPP, the People's Party of Austria, at 5 seats, the Greens on 2, and Renew Europe on 2. So the first time round that we've seen the far right, and remember the Freedom Party of Austria sit with the ID group, which some people would categorise as hard right. Moving on then to Cyprus, we have 6 seats to fill, and 2 for the EPP, 1 for the left, 1 for the Socialists, and 2 for others. So again, the EPP out on top there, nothing new. The turnout 50% in Cyprus. We don't have a turnout for Austria. And then you mentioned there Germany as well, Maeve, the AfD on 16.5% and 29.5% for the CDU, CSU, and the SPD on 14%. So we also can move then on to Greece, which we heard earlier, but just confirmation that the New Democratic Party, the party of Prime Minister Mitsotakis, is leading on 30% of the poll. He'll be happy enough with that, even if it is a reduction in what he got in the national figures. But again, it brings the EPP to the top at 8 points, and after that is Syriza on 4 and the S&D on 3 seats. So a good day for the EPP. That seems to be really rolling in, and situation in Greece is, as we said, the Mitsotakis, I'm sure, will be very happy with that 30% of the poll. Maeve?
A good day for the EPP, for the European People's Party. We're sitting here, Shona, on set with Mr. Peter Heffele, who's from the Wilfred Martin Centre, the think tank affiliated with the EPP. So you've got a smile on your face as you hear that report there from Shona Murray. Shona, just stay with us there. I'd like to ask you about Ireland, because Ireland, of course, voted back on Friday, but they also had local elections, so they only started counting on the European Parliament elections as of today. Is there anything you can tell us already on how the votes are going in Ireland?
Well, Ireland very interestingly uses proportional representation, single transferable votes. So it takes a long time for these votes to be counted, particularly in a constituency like Dublin, where there's over 20 candidates and you give your various preferences, and as people aren't voted in, they get eliminated. Those votes are distributed. So essentially what my point is that we won't know the full results for Ireland potentially until Tuesday, because what I've heard is that the far left, the left group, Sinn Féin, would likely take 3 seats. There's 14 seats in total, and then the EPP will remain potentially one of the largest parties in the country in the local level and will keep around 3 seats. The Greens could lose their seats. They may even just have 1 seat returning, potentially 0 seats, and it's possible that the S&D, the Labour Party, will take 1 seat. Even though there was similarly an assessment or concerns or predictions about the rise of the far right in Ireland, that is one country where it has not materialised. In the local elections, potentially, where you're talking about nearly 700 seats being filled, there might be 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 candidates max. But when it comes to the European elections, there's just one candidate that is in the fight for the 4th seat in Dublin, a sort of a hardline radio shock jock guy. But it's not definite that he's going to take that seat. So in Ireland, it slightly bucks the trend, although the EPP, again, reigning supreme. Maeve?
Shona Murray, thank you so much for that. We'll be back to you a little bit later, but let's just get a reaction there from Peter on this good night so far for the EPP.
Yeah, Ireland is a difficult case indeed politically. We suffered a lot of losses. We slightly regained. If you look to Ireland's policy, for example, in defence, and there is an issue with the neutrality, an issue, by the way, which is similar to the Austrian case. That remains a tricky thing, which we have to deal politically with. And yes, our member party, the ÖVP, has been driven largely by domestic considerations. That remains a challenge for many of our member parties to get them behind our ideas and to find a convincing line, not to give too much into these domestic issues, but to see the overarching topics.
The overarching topics. And Jeremy, of course, at Euronews we've been looking at polls and speculations for the last couple of weeks. As you hear the actual hard facts come in tonight, are you surprised, or was it more what you were thinking?
Well, I think that we just heard there from Shona on the Austrian situation, where I think that the People's Party, your members, have lost a couple of seats, and they've dropped down from 7 to 5 seats. And I think that there was some concern in Austria that they might lose 3 seats and go down to 4. The picture there is one of the EPP holding on to its core vote in some areas, not quite as much of a surge to the far right as was expected. But nevertheless, the picture again in Austria is that the Freedom Party have doubled their seats from 3 to 6. And so even if they haven't done quite as well as expected, doubling your seats is not bad for a far-right party. And I would expect that that picture might continue to develop as we see other results coming in this evening.
Well, as soon as we have those results, we will keep you posted. We're also live blogging in 9 different languages. Our team here at Euronews won't be getting any sleep. They'll be bringing you all the latest. You can also download our app, our Euronews app. We're also live as well all night on YouTube, and also bringing you lots of content on our social media platforms. And as I told you earlier, we have correspondents in many capitals all across the continent, and tonight we'll be crisscrossing to all of them to hear what's at stake for their country and what are the big issues voters have been thinking about when they went to the polls in the last 4 days. And on that note, we can head over now to the streets of Paris, where our France correspondent Sofia Katsenkova is standing by for us. Sofia, so lovely to have you with us. Thank you so much for joining us on this live election special. Can you tell us really what the latest is when it comes to these elections in France?
So I'm currently standing in front of a polling station in the center of Paris. We're just a couple of 100 meters away from the Eiffel Tower. And I just spoke to the staff that told me that right now at 6 p.m., they are expecting a voter turnout of 50%. That's really high compared to the national average. But another thing that's interesting is that the Ministry of Interior published at 5 p.m. The voter turnout rate, and it's breaking all records, 42.5%. That's 2 points above the last EU election in 2019. It's the highest voter turnout since the beginning of these EU elections in France. And some of the voters I spoke to today told me that they really felt encouraged to come out and vote as a way to block the surge of the far right in France, which is currently headed by 28-year-old Jordan Bardella for the National Rally Party. Others told me that they felt that this vote was a vote of discontent against current President Emmanuel Macron and the way his government has handled certain key domestic issues like, for example, immigration, inflation, and also security. And other important numbers, 49.5 million voters are currently registered to vote this Sunday in France, and they will be electing 81 MEPs to Parliament. And they have a choice between 38 different parties. That's, again, breaking records for France for the EU elections this year. And the next update from the Ministry of the Interior with the initial results will be at 8 p.m. when the last polling stations open like this one right behind me in Paris will close. And, of course, I'll keep you updated with the latest from Paris.
Thank you so much, Sophia. We look forward to your updates all through the night, because France, of course, is another key, crucial country for the European Union. Emmanuel Macron, of course, all eyes on him and his party. We mentioned his party earlier not doing so well. A lot of discontent against him at the moment. But now we can move on from France and head over to Croatia, to the capital of Zagreb, where our correspondent Dusan Hadzi is standing by for us to give us the view from Croatia. Good evening. Lovely to have you with us. What more can you tell us?
Well, the Croats are also voting today, but the turnout today is pretty low. It's lower than it was 5 years ago, and it's expected now. The official result, well, the official predictions and the official numbers about the turnout until now are about 15% up until 4:30 p.m. So we could say that until the closing of the polls, which is going to happen at 7 p.m., we can probably expect somewhere around 20%, maybe a little bit more than 20% of that turnout. So the Croats are pretty uninterested for these elections, and I suppose, and I know because I talked to many Croats over the past few days here in Zagreb. They're not that interested in they don't believe that the European Parliament can bring something good to their day-to-day lives. And also the parties in Croatia during the campaign were also addressing the national issues, not so much the issues that are concerning the European Union and the European issues. The only European issues that were addressed in this campaign were connected to agriculture, to climate change, and obviously to the security of Europe. But everything else that the parties who are participating in these Euro elections were addressing was connected to the national issues, which were also addressed at the parliamentary elections in April. They were just a short while ago. So pretty much that campaign from parliamentary elections came to the Euro elections as well. And everybody here, even now, is expecting presidential elections at the end of the year. So not so many interest among Croats for these elections, hence the turnout, which is going to be pretty low, probably among the lowest of the European Union countries in these elections.
Okay, Dusan Hadzi Nikolic, they're reporting for us from Zagreb, telling us that only 20% of the Croats actually went out to vote, and they're really not interested at all in these elections. I mean, the Parliament has, of course, been trying to make these elections exciting. They've also been working with the apps. I mean, I don't know if you saw on YouTube or Instagram or Google today, you got a reminder that there was elections today, that you had to go and vote. What is the problem here? Why is there such a disconnect between these institutions here in Brussels and, of course, Strasbourg and Zagreb?
Well, I think that on turnout there are two common themes that are seen time after time, and one is that the Eastern European countries in general tend to have a much lower turnout. I think the record was set by Slovakia with 13% in one election. So there is a tendency for the Eastern European countries to have lower turnout. It was mentioned there that there was an election quite recently, also in April, and I think that it has been noticed by electoral officials that when you hold a national election or two large elections in close proximity, you can get electoral fatigue, which also can depresses turnout. So it could be that there are specific issues there. We heard from the French correspondent that turnout seems to be up.
Yeah, I think the issue as well in many countries in the East is trust, or lack of trust in institutions and those working for as public servants. Just a brief comment, because I want to bring in a graph there.
The other issue is the parties themselves. We blame often the citizens, the European citizens, but it's also the parties, how they communicate, how they abuse these kind of elections for other purposes. So they are in charge and responsibility to take the European identity inside and take that seriously. Otherwise, indeed, it's just another poll for the national elections.
And often just a protest vote. But we can bring in now a graph from the Netherlands to see how they have been voting and see what the potential outcome of their votes could be. Of course, they were the first to go to the polls already back on Thursday. So, of course, we were all taking a look at those figures as they were coming in as well already on Friday. You can see the Freedom Party coming in second there, and the coalition between the Greens and the Socialists coming up on top there at 21.6%. That was quite a clever move, wasn't it, of the former Commissioner Frans Timmermans, who was in charge of the climate, to hook up with the Greens, his party, in order to try and wipe up some of those votes. But the Freedom Party of Geert Wilders getting 17.7% of the vote. Reaction to that?
Well, reflecting the sometimes a bit weird election system and party system in the Netherlands. Well, it's
confusing. I'm sure our viewers are just baffled already by the amount of figures and numbers and parties
we are challenged to follow and to understand, and also thinking about dynamics and forging coalitions. As we've seen, some of the parties which had rising up very fastly, of course, have been lowered again. So this remains a very dynamic system, quite different from any other political system in Europe, I would say.
Well, just, Jeremy, if we take a step back and there's a lot to process tonight. There's a lot of figures coming in. We're bombarding our viewers here with figures, numbers, political parties, countries, what's at stake. What are the big issues that they should be watching tonight? Why should they care about these elections?
I think that there is a fundamental shift going on in this Parliament, and when Europe wakes up tomorrow morning, there will be a huge swathe of new MEPs who are going to change the way in which the existing status quo is done. And that's going to really fundamentally change the way that work is done in this Parliament, the way that politics is done in Europe, and it's going to be a significant change, I think.
Significant change. Well, we'll keep an eye on it all as it unfolds with our live coverage here from the European Parliament in Brussels. We're live here on Euronews till the early hours of the morning. We'll be bringing you all the exit polls as we get them. We'll be crisscrossing the continent to speak to our correspondent to hear what the latest is from their capitals, and telling you, of course, what these elections mean for you, mean for Europe, and also mean for the kind of policies that will be drafted up and voted on in this very institution, in the European Parliament, when those 720 new MEPs take their seats on the 16th of July. But for more now on what's happening in the European hemicycle tonight, we can head over to Shona Murray, our correspondent who's standing by. She'll be bringing us all the latest. After we hear from Shona, I'll be taking a little break and we'll be bringing in my colleague Stefan Grober. So stay tuned here to Euronews. And Shona, now please tell us what is the latest there.
Well, we've heard the exit polls, as I mentioned earlier, Maeve. Some of the most remarkable things, the ID group, which is the hard right, topping the poll in Austria, the only country so far to have that ID or the far right topping it. That's the Austrian Freedom Party. In Belgium, bucking the trend slightly, we have the party of Alexander De Croo, who's a Liberal Renew member. That is interesting because the Renew or the Liberals will be really taking a kicking, it appears, according to the exit polls so far, and that was something that was predicted. And I think the other point that your guest has been making there around turnout is really interesting because, you know, we heard from France that it was a record turnout of 42.5% around, which is probably nothing to really celebrate, given the impact of Europe and given the role that France has in the European Union, Maeve. I mean, Emmanuel Macron is really the only leader who talks about the future of Europe. We heard him in his landmark speech that lasted nearly 2 hours long, where he told the Europeans that essentially their way of life could die if we don't really try to rejuvenate ourselves and protect ourselves and live by the rule of law. I mean, he did mention immigration, because I think one of the other points, Maeve, that we've heard all evening is that the far right are winning because they're the only ones to talk about immigration. Well, he did speak about immigration and he talked about curtailing it, but he also said that it has to be based on human rights. And I don't think many normal people would argue with that, but you see with these results a hardening of positions when it comes to human rights and immigration. And one thing I would also say to you, Maeve, I was speaking to some people who are canvassing across Europe, and they said a lot of the disinformation around immigration was actually quite frightening. One MEP for Sinn Féin for Ireland actually told me that a neighbour or a person who was about to vote said they would be voting for the hard right because they heard that an immigrant had kidnapped 5 children, and she couldn't speak to him about it. So, you know, disinformation really also something that we need to talk about in this election. Stefan?
Hello and welcome back to our election night special coverage live from the European Parliament in Brussels. I'm Stefan Grober and I will be taking you through the next hour of reporting, reactions and analysis. Again, we will hear from experts here on the set, from our special correspondent Shona Murray, who is inside the hemicycle of the Parliament, and from our bureaus across Europe to bring you the latest from the capitals as it happens. We're now joined on the set by Laura Shields, founder of communications consultancy firm Red Thread EU, where she coaches Prime Ministers, CEOs and EU Commissioners, and Euronews' Brussels correspondent Vincenzo Genovese. Welcome to both of you. Laura, I'm going to start with you. You're what I would call the consummate Brussels insider. Tell us what you expect once this long night is over.
Stefan, I don't know if I should take that as a compliment or an insult.
As a compliment, as a compliment.
So I think, given what the exit polls and the early results are suggesting, I am expecting the results to be in line with what we were expecting to happen, which is a shift to the right, with some gains for the far right and some losses, particularly for the Liberals and the Greens. Now, none of this is particularly surprising, especially as we know that the voters' main concerns are things like cost of living, security, inflation. All of those factors have been playing in there. But ultimately, after all the dust has settled and we see the final maths, I don't think a huge amount is going to change in terms of the day-to-day politics, because I still think we're going to see a fairly centrist coalition of Conservatives, Socialists and Liberals and possibly Greens coming into play. And I think actually where the real interest will shift to is whether Ursula von der Leyen has the support that she needs to get a second term. And I think that's very much 50-50.
So yes or no, is the centre holding?
So, I beg your pardon?
Is the centre holding, yes or no?
The centre is holding, but it's a little bit skinnier than it used to be, and I think it will be harder to get certain bits of legislation through, and I think we need to watch which way the EPPs, so the Conservatives, go. Do they go to the centre, or do they go to the right in the direction of the ECR, which is the party or group, of course, that Giorgia Meloni sits with?
Great. We're going to talk about this later, but now we will be joining our Euronews colleague Maria Psara, who is inside the European Parliament, roaming the hallways, and she has a guest, a social democrat from Germany. Maria, welcome to the show. What have you got?
Hello, Stefan. Hello from the Esplanade Karamanlis here at the European Parliament. I'm here with Udo Bullmann, as you said, an MEP from the Socialists in Germany, and the candidate again. And I will ask him to comment on the first exit poll from Germany. So, Mr. Bullmann, thanks for being with us. Good evening. How do you? What's your first comment, first of all?
Of course, this is not for Socialists and Democrats, for the SPD, the result we wanted to have. That's pretty clear. What we can read from the results from Germany so far is that people really feel insecure. And that was also what I witnessed during the campaign. The COVID years were tough for many, many families, inflation pressures. There is a new awareness that wars come to us very closely in our neighborhood, so people do feel insecure, and what they want to see is that we fight for them, giving them security, giving them a new perspective also economically for the future in Europe, and that is what we have to do now.
We see that AfD is very high in the result. How would you comment on that, given the fact of the history of Germany in the extreme right?
Well, of course, this is extremely awful. We should not give any leeway, any space for anti-European, anti-democratic ideas and positionings. That has to be also the fight during the next couple of days and weeks here in the European Parliament. I expect us, the Socialists and Democrats, as by far the second strongest force here in the European Parliament. So what we have to do is to bring in new social security measures, new economic and social safeguards, so that everybody really understands we want you to build this new Europe. It's not a necessity to be afraid.
AfD is kicked out of the ID coalition political group. So my question is now, do you see them trying to get a new group from the scratch?
I have no idea what is the reasoning of the far right, but what I really would urge on is the PPE, the Conservatives, because you see in how many countries members of the European Union, they co-govern in majorities built up together with the extreme right. That is Finland, that is Sweden, that is Italy, Czech Republic, Croatia, only to name some of them. That has to be stopped. And I cannot understand neither Mr. Weber nor Ursula von der Leyen playing around with right-wing majorities. I cannot see that the Socialists and Democrats stand ready to justify a cause like that, an ambiguous cause which does not give safeguards for our citizens in Europe.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bullmann. Stefan, it's up to you now.
All right, thank you, Maria. There, standing with Udo Bullmann from the Social Democrats. Vincenzo, you've heard him say about the possible future cooperation inside the European Parliament with a stronger far right, a hard right, or whatever we want to call them. What is your take? I mean, you've been watching these groups for quite some time now. What do you make of this?
I will use the term radical right to be on the safe side. Well, it's very interesting because, as Maria said, AfD was kicked out from the Identity and Democracy group, but it doesn't mean they will not have the radical right view. So there are two possibilities in my view. One is that we will still have two radical right groups, Identity and Democracy and ECR, the European Conservative and Reformists, but with some kind of reshuffle, some parties going from one side to another. And another one, less likely I would say, is that there will be a kind of merge, a kind of supergroup. This is the aim of some of the leaders of radical right forces. I don't think this will happen, but let's see. Mr. Bullmann said this was not a good result for the SPD. I will say that for the leftist forces, this is a kind of nightmare scenario for the moment, because we have 6 projections, and we see that AfD, second party in Germany, FPO, first party in Austria, PVV is the second party in the Netherlands, but just because the Labourists and the Greens are running together. Even the Eleni Lisi, the radical right party in Greece, is increasing its seats. So let's see what we'll have from the night. But for the moment, I see that is a big setback for the leftist forces and a good increase for the radical right forces.
Yeah, stronger certainly than before, but how strong, that remains to be seen. Let's go to Berlin, where our correspondent Liv is waiting in the wings for us with the latest from Germany. Good evening to you again, and what have you gotten for us?
Good evening, thank you very much. We are live here with leading candidate from the CDU, Hildegard Bentele. So, Hildegard, would you like to tell us what these results mean for the CDU?
Yeah, that means that we have a good result, that we won the elections. We are around 30%. Currently, we have the same amount of MPs in the European People's Party. We are very glad about that, because these were challenging times. And unfortunately, we have seen that the Social Democrats lost tremendously, as well as the Greens. We have a rise of the right-wing populists, which I regret a lot, because they were thrown out of the group of ID. So let's see what this means. We also have the left, which went down. We have a new grouping, which went up a little bit, but not so much as we expected. So a big win for us, stable. But the left side of the parliament has lost a lot. Liberals are also stable.
And which policy are you most excited to implement in this new term?
Well, it's a lot about competitiveness, economy, migration, I would say. And I also promise that we keep up the Green Deal, because climate change is still on the agenda. We have seen it in Germany with big floods in the south. We feel it now with the heat in Berlin. So it's still on the agenda, but we will have to adapt it and adjust it a little bit in our way. But it will still be on the agenda.
And you just talked about a big loss for the current government. What will that mean for security?
Oh, well, this means a big blow, because the Chancellor himself was displayed on the posters. So he took the risk, actually. He put himself into this election. So, I mean, our head of the party just called him to change the policies, because we have seen the Liberals were rewarded about a very strong stance on Ukraine, as well as we did. So this is what people want, and not some fake policy talking about peace where no peace is achievable.
And what do you think that this means for democracy? Has this been a lucky escape?
Yes, it has been a very lucky day in Germany, because the turnout has even increased about 4%. So it was already high in 2019, 61%. We are now at 64%. And this is a huge joy for me, that we could mobilize our voters, that we could show to the world that this European democracy is valuable to us. This is something I'm very glad of. I've worked hard for this. I'm very glad that we could achieve this together.
Thank you so much, Hildegard Bentele, and thank you. We are handing live back over to Brussels now. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Liv Stroud in Berlin. I'm sure we come back to you later during the night. Now, she mentioned the happy day for the Christian Democrats in Germany and potentially across Europe. Let's have a look at the latest figures we have from Germany here, estimates. So, CDU-CSU, that's the Christian Democratic Party, almost 30% of the vote. The AfD 16.5, that is the far right, but let's remember that a few weeks ago they were polling at above 20%, so probably the scandals here have taken a toll. And then the SPD, that's the party of Chancellor Olaf Scholz, 14%, followed by the Greens, Die Grünen, 12%. And at the bottom you see the Liberals, Renew Europe, the FDP, with only 5%. That means that the governing coalition now has about 14, 26, 31%. That's quite a shellacking.
It is an absolute
Laura.
shellacking, and I think it's not really that surprising either. I think in some ways what we've seen from Germany is a good reminder that a lot of the time voters in European elections are voting in a referendum on how they feel about the government that is in power. And so what we see with the Socialists, and particularly with the Greens, and to an extent the FDP, although they were very low down last time, is exactly that. They are being punished for their domestic agenda. So we heard from the guest in Berlin, issues around Ukraine, and also I think there have been some questions about this coalition government's competence as well, and their ability to make decisions and communicate in a clear, effective way with the electorate. So very much a reminder that this is not necessarily a big surge of Euroscepticism, it's very much a punishing of the government that is in power nationally.
But I mean, there are always discussions within a three-party coalition, right? In Italy, you know, in Israel, I mean, where all these countries that have more than two coalition partners. And in Germany, Belgium, of course. And in Netherlands, yeah, we can go on and on and on. But in Germany, these guys have been around the block for quite some time. Olaf Scholz is a seasoned politician.
But not a chancellor.
What?
Not a chancellor.
Not a chancellor. Well, I mean, my question is, why do the Social Democrats pay for the rise of the far right and not the Christian Democrats? Because normally, if you're a conservative voter, you voted Christian Democratic until now, and now you see an alternative, you want to switch. Why? What is the appeal of the AfD for parties closer to the center?
I'm not sure I can answer to this question in the German situation, but I can.
It's certainly a European situation.
Yes, I can provide help, for example, comparing to the Italian situation, because in Italy, what you said happened. Basically, the radical right increased, took some voters, took some seats from the center right. I think that it helps in Germany the fact that the CDU-CSU has a confrontational approach against AfD. I mean, they will never team up, while, for example, in Italy, the center-right teams up every time with the radical right. So, in the balance of forces, it's natural, I would say, that they take some votes and some shifts from the center-right to the radical right. I think that in the future, in the European Parliament, this trend could be more and more, because one of the options is that the new majority will be enlarged to the right. We will see until which point.
Now, hearing far right and hard right or whatever, I don't know why, but I always think about Hungary. And this is the moment to bring in a voice from Hungary, my dear colleague from Budapest, Attila Magyar, who is live there in Budapest. Good evening, and what can you tell us? What does the situation look like in Hungary?
Good afternoon from Budapest. I'm Attila. I'm at the headquarters of the main opposition party, TISA. 4 months ago, the leader of the party, Péter Magyar, was a well-paid government employee. After the resignation of his ex-wife, the Justice Minister Varga, and the resignation of President Novak, he left. Péter Magyar left Fidesz party and became the new face of anti-Orbán opposition. Prime Minister Orbán has been in power for 14 years. Since then, there has never been so much hype around an opposition politician like now. Péter Magyar has given hope back to many Hungarians. Prime Minister Orbán's party, Fidesz, remains the most popular party in Hungary, especially in small towns. Péter Magyar's party has become the strongest opposition force in just a few months, 4 months, and now he's building a centrist movement in Hungary. The first test for him is this election, the EP election, and therefore also for the government and the Fidesz party. Hungary will have 21 MEP in the European Parliament. If Fidesz wins less than 11 seats, it's a strong message to the government, and it is a big success for the opposition party.
Okay, Attila Magyar in Budapest, thank you so much for now. It is quite interesting what he said, that the Hungarian opposition was kind of revived by a new charismatic person. So that tells me that it's not only the party platforms that matter, it's also who are they sending into the arena. And Laura, I want to ask you, you have a background in political communication. I said you teach EU commissioners and all the big guys. Looking at the candidates in Europe, in terms of messaging, in terms of convincing, in terms of showmanship, right? Where are we here?
Well, the showmanship is all on the far right, with a couple of exceptions, which I'll come on to in a moment. But that is one of the reasons why they're able to do so well, because what the far right are particularly good at doing is taking all the problems of a country and hanging it around the EU's neck, a concept we call Brussels blaming. Now, other governments have done this in the past, you know, some more mainstream ones. David Cameron and the Conservatives famously did this for years before we had Brexit in the UK. But you see it particularly with the far right, because they're very good at saying the Green Deal is the reason why you can't afford to feed your kids, even though none of this stuff has actually come into force yet. So I think that the far right are very good. Where I would contrast this is if you look at the Netherlands, yes, okay, so the Socialists and the Greens teamed up together to be an opposing force against Geert Wilders' party. But you had two really powerful figureheads in there. So you had Frans Timmermans, who used to be the executive president for the Green Deal at the European Commission, and Bas Eickhout, who's a very prominent Green. I think he was at the top of their list. They are both as scrappy, both as articulate and both as passionate as Wilders is, but from the other's point of view. And as a result of that, they were able to neutralise, or to meet, you know, to basically drag it to a draw. And I don't think we're seeing that same kind of passion and energy and fire and knowledge in a way across the rest of Europe.
Interesting stuff there. I'm thinking of Germany, because I'm from Germany. They don't really have a charismatic figure. They have not a very deep bench, and yet they scored 16%. Vincenzo, in Italy, the picture is entirely different.
Yeah.
Georgia, all over. Tell us about this phenomenon. I mean, she turned out, you know, plucked out of obscurity and made it to the prime ministership, and now she juggled her way through the European jungle and even starting a love affair with Ursula von der Leyen. We'll see how far that goes. Give us a take. Who is she, and why are people flocking to her?
Well, this love affair with Ursula von der Leyen, I see more a love affair from Ursula von der Leyen to Giorgia Meloni than
but
from
she
Giorgia
wants the power, Georgia, right, in Brussels?
Yes, but I think she managed to enter the corridors of Brussels. I mean, I think she get accepted by the other EU leaders. Maybe they were scared at the beginning because she leads a radical right party.
Makeover.
Exactly. But then she was more moderate, I would say, in the European institutions, while in Italy, as a storytelling, she remains very radical right, very Eurosceptic as messages that she conveys to her electorate. For this election, she decided to focus the entire campaign of Fratelli d'Italia, her party, on herself, to leverage on her popularity among Italians that is still good. And the threshold that we have to look at is 26%, because 26% was the results of Fratelli d'Italia in the national elections.
Yeah.
In Italy, these elections are seen as a kind of midterm referendum on the government.
Yeah.
So below 26%, kind of failure. Above 26%,
I want to bring this up, Laura, again, the question of future cooperation between the far right and hard right parties. They are not on the same page when it comes to Ukraine, when it comes to defense. They're not on the same page when it comes to all kinds of social issues. There are some uniting factors. There is this idea of an ethnic nation state that has nothing to do with globalism, etc., etc. In short, these guys don't love each other. To be very, very polite here.
Well, of course these guys
What's going to happen?
Of course these guys don't love each other because they're nationalists, right? And nationalists don't really like having to work with others, so it's always going to be an uneasy alliance. I think the main real splitting point here is, as you say, the war in Ukraine, because, you know, whilst von der Leyen has been making overtures towards Giorgia Meloni, so has Marine Le Pen. And, you know, the national rally in France is incredibly sceptical about Ukraine, quite pro-Russia historically. I think we've seen the same thing with Salvini, with the Lega in Italy as well. So I think that they are very split on this, and we've seen efforts to make these groups happen in the past, but they just generally don't really work, because a lot of the time, especially with the ones on the extreme right, they come in and they're not really interested in cooperation. They just want to smash things up.
All right, thank you so much for that for now. And we're now going to a country where polls are open relatively long, and that is Spain. And in Spain, in Madrid, I'm now greeting Jaime Velasquez, our Euronews correspondent. Welcome to the show, and what can you tell us?
Well, as you can see, I'm in front of a polling station here in central Madrid, and we can see still people still coming here to cast their vote before the polls close in less than half an hour. We have some data regarding turnout from 16 hours, just an hour ago, and we've seen a decline of 11 points compared to 2019 elections. But these figures can be a little bit misleading because the European elections back in 2019 were held at the same time with local and regional elections. But if we compare it to 2014, we've seen an increase of 4 points in turnout, and this is in line with what analysts were saying, that the polarization that we've been seeing during the election campaign will drive voters into the polling stations, and also because here in Spain this European election has been seen somehow as a second leg of the general elections, and parties have been asking their voters to come here and cast their votes to send a clear message to society regarding the support that they still own through resounded victory. We have also talked a lot about the rise of the far-right parties across Europe and the possible alliances that we might see in the next parliament. Vox, the far-right party Vox in Spain, is expected to come in third in this election, and it will probably double the number of seats in the parliament in Strasbourg. But we still need to wait this half an hour until polling stations close, and we will have the first exit polls. We will have a better idea what was going on here in Spain and the final outcome.
All right, Jaime Velasquez in Madrid, thank you so much, and we're looking forward to seeing you later tonight. We now have the latest numbers from Greece, and if you can see the graphic, see what's going on there. The New Democracy, a party of Prime Minister Mitsotakis, 30%, almost to the dot of the result of the Christian Democrats in Germany. And then Syriza, the hard left party with almost, more than half of it. And then PASOK, the traditional social democratic party, coming in on third position with slightly over 12%. Yeah, what do you make of this, Vincenzo?
Well, what I see in Greece is that, well, the New Democracy is leading by far, but I was noticed the Greek solution result, because the Greek solution is coming very, very close to the Communist Party. In Greece there is a particular situation because it's one of the few countries with Ireland when we have a strong left, let's say radical left. In this case, two parties, Syriza and Communist Party. And we see that this Greek solution, Eleni Kilisi, is going to match the result almost. We see these are projections, but let's see for the final outcome. And this is another signal. I see we're starting to collect some clues around Europe, going, in my view, all in the same direction.
Yeah. More clues, and we're hoping to get more clues now from our special correspondent Shona Murray, who is in the hemicycle, the room where it all happens. Shona, I figure you have more information for us. What is it?
Indeed, Stefan, we have some updates from some of the countries here. From Bulgaria, this is the 6th time Bulgarians are going to the polls in the last 3 years, which may account for the very low turnout of just over 30% of the vote. But we can see the trend as we've seen it all across Europe, with the EPP likely to take 6 seats. Renew coming in second at 5 seats, which I think they'll be grateful for, and the SD on 2 and others on 4. So that's the count for Bulgaria. In fact, there are predictions that Bulgarians will find themselves at the polls again, but at least 31% of the electorate turned out for that vote. But I suppose Renew will be grateful, as I said there. Then we have Croatia. The EPP likely to take 6 seats here, and the SD on 4, Greens on 1, and others. So Renew not even featuring there, but the SD, I suppose, polling relatively strong, and the EPP, as predicted and as we've seen across Europe, doing very well. And also we have Malta, again, 6 seats there. It's one of the smallest member states, and the SD and the EPP. It's normally a 2-party country, both taking 3 seats each. Stefan?
All right, Shona, thank you so much for this update. And I have a new guest here on the set. Joining us now is Susanna Karp, EU Politics Specialist, Deputy Executive Director at Clean Tech for Europe and a transnational candidate for the Volt Party. And from our own newsroom here in Brussels, Grégoire Laurie, who covers climate policy, among many other things. Thank you so much for coming, and welcome to both of you. Susanna, I mentioned it, you have some skin in the game here. What are your feelings? What's your thinking tonight at this hour?
Well, good evening. First of all, thank you so much for inviting me to join you today for this conversation. And in terms of having skin in the game, I think that tonight all Europeans have skin in the game. These elections are highly consequential for everyone all across the European Union, as well as for the signal that the European Union gives to the rest of the world. Now, in the sense that my party, Volt Europa, is standing in 15 different member states tonight, indeed, we are extremely thrilled to have had a pan-European campaign, standing with the same manifesto and the same program in 15 different countries, and knowing that whoever gets elected from Volt will be standing for the same values, representing the whole community. And so in that sense, I look forward to the results tonight and to celebrating with my colleagues.
Yeah, Volt, I have to tell our audience, is caucusing with the Greens here in the European Parliament. So the Greens, the result is a little shaky. Grégoire, let's bring you in here. I remember 5 years ago there was a green wave, right, on these hallways here around us. A green wave that enabled pretty much the Green Deal that followed. What happened? What are your thoughts tonight at this point?
For the Green, indeed, the Green wave seems far away by now. They won't get, according to the polls, the same number of MEPs. So it's going to be difficult. But what the Greens emphasize right now is that they might lose some MEPs, but they hope to widen their basement. They hope to get new MEPs in a member state where they had none before, in the Baltic or further south of Europe. So they hope to get something out of this new basement of electoral basement. What happened is that the pandemic, the war in Ukraine, the crisis, all this have shaken the Green Deal, and the Green Deal is the reason why there's so much anger for some voters, actually.
Susanna, as it looks, the centre may hold, right? But they also might need to add the Greens to the European coalition. what does that say about the future of the Green Deal? Is it guaranteed? I mean, it's the Green Deal is the law of the land, but it's now about the implementation.
Yes.
And as we know, you can always change laws. But the search of the far right and all of a sudden the Greens find themselves in a position that they might be necessary for this new coalition. What are your thoughts here?
So first of all, I think that what we're seeing in a way is that actually the Greens are victims of their own success, in the sense that effectively the Green Deal policies have been mainstreamed across the political spectrum. And so what I notice is that the other parties have incorporated points that were traditionally points of the Greens, to the extent where even if, let's say, the climate agenda is still on the top 3 concerns for European citizens, some of them might still choose for other parties which have incorporated it into their own agenda but don't necessarily sit in the Green family. So I think what we're seeing now is also a little bit of this effect, that, as you say, the EU Green Deal has become the law of the land, and so therefore I think, first of all, it's in a way secured. Right? I mean, we have set in stone legislation that would be very difficult to revoke and would take us precious time and precious resources, when in fact what Europe needs to be doing right now is to be gearing up in its competitiveness race with effectively other big players around the world with a view to growing its leadership in the manufacturing of these net zero technologies that will effectively enable us to reach the goals of the Green Deal.
Okay, we have new information from Croatia. Let's see whether the trend that we've been observing is also valid in Croatia. There we are. So HDZ, that is the Christian Democratic Party, 33.7% coming in first, pretty much in line with what we've seen from Greece, from Germany. The center right on top, followed by the Social Democrats this time, almost 30%, 27.8%. And then the Greens, the DP, that is the hard right party, 12.2%. So this is a kind of against the European trend. And then the Greens here, 5.8%. Liberals, not even 5%. So, Grégoire, I want to ask you, the Greens are very strong in Germany traditionally. They're part of the ruling coalition, not the first time, it's the second time. They're part of the political landscape. They're real political power. The Greens could be much stronger in the European Parliament if in France, the second biggest country in Europe, they were of the same size. What is wrong with France? Why do the Greens have such a difficult situation in France?
It's difficult to say. It's been like this for years, since the beginning, I would say, of the Green political life in France. And it has always been a comparison between Germany and France. Why is it winning in Germany and it's more difficult in France? There's a real concern for France, for the French Greens, because they wonder if they will reach the 5% threshold to be in the parliament. Some polls say yes, they should reach it, but let's wait for the final results. It has always been a difficulty for the Greens to be set in the political landscape and to show themselves as a government political party. 5 years ago, they were winning party, and usually European elections are elections for the Greens. So I think it's a major concern for them if they don't reach the 5% threshold. It would mean they would lose their election.
Yeah. Interesting. Susanna, we've been witnessing a surge of the far right. The center, the Christian Democrats, the traditional conservative groups, don't seem to be affected by this. They come in first with 30%, which is a lot in these days in such a fractured political landscape. How do you explain that? That it's the parties on the left of center who are paying the political price here for the surge of the far right, and not the Christian Democrats?
So, first of all, I think that the European Union was created to actually counteract the far right. So I think we have structures that we have developed over decades that will help us cope with the situation. I think there is indeed, when we look at the past 5 years, there have been many shocks in terms of expectations for European citizens. Of course, nobody saw the pandemic coming. Now, of course, we have a very unfortunate war unfolding on the continent. There's a cost of living crisis and inflation. And so I think there is a search for safety that European citizens are expressing in their votes today as well. And so this understanding of safety looks quite different, of course, across generations, but also across member states. And so I find it quite interesting that in some of the traditional founding members of the European Union, you actually see a surge in the far right in the young voters, but not in those over 65. So that's where it's decreasing. So I think there's also an issue of us not having really advanced topics such as, let's say, European education, right, programs, so European citizenship education that, in a way, talks about European history, where we're coming from. So, unfortunately, I think, on one hand, there has been a normalization of the far right, and there's been, unfortunately, also a forgetfulness. Yeah. We don't talk about it enough, what it actually means. And so that when you put the two together.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's go to Portugal now, to Lisbon, where we're going to meet my good old friend Ricardo Figueira. Ricardo, good evening.
Hello,
what
Stefan.
Can you tell us from the vote in Portugal?
What I can say is that the turnout has so far been better than it was in 2019. The turnout is slightly higher than in the last European elections, but that doesn't mean it's good, because turnout in European elections are typically very low in Portugal. So the polls are still open. They will still be open for 20 more minutes. They will close at 19, so at 7 p.m. local time in continental Portugal and Madeira. In the Azores, because it's 1 hour more, 1 hour less, they will stay open for 1 hour more, so they will close when it's 8 o'clock here in Portugal, meaning 9 o'clock in Brussels. And that's when we will have the first exit poll.
Okay, thank you, Ricardo, for this update here, and see you later tonight. Greg, there was something interesting here, the low turnout in Portugal, but we've heard from our French correspondent in Paris that turnout is up in France by quite substantially. How can we explain this? That it's in one country where the interest is low, and in France, I mean, people seem to be have been energized by the far right candidate. Talk a little about that. Is he driving young people to the polls better than other candidates? What's his? I'm talking about Jordan Bardella, of course. What's his secret?
I don't know what is his secret. What we'll have to check is who has been voting. Who are those voters? Are they far-right voters, or, on the contrary, pro-democratic parties? That's going to be interesting to analyze where they're from. Does the Rassemblement National reach its glass ceiling, or could it go further? Is it, I don't know, maybe the French president political party, Renaissance, which could have mobilized in the final hours of the campaign? It seems that more and more voters decide themselves at the last minute, sometimes before casting the ballot. So it's difficult to see before. Now we have to check who has voted, actually.
Okay, thank you, Greg, for this. Let's go back to Germany. We have an updated version here of the estimates. See whether there are any changes. All right, the Christian Democrats almost 30% on top. The AfD, that's the far right in Germany, more than half of it, but still less than polling would have suggested in the past few weeks. The Social Democrats with 14% coming in third, that's the party of Chancellor Scholz. Die Grünen, the Greens, just behind with 12%. And then a BSW, that's an interesting phenomenon. That is the Bündnis Sarah Wagenknecht, the Alliance Sarah Wagenknecht, who is a far left politician who created her own list just for this election in Europe, and she scored 5.5%, stronger than the Liberals. So a very bad result for the Liberals. What do you make of this, Susanna? The Liberal Party in France, President Macron not being very successful to bring people, to rally people behind him. Is this the Macron fatigue? Why are the Liberals, normally a bedrock of the political establishment, why are they having so much trouble this time?
So I think one could actually put forward several theories. For example, President Macron has also been involved in this discussion on maybe a break on the European Green Deal. And when we look again at preferences of French voters, we see that in fact they are endorsing the climate agenda, but that doesn't necessarily translate to green votes. So could this be also a criticism that perhaps the Liberals have not gone far enough on the climate agenda? There could also be other explanations, of course. Parties that are in government suffer when there's big elections like these ones. I think we're also operating in a broader global environment of decreasing trust in institutions, right? And so we've seen so many global reports talking about this, and I wonder to what extent some of the, let's say, traditional centrist parties that usually do very well in European elections suffer from this as well. There's a bit of an erosion of trust, and so maybe we do need to create innovative democracy tools that actually help these parties, I think, reach out to voters easier and reinvent themselves.
There are people who suggest that in France, that among all European leaders, Emmanuel Macron is the only one who has a strong political vision of Europe in terms of defense and foreign policy, but also in terms of many cultural issues. Why is it that he will score so badly according to polls?
In the end, we call it European elections, but we all know it's 27 national elections.
Yeah.
And I would say in France, these elections are a kind of, if I can say, midterm elections for Emmanuel Macron. He has been elected in 2022, so it's a way for people to say what they think about the domestic policy. And so I think that's why there's a kind of fatigue for his party. Indeed, he has been the most pro-European in all these campaign, but he maybe has lost a bit of momentum.
And his re-election just happened 2 years ago, right? And he beat the far-right candidate, Marine Le Pen, by quite a substantial margin. And now, 2 years on, it seems to be the other way around. So, but was it just the Gilets jaunes and the social conflicts that I mean, the French have a tendency of kicking out their presidents after one term.
It's true that the French have the tendency to demonstrate, but indeed there has been the Gilets jaunes, but there has been also the war, fears about the future for the French, and all this gathered together makes a political situation difficult. And in a way, Macron has played his party against the far right, so it's just maybe it's kind of what he could have expected. I mean, he has been playing like this since he got elected. When he made campaign against the far right. So he's maybe losing this battle, but maybe he has other battles in mind.
The battle for France, from the battle for France to news from Finland. And who could deliver this better than our special correspondent, Shona Murray, still in the hemicycle. Shona, what's the latest from up north?
Well, interestingly, the party of Petteri Orpo, who's in the EPP, is topping the poll at 24.6. Now, interesting after that, though, Stefan, is the left polling at 18.2%, and then the socialists at 15.4%. So you don't have the rise of the far right trending as much here in Finland, something that had been predicted. The ECR, for example, is down at 6.8% of the vote. Now, it's only 60% of the votes counted, but that also tallies with what the exit polls had been showing as well. I also spoke, Stefan, to some Renew people in the last hour ago. I was about to give my commiserations to them because they seem to be doing pretty badly in the exit polls that we know of, and as well because of the predictions we've been talking about. But they believe that they will still be kingmakers, that they assume they're going to get around 89 seats. And that their prediction is that the continuation of the coalition of the EPP, the SD and the kingmakers of Renew will still move on into the next 5 years of the European Parliament. Stefan?
Well, Shona, that seems to be a very bold statement, looking at the incoming numbers from various European countries, Germany not the least, but 5%. This is pretty bad. You've been, watching all the trends tonight, and we'll keep doing this. What do you think is going to happen in the next European Parliament? You say the Liberals hope to remain the kingmakers here, but in earnest, what's going to be the European coalition look like? What's going to be a majority? Will the far right be involved? What is your take?
Well, I mean, there are so many moving parts, aren't there? We've talked about how the far right in itself is quite a disparate grouping. So just because they are two parties, the idea that Marine Le Pen can form this sort of super bloc, it's very difficult to see if that can happen, because we know that they have very extreme positions when it comes to, for example, Russia and Ukraine and various other issues around, well, of course, they unite on something like immigration. And then we see people like Giorgia Meloni potentially moving into the centre, moving towards Ursula von der Leyen. Of course, Italy needing to be close to the European Union because it receives so much funding from the Recovery Fund, which was set up essentially to help countries like Italy as a moment of solidarity, of unique solidarity amongst European member states. And of course Italy should and could never forget that. So the idea then you would have a Eurosceptic party in charge of Italy when they're receiving so much money, that's kind of questionable. And the other question is that what does Ursula von der Leyen do? Does she have a choice here? Could she potentially move towards the ECR and then try to make it work, or try to save her Green Deal and move and stay with the coalition she has and move and support with the Greens? And that's key to see how the Greens are doing across Europe. Unfortunately, though, for them, it hasn't been a green wave. In fact, nothing of the sort, Stefan. They seem to be losing their points here. Although we did hear earlier from one of your guests saying that potentially the Green Deal is something that is taken into account, baked into all centrist parties now, and that the Greens may have lost their clothes. Stefan?
All right, thank you, Shona, and see you next time around. Shona Murray, live from the hemicycle here in the European Parliament in Brussels. Susanna, she brought up an interesting point here. Acting Commission President Ursula von der Leyen, what are her options in the future? How do you see it? Is she tempted to, or will she be tempted to, join forces with Giorgia Meloni, or will she stick to the traditional playbook and try to rally the powers of the center? I mean, she has very little wiggle room here, right? It's once the election is done, it's the council that steps in. And yes. How do you see her future?
So first of all, she has clearly kept her options open by not sort of signing on to the same kind of statements that the other lead candidates of the other centrist parties have with regards to not joining forces with parties close to the far right or with the far right. But I think there is some room of maneuver for the actual groupings inside the European Parliament after the election, because we'll have to see what happens now that the AfD is also outside of the political party group they've been in. There's a question of, are we still going to see groups named and labeled as they are now? Will they merge? Will they separate in multiple groups? So I recall that there have been movements of that sort, including new parties joining new groups after the elections in 2019, as well as the ones before. So I expect there will actually be movement inside the current political parties of the European Parliament, and then that of course opens up more space for Ursula von der Leyen or any other Commission President candidate.
Okay, thank you very much. We're now going to another big country we haven't spoken about tonight, and that is Poland. And I want to welcome our Euronews correspondent, Magdalena in Poland. There she is. Good to see you. What can you tell us from the vote in Poland tonight?
Good evening, everyone, and welcome from Poland, from Warsaw. We are in the headquarters of the civic platform of tonight, and we are going to follow the election evening here. What I can say about the voting that is going to end very soon, within less than a little bit more than an hour in Poland, is that the turnout is not really great. As we had the news at 5 p.m. saying that less than 30% of Polish people decided to cast their votes, which is not really much. And a lot of politicians and experts were saying that these elections of today were very important, not only for the internal politics of the European Union, but also because of the situation that we, especially in Poland, can see from our neighbors and the threat coming from the further east, the situation at the Polish-Belarusian border, but also threats that are coming from Moscow. Yet Polish people did not, for now at least, show the importance of those elections here. But we will see the final results very soon, and hopefully, maybe after the very long and hot day, they will decide in the evening to just rush to the station polls and cast their votes, and maybe the result at the end will be a little bit better. But for now, it doesn't really, is not really optimistic. Back to you, Stefan.
In Warsaw. Thank you so much, and we are looking forward to seeing you later tonight. Yes, Poland and Portugal, not only neighbors in the alphabet, but also having the same bad numbers when it comes to the turnout. The Polish far-right party, Law and Order Party, was in government for a long time. This is going to be a party that will, on the European level, have to work and have to cooperate with parties that have a totally different opinion when it comes to Ukraine, for instance. The broader picture here is that of all the far-right parties, it's difficult, when looking at all far-right parties, it's difficult to find common ground on very many issues. Are we talking about a ghost here when we see this block of far-right political force? What do you make of this?
So I did suggest that there may be a repositioning of these parties after the election, and I think indeed their position vis-à-vis Ukraine will be critical, because we are heading towards a long-term war strategy for the European Union. This is badly needed, unfortunately, and so I do think that what we've seen so far from Meloni's government and her positioning is also putting her aside from other parties within the same, let's say, political space in the European Parliament. So we may actually see that we have parties that are, let's say, ECR affiliated right now, but that might create a different group that is sort of a group that is pro-Ukraine and committed to the European efforts to support Ukraine. And so I think there's a lot that will still happen in that space.
Yeah. Will the far right, the gains that the far right are projected to get how will this impact the future work here in the Parliament, the legislative work? Grégoire, you're following this for a long time now. Do you think, I mean, it's already complicated, the whole process. Do you think it'll get more complicated with a strong far right?
It will be slower. It's going to slow down the process in the parliament, for sure. The question is, will they form this super far-right group or not? That is going to be important to watch out. But we have to think about the overall architecture. We're talking about the European Parliament, but at the Council for the moment, there will be no change in the majority in the Council. We'll see it in the Commission, maybe. That's one. It's another question. So I think it's going to make it more difficult, and the Parliament will have to create, or all the institution, maybe some ad hoc majority according to each directive or text that will be presented. So maybe it will need more negotiation to see where we can find a majority to put a text and move forward.
Okay. Thank you, Grégoire. And we're going to see Shona in the hemicycle again. Shona, give us your latest updates, please.
A lot about France there, and of course we've been really considering what is going to happen there. We've been talking all night and for the past few weeks about this election result being essentially a referendum on the presidency of Emmanuel Macron. His party, the Renaissance Party, which is in the Renew Liberal group, I've just spoken to some of my sources within that group, and unfortunately for them, they say that the polling seems to be kind of accurate, that they will be looking at around 14 to 15% of the vote. That is in sharp contrast to Marine Le Pen's 33 to 34% with the lead candidate of Jordan Bardella. So that is something that they are very disappointed about. Although, as I mentioned to you earlier, they still believe they can be kingmakers when it comes to the coalition in the next European Parliament. Next to the Renaissance Party is the Socialists under Raphael Glucksmann, who's on around 13%, and Les Républicains we don't have a figure for yet, but it's looking like a surge for the far right in France, and that is one country which we predicted it might happen, but all those predictions haven't really materialised as much as it has happened there. This will be a huge boon for Marine Le Pen, for her idea of a huge far-right voting bloc. Not too sure if that's necessarily going to materialise, but a very bad day for President Macron.
Thank you so much, Shona Murray there, our special correspondent, reporting live for us from the hemicycle, which, as you've seen, has been transformed into a massive press room and election hub. Thank you so much as well to my colleague Stefan Kobe, who's just stepped down, and also to his guest, Susanna Karp from Volt Europe. Volt Europe, a relatively new political group, doing quite well actually tonight in Germany, set to get 3 seats. And also thank you to Euronews' Grégoire Laurie. Well, if you've just joined us, we're live. We're broadcasting from the European Parliament in Brussels, and I'm joined now on set by Klaus Welle, the former Secretary-General of the European Parliament, so a man who knows this institution like the inside of his hand, or the back of his hand. We're also joined by Cynthia Cruz. She is Euronews' reporter, often focused on tech, but also coming from the Netherlands and an expert on Belgium politics as well. So thank you so much to you both. Lovely to have you with us. And Klaus Welle, you are now affiliated with the Wilfried Martens think tank. But as I said, this is not your first election night. You've been here since 1994, you've told us. So how are you feeling tonight?
Excited. It's always a great moment, you know. That's when the game is restarted, when the possibilities are redistributed. In fact, in 1994, I was responsible to run politically the election campaign for the CDU in Germany. And since then, I've been involved in every European election over the last 30 years.
So you know a thing or two about politics and about politicians, and you probably know every single politician in this town. Cynthia, what are the big trends that you're watching tonight?
Well, I've been mostly following the results from the office. We're definitely looking at what's happening to the EPP, but also the far right. Obviously, we knew that they're doing well in the polls, and we'll check if the big member states come in, Spain and France, if that remains the same.
Well, the EPP so far, we're seeing the European People's Party, of course, the political family you're affiliated with, Klaus Welle. They're doing well in Greece. They're doing well in Germany. AfD doing very well in Germany. You also mentioned Spain. The party of Fijo is also doing well, EPP. And we can actually head over now to Madrid to our Euronews correspondent, Jaume Velasquez, who's standing by for us in the Spanish capital, in a country where I believe voter turnout, Jaume, has gone down a bit tonight. But what more can you tell us about the outcome of the European Parliament elections in Spain?
Well, exit polls has just been released. I'm looking at the national TV exit polls, and it says that the People's Party will win the election, but a very tight difference between the People's Party and the Socialist Party. Even the Socialist Party could give the surprise and even win this election. We must remember that these are not exactly exit polls. They are trackings done by pollsters during last week and the previous weeks. And we know that a lot of people have decided their vote in the last minute, even right inside of the polling station. So we will have to wait until the results, the first results are announced at 11. But let's must remember that the parties, political parties, they have party officials in almost every polling station, and they probably will be reporting the vote counting. Even they cannot make it public. They cannot make it public. They will communicate it to the headquarters, for example, here in the People's Party. So probably we will have to look at the ambient, at the mood in the different party headquarters to know a little bit what was going on before the elections results are announced at 11 tonight.
So Jaume Velasquez, the night is yet young there in Spain, and also here for us here at Euronews. We're broadcasting live all night long and into the early hours of the morning to bring you all the details as we get them, and also live blogging. Klaus Welle, as you can see, the whole Parliament has been transformed into an electoral hub. Can you just remind our viewers what exactly is the role of this institution? Why are these elections so important, and why have they gotten even more important as the years have gone by?
Look, this European Parliament is equal lawmaker, so on more or less everything it's as strong as the ministers assembled in the Council of Ministers. The Parliament has also the last word on all trade agreements. And to start with, the European Commission only comes into office through this Parliament. So one of the very first big decisions is who is going to be elected President of the European Commission. Then there are hearings on individual commissioners. Normally this Parliament rejects one or two. That's a power national parliaments don't have. And also national parliaments do not have that liberty on legislation because they are bound to support their governmental majority.
So whereas in the past, Cynthia, many would have looked at the European Parliament as a multilingual talking shop, just writing perhaps resolutions, it's really radicalised and has much more powers now. And that's why it's so important that people have gone out to vote in the last few days. But we've seen in countries like Spain, huge country like Spain, actually voter turnout has been very low. It's dropped a lot.
Yeah, I think we've seen that in more countries. I think Croatia was also just announced, which is relatively low. Interestingly, in the Netherlands, it actually has grown a bit. I think it's the highest since maybe 10, 20 years.
Why is that?
They said actually because there were two big blocks, let's say. You had the far right, people said they would do well. At the other side, you had the Greens and the Socialist Democrats. I think people really felt like they had something to choose. It was quite black and white, and that could be one of the explanations.
And you mentioned France. We can take a look now at what has been the latest over in France. Obviously another very important European country alongside Spain. So we obviously have our correspondent as well on the ground in Paris all night long. But we can take a look at the first estimates coming out of France tonight. And it looks like Rassemblement National, so the political party affiliated with Marine Le Pen, and the 28-year-old young man Jordan Bardella getting 31.5% there of the votes, whereas Renaissance, the party of Emmanuel Macron, the Prime Minister, 15.2%. I mean, and the Socialists, they're down at 14%. I mean, that's not much of a surprise, Klaus Welle. I mean, this is what we've been reporting for months and months, and we've seen the popularity of Jordan Bardella in the last couple of months as well, absolutely triple.
Yeah, I think it's the long-term consequence of President Macron having destroyed the alternance between a moderate centre-right and a moderate centre-left when he got elected. So now you have the two poles, which is either President Macron or on the other hand the extreme right. And that means when people are unhappy, they go for the extreme right. So there's a heavy price which we are seeing is now going to be paid, because the moderate centre-right and the moderate centre-left were destroyed 2 presidential elections ago.
Big test for, of course, elections as well coming up in France in 2027. I mean, a lot of these European Parliament election results are a bit of a reflection of what could potentially happen in our member states, in our countries. And now taking a look at France, it looks like that party could potentially be moving into the Élysée Palace and taking over from President Emmanuel Macron in 2027.
Yeah, I think also most of those European elections are almost a midterm vote and expression of how people think about their current government. I think especially because the elections were in 2022, this is probably the first moment where voters could say, actually, I don't agree with Macron, and I would go for the far right in this case.
And Klaus Welle, how do you feel about the fact that on the same day as the European Parliament elections, in many countries across the board, there are also local elections or elections for local mayors, referendums. In Slovenia, I believe there was a number of referendums as well this weekend. Does that help the cause? Does that encourage people to go out and vote? Or does it just make the European Parliament elections an afterthought?
No, I see we nowadays have experienced already during the last European elections that people feel that they are directly concerned by what's being decided in this House and in the European institution. Let's just take Ukraine, let's take COVID. You know, there are major decisions. There was a last major decision in April about new border rules for the European Union. So whereas 20 years ago people were thinking, okay, that doesn't have a lot to do with my precise life, nowadays they have. But it's true that if you combine it with local and regional election, participation is higher. And that's, by the way, why Spanish participation is down, because last time around there were also regional and local elections in Spain.
And tell us, you, of course, are from the Netherlands, you're from The Hague, and you alluded to the fact that voter turnout has increased. But can you talk us through the results so far of the actual results? Because I believe we have the exit polls.
Yeah, actually we knew already a lot on Thursday when the exit polls came out, because the Netherlands voted on Thursday. As expected, the party of Geert Wilders did very well. They went up from 1 seat to 7. Since the Greens and the Socialists and Democrats, they joined forces, they also gained quite some seats. They're at 8. But on an EU level, you have a problem because they have to choose their own political groups. So they might each have 4 seats. So I think the results were not as surprising. I think most people were expecting this.
And just remind our viewers, what does Geert Wilders stand for exactly?
Well, he has been known in Dutch politics for a long time, actually, for 20 years. And they advocate for, anti-migration, anti-EU as well, although they now scrapped that from their party program. But they're quite conservative. They don't want a lot of EU interference. Since they will also join the national government, we'll see, I think, and hear a lot from them.
And what about the European People's Party? Would you be happy to work with the party of Geert Wilders?
Definitely not. I mean, inside the ID group in here, you have those who, to put it in a nutshell, would be happy even without the European Union, who would like to see a completely different Europe, who basically would like to destroy what Christian Democrats have built after the Second World War. So there's no possibility to cooperate between the European People's Party and the ID group.
And just to remind our viewers, if you want to create a political group here in the Parliament, you need 23 members of the European Parliament from 7 countries. And with that comes a lot of perks, a lot of privileges. That means you have more speaking time, you have as well EU money, funding, in order to be able to promote your ideas, your beliefs, organise events. So how could this Parliament change and the policies that are voted upon if the ID group gets even bigger?
I think the effect of the ID group getting bigger will be extremely limited because they are not cooperating. The ECR group is in a different position. The ECR group is engaging in legislation, trying to compromise, trying to form coalitions, and they can have a real impact also on content in here. But I think what makes a big change is there are about 40 seats to be lost between the Liberals and the Greens together. And that means that what was existing up to now, a possibility for a so-called progressive alliance, progressive coalition, which could impose itself on all the rest, that might not exist anymore in the next parliament.
And the Greens we've seen doing very badly in Germany, for example, whereas back in 2019 there was a lot of momentum on the streets of Europe. Every Friday we saw the Friday for Future movements out, and Frans Timmermans, the former commissioner in charge of climate, said that the Green Deal was actually inspired by them, and that's why it even came about. But now, for example, bad news for the Greens in Germany. We've seen the Alternative for Deutschland come second place, according to our estimates, in Germany. I mean, that's pretty bit of a big deal there.
Exactly. I think it's interesting, especially with so many important green topics on the agenda. Perhaps it also means that some of the traditional parties have adapted, and for example the SD could be an alternative to people who normally vote green. But interesting to see if that will change also in other member states, if they will keep some seats there.
And we can talk through the estimates actually coming from Germany. They're coming up there on our screens. I'd like to talk about the PSW there, the Bundeswagenknecht Party. I mean, she is really the new kid on the block, Klaus Welle. Tell us more about her.
Look, she has been actively in politics with the Die Linke party, but she's now proposing a different brand of left-wing politics. We could say that this is the burst of left-wing populism, because economically she's on the left, but she's against migration, and she is not, not so distant to Russia. Let's put it like this. So we might see in this parliament the creation of a left populist group, because there's also the 5 stars in Italy, which are quite sizable and are looking for a home. They are not in a group now, and theoretically also the possibility of Smer, the governing party in Slovakia. So populism is no longer limited to the right. It could also go to the left. And if you look at the ANO party in the Renew, the liberal group, they also have sometimes some populist elements in their policies.
But the Renew group, Cynthia, which traditionally has been the kind of kingmaker here in the European Parliament, propping up the coalition between the Socialists and the European People's Party, they look like they could potentially disintegrate tonight, no? With some members being moved out. And what do you see the future of that party being?
Yeah, exactly, and it also will be interesting to see if somehow with some of the, because the parties will not have to, the groups don't have to stay as they are. I mean, they might also change. So who knows, maybe a new alliance will be formed to kind of replace that. But as it looks right now, it looks like they will disappear. They will also take some Dutch seats probably, because tomorrow we will know if the VVD party of Mark Rutte will leave this group. Others were not too happy that on a national level he cooperates with the far right. So that might even mean another 4 seats that they leave.
And now just to go back to this idea of the Spitzenkandidat, right? So this process that we should take into consideration what is the outcome of the European elections when it comes to appointing the European Commission President. So it worked back in 2014. Jean-Claude Juncker, who campaigned all across the continent, was the Spitzenkandidat. And because the European People's Party did the best, he ended up being the Commission President. But it was just thrown out the window in 2019 when EU heads of state and government decided not to endorse this process, and then they plucked Ursula von der Leyen then just out of the blue. It was a decision of Emmanuel Macron and the former German Chancellor Angela Merkel back in 2019. Now, this all sounds very confusing to our viewers, but what do you think the future of this whole Spitzenkandidat process is? Do you think that Ursula von der Leyen could now be the Commission President, as we see the EPP do so well tonight?
I think this might be the night of the comeback of the Spitzenkandidaten. In fact, if Ursula von der Leyen has a decisive lead, so not just a couple of seats, but 15, 20, 30, maybe even 40, I think it will be very difficult to ignore that. Also because I think she had quite a successful time in office over the last 5 years. So governments are not so much interested in the Spitzenkandidaten because they would like to decide that independently.
Not interested, Klaus. They hate it. They despise it. They do not want anyone to have more power, of course, than themselves.
Exactly.
But what about you? How do you feel about the last 5 years of Ursula von der Leyen's rule? Do you think she has managed to do a good job of keeping the continent unified?
I think she can be somebody that most people would endorse. If you look at, for example, from a gender perspective, I think she actually made sure that the Commission was very gender balanced. And also in the last European Parliament election, I think they voted for the highest number of female candidates. So from that perspective, for example, it's quite progressive. So we'd hope that that would also continue in the new Commission.
And I remember she was very specific about the fact that member states needed to propose 2 candidates as commissioners, 1 female and 1 male. So yes, it's a topic she took very seriously, whereas I'm sure back in the 90s when you were here, I'm sure that wasn't a priority at all.
Let's say it's gotten much stronger, and in fact we have a double act. The EPP has 2 very strong women with Roberta Metsola, President of Parliament, and Ursula von der Leyen. And maybe in the past people would have thought that's a left-wing priority. No, it's the EPP which puts strong women into the forefront.
And just you mentioned Roberta Metsola, she is the current President of the European Parliament. She comes from Malta, the beautiful Mediterranean island, and I believe that she's not doing so badly. I believe they'll be sending 6 members of the European Parliament to Brussels and Strasbourg, and I believe that her party has taken 3 seats, and I understand that the Labour, the Socialists, have taken 3 as well. So it's potentially possible that she could be coming back, right, for 2.5 more years as President of the Parliament.
I think she has a very good chance because independently of her own party position, she's very much respected in the House, both on the left and on the right. She's been a reformer in this place, and I think she has earned herself a second mandate. Of course, it's up to vote in the European Parliament, but I'm rather convinced she will also be the President in the next half-term, 2.5 years.
And speaking of Roberta Metsola, she's actually just arrived in the building. She's heading down to the hemicycle, and very shortly she'll be briefing the press. There's 1,000 journalists in the hemicycle tonight. It's been transformed into a gigantic press room, and throughout the night we'll be hearing what all the latest is from there. We'll be getting exit polls as well, and I think around 11 o'clock tonight we'll be hearing as well from the main Spitzenkandidat, this process that we mentioned earlier. But interesting, and Cynthia, because you of course cover tech for Euronews, so you're covering all the regulations and policy when it comes to tech. And the EU has a bit of an interesting relationship with platforms like TikTok, because of course it's Chinese owned, but we've seen Roberta Metsola take that decision, she said inspired by her kids, I think, to go on TikTok and campaign there, because she said that's where people are and that's where I need to reach out. But here in the Parliament there's a ban on actually using employees can't use the app on their phone. So it's a bit of a conundrum, really, isn't it, for politicians trying to reach out to the public, trying to be where they are, but also the tricky situation there.
Yeah, I think they realize that probably they do have, they can use their platforms for their own attention and for their own messages. I think there was a distinction in the end between work phones and private phones for the use of TikTok, so perhaps there's a kind of a loophole there. But yeah, this Parliament and this Commission has done a lot on technology. They've come out with the AI law, obviously, with DSA, platform regulation. So I think most lobbyists would be happy with some deregulation in the next Commission.
And how have you seen the campaigns change in the last 30 years when it comes to European Parliament elections? And are you hopeful that tonight voter turnout will increase due to the presence of the European Parliament as well on these platforms, trying to reach out to people?
I think participation should at least be stable. Maybe we are seeing a slight increase. But as we have said, for example, Spain, which is a big country, last time round had also regional elections and local elections. So if they are not, then you have a slightly lower result. But I think at least they will be stable. They might be potentially increasing. We have seen a professionalization of the campaign and also of this evening. And I think 2014 has been a watershed moment, because the lead candidates, the Spitzenkandidaten, drew a lot of public attention, whereas before the election campaign was 3 weeks before the election, very much nationally. Now you have a lot of reporting on the European level, not just by Politico and other news outlets. There's a lot of attention drawn to those elections months in advance. And we see with this election evening, it's highly professional, it's absolutely on the level, maybe above in what you can see in some member states.
And is it time for the European Parliament to have a seat at the summit table? Because now the European Parliament President is only allowed to pop in for a half an hour for a chat with heads of state and government. Should the Parliament have more presence so the voice of the people is also in those closed-door summit meetings?
I mean, to be in the European summits, the first 30 minutes, it's something important, and I've been accompanying presidents of the European Parliament for those 30 minutes. And it has been very different. With Roberta Metsola, there were not just 2, 3 polite questions. Normally there were 8, 9 or 10. And not only from our own family and also beyond. But the key thing is decision-making power. So it's nice to be at the European Council, at the summit, But the key thing is that the European Parliament decides, not
Okay.
just participates in a debate.
So it's nice for a selfie, but it's not the most important thing. And of course, Roberta Metsola, Klaus, she put herself on the political map, if you like, being the first European politician to visit Ukraine as well, after that full-scale invasion of Ukraine back in 2022 on the 24th of February. But if you just joined us, we are live here broadcasting from the European Parliament in Brussels, bringing you all the latest from all across the continent on the results. Europeans have been voting since Thursday, 27 countries, one election. And now we can bring in the estimates from Spain, from Madrid, to see how the political parties have been doing there. And as you can see, they're pretty actually tight between the two main parties, the PSOE, so the Socialists, and the Partido Popular, which are of course the European People's Party, so affiliated to the European People's Party. Quite tight there. I mean, this of course was a bit of a litmus test for Pedro Sánchez and his amnesty law as well. I mean, we've all been gripped, Cynthia, to Spanish politics for the last year or so. Also, let's have a look how Vox have been doing. Okay, they got 10.4%, and then, yeah, Podemos down at the bottom, 4.4%, so that's the left group not doing so well. I mean, was that something you would have expected there, Cynthia?
Well, this could be another example where this vote is seen also as very much a vote against or for a government. I think it's very interesting that they're doing so well on the EPP side, also for a big country like Spain, because they gain a lot of MEPs at once. Yeah, and perhaps it's just a government midterm vote.
But it could be interesting now to see how Spanish domestic politics unfold with this result, because it's really the Spanish people saying that they are not happy, perhaps, with Pedro Sánchez and his current government.
Yeah. I mean, what I draw from those election results is that if you have a functioning competition and real alternatives between a moderate centre-right and a moderate centre-left, then the extremes are shrinking. Because both Vox, but also the extreme left, had much higher results a couple of years ago. And now with that competition reinstalled between the Socialist and the People's Party, the extremes are shrinking, and that's maybe also a message for other countries.
Well, speaking of other countries, we can now head over to France, or bring up a graph on how the estimates are looking in France, the neighbour here to Belgium. And it looks like Rassemblement National are up there on the top of the graph there at 31.5%, followed by Renaissance, which is the party of the French President Emmanuel Macron, polling at 15.2%, followed by the Socialists at 14%, and then down at the bottom we see a number of other smaller groups. Républicains down at the bottom, that's the group affiliated to your party there, 7.2%. They're not doing well at all in France. But let's actually head over to Paris and bring in Euronews' correspondent, Sofia Katskinkova, who is standing by for us in Paris. We spoke to you earlier, Sophia. It was lovely to see you. You've been out on the streets speaking to voters. What more have you for us, or what more have you got for us now at 26 minutes past 8?
Well, after the polling station where I was earlier, I'm currently at the National Rally's electoral party in eastern Paris, where they rented out, as you can see, this beautiful pavilion in the middle of the park for tonight. And I mean, the atmosphere is absolutely electric here. The champagne is flowing, and all of his supporters, and including his whole campaign team, they tell me, are extremely happy with the results. As you mentioned it, 31.5% of votes, far ahead of the president's Emmanuel Macron party, headed by Valérie Ayé, which is currently struggling at 15.2% of votes. And Jordan Bardella, who is the 28-year-old politician leading the far-right French party, just gave a short victory speech. And in a couple of minutes, it is Marine Le Pen that is going to take the stage and give another victory speech in just a couple of minutes. She's the historic leader of the National Rally party. And it's not the first time that the National Rally has come ahead in these EU elections. That was the case in 2019, but they were always very closely followed by Macron's Renaissance Party. And I mean, this year they're just crushing it, more than 15 points ahead for the presidential camp. It's a landslide victory. And this could also mean a very big challenge for President Emmanuel Macron and his party. Another interesting point that I've been told by Bardella's campaign director is that these elections are a sort of litmus test for the upcoming 2027 French presidential elections. And we're told that Bardella could be eyeing the Élysée Palace in a couple of years. For his part, French President Emmanuel Macron is currently at the Élysée Palace, surrounded by his team, closely analyzing the results and figuring out what to do next. And we've also just found out that he will give a televised speech tonight in the evening after the final results are announced after 11 p.m. And of course, I'll be following and giving you the latest updates live from Paris. Back to you, Brussels.
You will. Thank you so much, Sophia, for that update and for bringing us so much colour as well there on the champagne bottles being cracked open there at the headquarters of the National Rally, and then soul searching in the Élysée Palace by Emmanuel Macron and his colleagues. I mean, this is huge news coming out of France tonight. This is huge news coming out of France tonight.
Yeah, I mean, that's the result which was expected, but it's clear that at a certain moment a government is replaced by an opposition. And I think that's what the French rally is preparing for, and that's what I meant. If the alternative is between a centre party and an extreme party, then one day you're going to get the extreme party.
And this is an opposition who are very anti-European Parliament, anti the EU, anti-European integration, and who really want to shake things up here and the way things are done. But Klaus Welle, thank you so much for being with us tonight on Euronews and for all your analysis, and thank you, Cynthia Croce. Let's head over now to the hemicycle and bring in our Shona Murray for the latest. Shona, how are things over in the hemicycle? What more can you tell us at this hour?
Well, Maeve, we're just about to get some official results, probably from Spain and France and Denmark, which we've talked about earlier, particularly in France. Those shocking results. Okay, not surprising, but shocking nonetheless that Emmanuel Macron's party is doing so bad in contrast to the far right. Marine Le Pen having gone for election in France several times and been outrightly rejected by the population there, by the voters. And yet Jordan Bardella, her lead candidate, 33-34% polling as votes closed there a little while ago. But then again, you know, a different picture all the same when it comes to Spain, because the centre very much holding the Parti Popular on 32% and the Socialists of Pedro Sanchez on 30.2%, which any Prime Minister or government party will be very, very happy with, and the far right polling around 10%, which is actually, you know, quite high for such an extreme party, but nonetheless the centre holding there. So I think so far we've seen, let's recap what was predicted, which was the maintenance of the European People's Party, the centre-right, as being the strongest power group within the European Parliament.
Okay, Shona, thank you so much for that. I'm going to bring in now Roberta Metsola, who I believe is speaking right behind you, the President of the European Parliament. Let's take a listen together.
As many people as possible make use of this right, responsibility and opportunity. We now have the first seat projections, which are based on 11 national estimates and 16 pre-election polls on voting intentions. Please bear in mind that these are just estimates and that the actual results may vary from these forecasts. Europeans are also still voting, so this is really just a first projection. We will have the provisional results after 11 o'clock this evening, but rest assured that we will keep you updated with any information that we have throughout the evening. Later on, we will also have the representatives of the political groups on this stage and the lead candidates to be the next president of the European Commission. So I'll leave it at this for the time being, and if I can already now say that here on the screen is the first seat projection of the 10th legislature of the European Parliament.
If you've just joined us, you're watching Euronews' special live coverage of the European Parliament election results. And that was Roberta Metsola, the Maltese politician from the European People's Party, the current president of the European Parliament, teasing us with the first estimates, really, of what this future European Parliament could look like. And I'm joined here on set now by Richard Schenk from the think tank MCC, and also by Kate Bolingaro, the managing director of MLEX. So lovely to see you. I'm curious to hear your thoughts on all of this, but let's just show the graph to our viewers to take a look at what Roberta Metsola had been telling us there. Let's take a look.
EFA 53 seats, the left 34 seats, non-attached MEPs 51, Others, meaning newly elected members not allied to any of the political groups set up in the outgoing parliament, 51 seats. Thank you very much, President Metsola, for this first statement. And you will see in a few minutes on the screen the first estimates for Denmark, France and Spain, which have already been included in this first projection. Thank you very much.
That's Jamie Duke there, the spokesperson of the European Parliament. So, Richard, what are you looking out for in that pie chart?
Yeah, this pie chart shows that the polls were more or less likely good. The polls were right this time. And I think we could all see that now there is two different possibilities. There are two different possibilities for majority. One, the traditional one, the one that elected Ursula von der Leyen to the Commission President's office, but also one on the center right. And this is going to be very interesting how all these non-attached and non-incree members are going to reorganize themselves, maybe into new political groups or into merge with other groups.
Well, you mentioned non-attached members. That's a very interesting point, because it's worth pointing out to our viewers, Kate Bolongaro, that there's 60 current non-attached members that have no affiliation to any political group and end up probably doing not a lot of work when they come to Brussels, right, to be members of the European Parliament. What are your reactions to that pie chart that we've just seen there by Jamie Duke?
Well, I actually was surprised to see that the Socialists came up with 135 seats in that projection, where we have the ID and ECR combined at just a little bit below that at 133. So that is interesting if they do decide to join forces, because that will mean that they're still slightly below. Again, that's a projection. That could change throughout the night. But if, like Marine Le Pen has approached Giorgia Meloni about forming a union with those two parties, they would still be a huge voice in Parliament. They may also be working together on certain issues, but it is curious to see that Socialists still managed to squeak out ahead according to that projection.
Yeah, because ahead of these elections there was a lot of kind of murmurs that the Socialists wouldn't do very well at all, but indeed, as you say, now that is just an estimate, Roberta Metsola said. But this idea of the ID and the ECR working together, so the identity democracy and the European Conservatives and Reformists, is that something that you would like to see happen?
We should not only focus on the merger of political groups or the recreation of new ones. In the European Parliament, you don't have coalitions that are permanent. You very often have case-by-case majorities, and this gives actually the EPP a huge negotiation power. They could go to the left and negotiate with the Liberals and the Social Democrats, or maybe openly or tacitly they could form majorities to the right. And we already saw this happen in the last legislation, but only at a very limited scale, because they always depended on defectors from Renew and the Social Democrats. But now this is not anymore the case, which gives the EPP actually more power than before.
Kate, it's just past 8:30, and we've been live here on Euronews since 6 o'clock, and we will be live broadcasting all night long. We're also blogging in 9 different languages, and we're crisscrossing the continent speaking to correspondents, and we're overwhelming our viewers a little bit with information, with figures, with political parties. What do you think people should be really watching out for with these elections? What is really at stake here for Europe?
Well, I think it's about where the next 5 years of European policy and European politics are going to be going. We're at a critical moment right now. There's been a lot of talk about the rise of the far right. This is something that, especially in the media, we've seen a lot of. So I think there's also this question about what's going to happen with the U.S. elections, for example, if Donald Trump does return, and if that would create different alliances even across the Atlantic. So I think it's really important for people to be paying attention to what's going on here right now. And we could be seeing a shift where we do see the balance of power shifting to the right, and we do see space there for coalition between the ECR, the European Conservative Reformists, and the European People's Party.
And what do you think the priorities of this union should be for the next 5 years, and for those MEPs taking up their seats as of the 16th of July?
Yeah, what we saw actually here in the that the ECR and the ID, I think they competed very much on the political right. I don't think that they are going to merge in this regard, and we need to be aware of the possibility that still there is a left-wing majority. So they always will need to be more disciplined than before. Actually, they cannot openly rebel, because as much as the political left needs to be disciplined.
When you say disciplined, you mean they should show up to vote? They should do some work?
Yeah.
Real work?
But also regarding political content, what agenda they want to pursue. Because if they want to pursue a too extreme agenda, obviously there is still a left-wing majority in the parliament. But this is also true from the opposite side.
And what agenda should be pursued, in your opinion? What direction do you want to see this continent take?
Take the issue of migration. Migration actually was always a rallying cry on the political right, but if you look in the exact positions of the political right on migration, there are different approaches. There are very fundamentalist right-wing approaches, obviously, because we also have right-wing extremist parties in the European Parliament. But take Giorgia Meloni, for example, the famous one who is opening up to the middle. Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting though when it comes to migration, because we do have a migration pact that was presented many years ago by the European Commission's Commissioner in charge of migration, Ylva Johansson, and the far right don't like it and the far left don't like it, and nobody seems to really like it, but indeed it's a starting point, Kate, and this really we're going to see as well come up a lot in the next legislature, because managing migration will be key for this continent.
Certainly, it's a political hot potato. It's been following, politicians around the continent. Basically, it's become more and more of an issue as, after the migrant wave that came in 2015, we saw all of the...
And that was a real crisis.
And that was a real crisis.
We don't really have a crisis right now.
Yeah. That was, and so I think that right now there's all of these pressure that continues to mount because of also it's quite mediatized, so it's talked about a lot. However, it is something that the continent can't really seem to get an agreement on. We seem to have a lot of disagreement about, who should be receiving incomers and should they be shared, should the burden be shared. There's a lot of discussion about, whether they have to apply in the first place of origin or whether even if they should be processed outside of the EU. So there's a whole bunch of different solutions for this issue, but it's quite divisive, and it's going to be interesting to see how they decide to move forward with coming up with a more developed migration pact going forward.
Okay, well now as I said earlier, we are crisscrossing the continent all night long into the early hours to find out what the mood is in the various capitals all across the continent and to see how voters have been voting. And we can bring in now our Greek correspondent, Faye Duclery, who's standing by for us on Athens. Faye, good to see you again. We spoke a little bit earlier when I think 80% of the votes had already been counted. What can you tell us at this stage now, at just past 8:30? So I believe we have a little technical glitch there, catching up with our correspondent in Greece. We did have a little chat with her earlier, though, and she told us that 80% of the votes had already been counted, and the group affiliated with the European People's Party, so New Democracy, the party affiliated with the current Prime Minister, Mitsotakis, was doing very, very well. And earlier we had Klaus Welle, the former Secretary-General of the European Parliament, here with us on set, who's currently affiliated with the Wilfred Martin Centre, and he said he's feeling very happy tonight that the European People's Party will be doing very well.
The European People's Party, actually, its net gains are a bit underestimated because they lost the Hungarian Fidesz party, so they got smaller during the last EP legislation. So now that they have 181 seats, according to the polls, that's a small gain. They have, but they have this very strong negotiation position that I mentioned earlier. And I think if you compare them to the other big European party group, the Social Democrats, their fundamentals are still much better than that of the Social Democrats. Yeah. And
what about Fidesz? Where's their future?
If you listen to the EPP leadership, the current EPP leadership, no. I think Fidesz officially declared that they want to join ECR, but with all these non-increase and non-attached members of the parliament now searching for other options, I don't know if the ECR is going to accept Fidesz, but we will see. And
things are getting really interesting now. I mean, once we have the results properly in our hand, things will get interesting. The next couple of weeks, Kate, we'll see a lot of wheeling and dealing here behind the scenes with seeing who will hook up with who. We see a major shake-up, I think, right in the European Parliament, even though, of course, the European People's Party will stay perhaps the biggest party, as we're hearing. But I think we might have Faye over in Athens. Let's check if she can hear us and see us, Faye, tonight. Can you?
Hello, Maeve. Hello from Athens. The main characteristic for this EU election in Greece is the huge percentage of abstention. The participation in this EU election didn't reach even 40%. New Democracy, the governing party, is winning the election, but is losing a very important percentage comparing to last year's national election and a little bit comparing to the last EU election. We have with us the Social Cohesion and Family Affairs Minister, Sofia Zaharakis. So, first of all, how do you comment in this huge abstention, which is the message of the voters?
I would like to greet everyone from Athens. Maeve, hello, and of course, thank you for the question. For everyone who is directly involved in politics and, of course, the election process, the participation is the key. And especially when it concerns the younger population. So we need to do more in order to inspire and convince, by inspiring, of course, the young people to come to vote of what directly affects their life. Let's come now to today's votes. So we have seen lowering numbers in participation here in Greece for the past few years, but it remains undisputable that New Democracy and the party leader, Kyriakos Mitsotakis, enjoys the confidence of Greek people all around Greece. It is the fifth consecutive election process this year. It was a general election that we enjoyed a very large victory last year. It was the regional and municipality elections, and it is now the fifth election, which is separate, the European elections. Of course, we need to analyze on the data of abstention, but it is, of course, something that we have to look on the European level. And, of course, assess the results of other European member states. What we now stay put and we take away as a lesson is that the Greek people, and I think the European people, are asking us to do more about their daily lives, to talk about the increase in prices, to talk about the housing problem, to talk about schooling system, to talk about preschool, and of course everything that is directly linked to the European policies that make a change. So abstention is, of course, a huge problem, and for us, for New Democracy and the ruling governing party here in Greece, it's going to be a learning pathway for the following 3 years until the next general elections to get the people to come back and vote.
So which do you think is the major battle that you will have to give the next day as New Democracy, your party?
I believe that we need again to look the people in their eyes and say, and of course assess, what we do or how we expedite reforms with public sector, with attracting foreign direct investment and getting more investors here in Greece to create new, better paid jobs, fight against unemployment, and especially youth and women unemployment, and talk about human rights in a more essential way. And from my part, as the Minister for Social Cohesion and Family Affairs, to get more people to feel empowered and supported. So I think that in this battle, we all need to talk about daily lives and what is the main concern of the Greek people and what we're going to be doing in the following 3 years.
This was Sofia Zaharakis, the Minister of Social Cohesion and Family Affairs of Greece. Back to you, Maeve.
Thank you so much, Faye Duclary there and her guest, the Minister, for taking time out to be with us live here on Euronews tonight. And it seems that the winner in Greece tonight really is abstention. But to tell you exactly what the details of the estimates are, we can take a look at a graph and show you who is topping the graph tonight on the estimates when it comes to the outcome. It's New Democracy up there at 30%, followed by Syriza, the far-left group, at 16.7%, and then PASOK, the socialist, coming in there at 12.4%. But as I said, the winner there really abstention. No, people just not showing up to vote. These elections really just not connecting with them.
Well, that's what it seems to be a bit of a story across the continent. You know, in Poland, for example, there was quite a bit of a low voter turnout as well. Italy, a lot of folks were at the beach this weekend. It was 35 degrees in Rome. I mean, so it's a bit tricky sometimes to get people to come out, especially when the hot weather strikes.
That's so frustrating, isn't it? I feel like it's always the weather that plays such a big role. If it's raining, you know, people are too lazy to go out and vote. If it's sunny, they're spending their weekend at the beach. I spoke to some Swedish colleagues today. They said it was great weather in Sweden, so people were just out enjoying their little cottages in the country. Isn't it fascinating, really, that it's not really people's priority, unless, for example, a country like Belgium, where you're obliged to vote. It's compulsory. Do you think the idea of compulsory voting is a good one?
compulsory voting is usually just a small nudge. It doesn't come along with big fines, or it is often not unenforced, but it creates a culture of political responsibility among people, and usually people just do not want to have any problems because of voting, so they go voting. This is what we see in Belgium, in Luxembourg, but also outside Europe, like in Australia. But regarding the voter turnout in general, European elections, in the last one and this one, had a slightly higher turnout than compared 15 years ago, for example.
Oh, yeah.
but this is a general trend. This is also true for local elections and national elections. So people got more politicized got more politically active in the last decade, or even more, last 15 years. And we see this is also true for the European elections, but it's not an outstanding, unique happening at European level.
And this Parliament, historically, Kate, has been very old, right? I mean, we've very few young MEPs, so we'll be curious to see this time round, do the younger people actually go and actually get voted in, so we can actually see how things change as well along here?
Well, certainly. I think that's going to be really interesting to see the profiles of the MEPs that do end up being elected, and if we, at the end of the day, see a higher youth turnout because maybe they're inspired by having somebody more their age or closer to their age on the ballot, so that they're able to actually think about issues that perhaps are more concern for younger folks, cost of living, being able to buy a house, these sort of things that, really are a challenge for people nowadays.
But speaking of nudges, I saw that across all the platforms today, from YouTube to Google, Instagram, TikTok, everyone was reaching out to us, reminding us actually that we had to go to vote today. So it seems the European Parliament has engaged in working with a lot of platforms in order to make some noise about these European elections, make them interesting, and make people realise that the outcome of these results do actually impact your daily life.
Yeah. I think that's a good start to raise a bit of awareness, but people really do go to vote if they really feel that the vote has an impact on their lives. And what sadly we see at European level, that often enough people just say Europe is important, but the second sentence, why it's important, it's very thin. So European politics only raise public awareness if there are some very specific issues, migration, but also the Green Deal and farming were some of these issues where people notice that European elections are important for their daily lives, and they actively turned out at the ballot box.
Well, earlier we saw the President of the European Parliament, Roberta Metsola, the Maltese politician, speaking briefly in the hemicycle, and our reporter Vincenzo Genovese will be speaking to her in a little while. In fact, he's one of our roving reporters who is here in the European Parliament that, as you've seen, has been completely transformed into an absolute media hub. Kate, you can see there's a real sense of excitement and anticipation here tonight. Of course, this town of Brussels has been waiting for months for tonight to actually happen. As of the 16th of July, 720 brand new MEPs will be coming here to Brussels, and then of course going to Strasbourg. What will the role of a lawmaker actually be? Just remind our viewers, for people who are not actually aware of what these MEPs do when they actually get their new job.
Well, one of the key things that they do is that they work on legislation. I mean, they really do help set the direction where the EU is going, And I think that's one of the key things, is that we want to see more and more people coming out and as you said, actually doing their job. Sometimes they are known for absenteeism sometimes. Hopefully that'll change with this new round of elections. But yeah, that's a key part of their job, is going to Strasbourg, because there's the European Parliament also there, being in Brussels, being also out in their districts, so going back to their hometown and meeting their voters and constituents. That's also really important. So they really are a key point, and they're quite vocal. The lawmakers are kind of become public figures, and they can be
much more vocal, right? I mean,
exactly.
Even though it's often just non-binding resolutions that they're writing, they can shout maybe a bit louder than others do, right?
Yeah. Just a short comment on the regional aspect of the work of a European parliamentarian. I think we also see a difference between the different electoral systems that the member states apply, because we have some member states that have open list where people can give preferential voting to some candidates. Some have regional lists as well, and other one has completely closed nationwide lists. And it's a huge incentive for an MEP to to work locally, to get really in touch with the electorate, if you depend not only on your party's nomination in the elections, but also on preferential votes from your local electorate.
And Kate, who do you think will be the big kind of winners and the big losers tonight? We've seen abstention, perhaps one of the big winners tonight, something that, as we've seen from the Greek minister, really needs to be addressed urgently. But who do you think could be the big political winners tonight?
I really think that European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen is really the big winner tonight, because she now has options when it comes to building a coalition. So her party with the European People's Party is going to be able to court both sides and see who's going to offer them the best deal. So I think that really this rise in the far right, which is what had been predicted, and the stronger turnout there for those seats and some of the liberal seats that have been lost in the socialists as well, I think that that's going to be interesting because the power on the lefter side of the parliament is not as strong as it was before, but they've made it a condition to work with von der Leyen that she does not work with ECR or ID. So I think that this is really, she's really actually got a really nice hand that she can play, and it's going to be also up to Giorgia Meloni, really.
Well, she'll of course have to get the endorsement from all the heads of state and government. They're essentially who will be deciding who will be the next Commission President. Would Viktor Orban, the Hungarian head of state, will he be endorsing her as a candidate?
He campaigns against her publicly, but last time we saw that he voted for her. I don't.
Okay, so he campaigns against her publicly, but he endorses her privately.
I don't know, because the European Council meetings are famously closed door and include behind the door bargaining. So actually, we don't know. Only the 27 member state governments know, and their leaders know. But it's very interesting to see.
I always want to be a fly in a wall at those EU summits. Oh, I would love that.
Yeah, we will see, because also in the Council, if there are different majorities, EPP go to the left, and it's very interesting if you look at the qualified majority that is needed to propose a Commission President. Ursula von der Leyen last time she needed both the Liberals and the Social Democrats. This time she only needs either the Liberals or the Social Democrats, but she could also turn to the right, as you suggested.
Well, as Kate said as well, like all her options are on the table if she gets such an endorsement as she will tonight. And just briefly, 1st of July, big moment for Hungary. They're taking over the presidency, so obviously they're getting busy for that. So all of this kind of coalition making and the arrival of all these new MEPs and the endorsement of the new Commission President will be during that presidency. But I won't be able to get your comment on that because actually our reporter Vincenzo Genovese is actually with the President of the European Parliament, Roberta Metsola, and can give us the latest from her right now. Vincenzo.
Yes. Give me the line, we will go. This is the cameraman.
Do I move?
Yes, good evening. Good evening from the hemicycle, where the President of the European Parliament, Roberta Metsola, briefed the journalists, and now she's with us to have first reactions about the projection that we have seen. So, Madam President, thank you very much for being with us. What's your first comment?
Well, first of all, good evening and welcome. This is a big exercise in democracy, and you can see it alive in this Parliament. The first projections are just out, still very early. In some countries, like in Italy, voting is still ongoing. We're still waiting to get the results from a number of countries, so we have to be very cautious. However, from the first projections, it looks like the constructive pro-European centre has held.
When you say that you like a pro-European majority, you mean the same majority of the current legislature or a new one?
Well, it depends. The political groups will start to meet us from tomorrow. This will be an interesting part of the process where group leaders and their representatives will come together and say, how is this parliament going to look like? European Parliament does not have a government and an opposition. It works with majorities, and where that majority will be looks like it will be in the centre.
As member of the European People's Party, would you see likely more cooperation with some, at least, ECR parties?
That's not up for me to say. You will need to ask the EPP leadership and all the leadership of the different political groups. So let's see. It's too early.
And as a president of the European Parliament, are you worried about the fact that we see that in some countries Eurosceptical forces are on the rise?
Well, having full respect of the democratic result that members are elected by their own citizens, those members come with a responsibility to represent their citizens in the decisions that we will take in this hemicycle over the next 5 years. Those decisions will be related to security, to climate, to digital, to justice, to rule of law, to competitiveness. That responsibility lies with each and every member. Let us see and let's work towards majorities in favour of Europe.
And in terms of turnout, as you said, that it's an alive exercise of democracy, what result do you expect?
Well, we will see. It's still too early. In some countries we see that the turnout is slightly higher. In some countries we see, of course, the reality that this election is 2 weeks later than usual, or has not been since 2009. That in some countries you had a little bit of election fatigue because of the fact that there were presidential, parliamentary, national elections just a couple of weeks before. You have some countries where school holidays have already started. So keeping all this in mind, if we will see an uptick in the numbers of people having voted, then we can really say that people have voted for Europe and have taken the decision rather than let others decide for them.
Thank you, President Metsola. Maeve, up to you.
Welcome back to the European Parliament, where we continue our live coverage of the European elections, and we go straight away to Warsaw, where my colleague Magdalena Szydownik is waiting for us with a new update. Magdalena.
Hi, good evening again. Now we just can see the results. We can see the results of the elections. We have the counter you can see behind my back is 20 seconds. And it's coming. But according to our leaks, this party, the Civic Platform, is going to win the most mandates. You can see them and hear them happy. The second party is the Law and Justice Party, coming with less than 34%, 33.9%. And as expected, the party of Donald Tusk indeed won the elections. The turnout was a little bit lower than the last year. Nevertheless, this party that is considered one of the most pro-European due to the previous position of Donald Tusk will be leading in the European Parliament from Poland. Now they're cheering for Donald Tusk. And we're going to receive a speech from Donald Tusk, who apparently is very happy. That will be it. Back to you, Stefan.
10 lat.
All right, Magdalena Szydownik in Warsaw. Thank you very much with this impressive scene there from the election night party. Now we're back in Brussels, back on our set, and we have a new round of guests. Joining us now are Ilke Toygur, political scientist and director of the Global Policy Center at the School of Politics, Economics and Global Affairs at EI University, based in Madrid, and Mara Jones from our Euronews-Newsroom here in Brussels. Welcome to both of you. Ilke, looking at what's happening tonight so far, any surprises?
I think I just joined the show in the most positive moment in the European Parliament, because we just watched preliminary results in the hemicycle here, and they are more promising, at least for some of the grand coalition, super grand coalition parties than we have expected for. So here I have a better performing EPP.
Oh, we have breaking news in France. The Parliament has been dissolved. That's what I'm hearing. Do we have more information? Okay, as soon as we have more information, we get back. So, quite exciting here, but this is live.
Okay.
Ilke, I know it's hard to continue where you started, but what you have got?
Yeah, what we have here, except from this breaking news, is that the Grand Coalition and Super Grand Coalition groups are performing better than expected at polls. We are seeing that European People's Party is performing better, Renew Europe is performing better, but even if we have new news right now, and we have Greens significantly performing better, making the centre's life easier.
Yeah, we'll certainly come back to this. Just going back to you with the confirmation that French President Emmanuel Macron has dissolved the French Parliament, so there will be new elections ahead in an already very busy election year. We put France on the map here as well. So, Merit, you've been reporting on all this for months and months and months. Is there anything that surprised you?
Well, I think let me quickly digest that news from France. It's not a surprise that Jordan Bardella and his far-right National Rally Party has topped the polls. Everyone was expecting that. But what is surprising, I think, is this reaction, that they've broken the 31% mark, and that is quite historic, I would say, that Macron's party is trailing far behind. Macron only beat the socialists by a whisker, according to the first exit polls we've seen from the French media. And we've just got that news that you've just given us to Stefan, which shows how really historic this is, how big this is for France. It was framed as this referendum on Macron's leadership. And it's clear that he feels that pressure has really mounted, and we're seeing quite a surprising news coming from France just because that result is really so big. Yeah.
Before we continue the conversation, let's take a look at the situation in France here with our graphic. So there you have it. The Rassemblement National, that is the party of Marine Le Pen and Jordan Bardella, 31.5%. So almost 1/3 of the electorate rallied behind that party. Emmanuel Macron's party, less than half of that number, 15.2%. That is quite astounding. The Parti Socialiste, the Social Democrats, coming in third at 14%. That is a big bump compared to the presidential elections, where they ended somewhere nowhere in the wilderness, right? And then the far left, La France Insoumise, 8.7%, and the traditional conservative party in France, the party of Charles de Gaulle and Jacques Chirac, coming in, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th, 7.2%. So is this like a political earthquake in France that we've just witnessed? I mean, we've consumed all the polls for quite some time now, seeing the Rassemblement National en tête, but it is pretty astounding. It's just the margins that count, right?
Yeah. For me, what was a bit surprising and even sad, actually, President Macron just had a very big Europe speech, which was longer than 2 hours there, explaining how important this moment is and how urgent these elections are. And then the participation was still low, well, not that low in French standards, but still low, 42%. And then we have seen these results, and what we are right now in the super electoral year, when the European Union needs to finish up this European Parliament elections, move forward and actually wait for the second round, US presidential elections. Now we see that the Parliament is resolved in France, and we are entering into a new era of further polarization, further politicization, which will make our lives here in Brussels very, very difficult.
Difficult, but maybe interesting.
Definitely interesting.
Let's go now to France, to Jordan Bardella, who gave a statement just a few minutes ago, and our busy colleagues behind the scenes have captured that moment. Here it is.
Par ce score historique accordé au Rassemblement national, les Français ont exprimé leur attachement à la France, à sa souveraineté, à son identité, à sa sécurité et à sa prospérité. Par-delà leur soutien à une Europe des nations, les Français ont plébiscité ce soir la reprise en main de notre politique migratoire, le retour de l'autorité de l'État sur chaque mètre carré du territoire, la préservation de leur pouvoir d'achat, la défense de nos emplois, de nos industries et de nos agriculteurs face à la concurrence déloyale. L'écart inédit entre la majorité présidentielle et le premier parti d'opposition traduit ce soir un désaveu cinglant et un rejet clair de la politique conduite par Emmanuel Macron et son gouvernement.
Okay, let's make sense of it all with our Paris correspondent, Sofia Kansenkova. Sofia, we just heard from Jordan Bardella here. You're much closer to the action. Explain to us what's happening around you.
Actually, there is huge breaking news coming from Paris. This just in, French President Emmanuel Macron just spoke on French TV. He was supposed to initially do it at 11 p.m., but he did it earlier now at 9 p.m. And with a very short speech, he just announced that he will be dissolving the National Assembly, and he is calling for new legislative elections for the 30th of June and 7th of July. Now, this was huge because this was the request by Jordan Bardella, the 28-year-old far-right politician leading the far-right national rally. He said that if his party managed to get crushing votes compared to Emmanuel Macron's party, that he wanted Emmanuel Macron to dissolve the National Assembly. However, Macron had always said that this was not going to happen, so this is really a huge surprise for all of us tonight. And just a reminder of the results. Jordan Bardella's party is currently at 31.5% of votes. That's more than 15 points ahead of Macron's Renaissance party, headed by Valérie, currently struggling at around 15%. And later on, in a couple of minutes, I will be interviewing part of Bardella's team and asking them what they think of not only this victory, this double victory, but the fact that President Emmanuel Macron has listened to them. And I will keep updating you with more results and more breaking news live from Paris. Back to you, Brussels.
All right, Sofia Kansenkova, thank you very much for this update. Dramatic moments there in Paris. I should say that Jordan Bardella's statement was prior to President Macron's announcement, so that's why he didn't mention it at all. Let's talk about this surprise announcement, Merit. What is the strategic calculus behind such a move? I mean, from a simple mind like myself, I would say, okay, if there's going to be a French election in a few weeks' time or so, it would probably look the same as tonight. The far right way ahead, which would put pressure on them to form a government and then actually show the country and Europe what they're capable of doing or not, right? Would you share that?
So it's clear that the momentum is with the national rally, but we have to remember that the voters behave very differently when it comes to national elections compared to European elections. The European elections are more prone to kind of a protest vote. Maybe Macron wants to kind of rally support now. A month, 2 months is a very long time in politics. A lot could change, but it does show that Macron is taking Rassemblement National very seriously. He has listened to Bardella's call, and he has decided that probably this is best for France. But I would say one more thing, in that maybe this is also crucial at the European level, because we speak to a lot of sources within the right-wing groups in the European Parliament who say right now is not the time to unite the right wing in the Parliament. There's not enough cohesion. We're deeply divided on issues. But if one day Le Pen becomes president of France, if we do get a far-right victory in France, then that could all change. So I'm sure people like Giorgia Meloni and Ursula von der Leyen will be watching very, very closely as well.
You mentioned Marine Le Pen. Are you sure that she's going to be the presidential candidate, Ilke? I mean, she has, somebody named Le Pen has been in every French presidential election, I think since the 1950s. And every time they lost, they barely changed their platform, but they lost. So now it's a new face, somebody who's not called Le Pen, Jordan Bardella, and all of a sudden there's a shooting star here. What are you sure that he doesn't want to claim the top post here as a challenger of Macron?
Actually, I was a bit thinking the other way around, because we see that there's a momentum behind the party right now. But if they win and they form a government and then they have to govern, this is the problem with the far right parties. No, they are doing great in opposition, in polarizing, in rallying people behind not necessarily very right claims. And when they are in government, they not necessarily perform as such. So if you give them the government now, maybe actually Macron or whoever will follow the centrist candidate as such will save the presidential elections in 2027. So when I was following this, that was a bit my take. You know, it's like there's a momentum, give this them to now, save the
Well, then we would
elections.
head into another French cohabitation where you have the president from one party and the government from another. Is that something that Macron would relish?
I'm not sure he would relish that, to be honest. I think, but I think the plan from the far right side is definitely Le Pen to have her final shot at the presidency, and she would hope to install Bardella as her prime minister. I think that's the plan from what we've been hearing from French reports. Yeah. But I think it's really interesting that they haven't had that chance at governing. They say they're ready, but it's a big, big test. One thing is rallying the support of voters with their TikTok strategies and their sleek performances in the debates, but governing the country is a huge, huge test.
But with 30+%, you don't have the majority, right? And even with all the intricacies of the French political and electoral system, how do you get a majority? How, if you were Bardella, how would you get the majority?
Actually, even this is going to be quite telling for the French people. No? It's like, of course, they are rallying behind the party now. If there is an election and they cannot form a government, then it takes a very long time to have a governing party. The opposition will then opposition today now. Then opposition will use this moment saying like, look, you see, you can vote them, but not necessarily they are going to find solutions to your problems. Because this is the issue, no? European citizens, including the French, need solutions to their very important problems. Migration, inflation, cost of living crisis. And the current government, apparently, or President Macron, is not necessarily responding to these problems. Let's see if others can, and if this is going to change the balances in the ballot box.
Yeah, you have elegantly circumvented my question, Marit. What do you do? You have 30%, and your platform is "It's my way or the highway." How do you? And with the conservative, the Gaullist party at 7%, how do you get to 50%?
I mean, there are other forces in France, but they don't necessarily have the numbers that they would need to form a majority. We have Reconquête, which is often seen as a more radical right-wing party, but actually sits with the ECR, which is considered more moderate. So again, these lines are very blurred. Then Les Républicains, the kind of traditional centre-right force. I think it would be very strange for them to consider to enter government with the far right. But then again, this is exactly the dangers, some would say, in these elections, is that we're increasingly seeing the centre-right cozying up to the far right, pulling down or poking holes in that traditional sanitary cordon. And so, you know, we never know actually what could happen. All presidents could actually be tumbled in this scenario.
All right, let's see what our special correspondent in the hemicycle has to say about this. Shona, hello again. You've heard about these dramatic events unfolding in France. Give us a sense of how this translates into EU politics.
Yeah, I mean, I've been speaking to many of the groups, in particular Renew, which, believe me, they did not expect this tonight, and nor did they need it, because they were also very disappointed that they're just projected to get 83% or 83 seats. They thought they were going to have 89. And, you know, one of them was making the point to me that maybe the elections in the European Parliament won't be so influential on the EU policy, because those decisions are made at the Council. But in fact, now we see that they are influential, but they're influenced President Macron's decision to call new elections at the end of the month in early July. and therefore that will have implications for obviously France, but also member states and governments across Europe who will be seeing this rise in the far right and perhaps taking their cues at a council level as well. Not to mind what could potentially happen in France if what we're seeing happening with the far right in the European Parliament elections transpires in national elections. Although I think Murad's point was very important there, that people don't necessarily vote the same way in the Parliament elections as they do in national elections, and also the French will have 2 chances. They only get 1 chance here, so it is still all to play for. But I can tell you, Stefan, the people in Renew are pretty shocked tonight. That's obviously the grouping of Emmanuel Macron. They didn't expect it, and they're having pretty much a disastrous evening. Stefan?
Yeah. Thank you, Shona, for this update. I'm wondering if there's going to be a new French government with the participation of the far right. To what extent remains to be seen. Right now, we have 7 governments in the EU that have that are supported by or the far right participates in. France would be number 8. Does that mean that the far right is peeling off slowly but steadily the cordon sanitaire that you mentioned? And
well,
how
yes.
would that lead us?
I think in these European elections, we've really hyped up this kind of far-right surge and this unprecedented surge for the far-right without realizing that actually at national level, maybe the most worrying thing is that they've been normalized quite a lot. I mean, not only are they in governing coalitions in places like Italy, but they're supporting or propping up the government in places like Sweden, Finland. So they're there. That cordon sanitaire has been torn down in many places.
Yeah. Okay, I have to, sorry, Marit, we go live to Manfred Weber, the head of the EPP, European People's Party.
Also then when it is about the big concern of all of us, because the concern was that a lot of politicians will arrive in the European Parliament who wants to destroy Europe, our Europe. That was the concern, that was the fear. And when I see the figures now, dear friends, that I am proud that in a lot of countries where EPP is strong, that's the best message and the best method against the right extremists. Because people know that the left is not delivering on their concerns. We are delivering on migration. We are delivering on economic growth. We are delivering also keeping peace in Europe, in the European Union. That's what we are offering, and that's why EPP is the best method against the right extreme in Europe. Let's be proud about this. I tell you, in the last 3 elections since 2009, yes, 14 and 19, we lost seats in the European Parliament as EPP Group. Dear colleagues, 2 years ago as president, and when I was elected as president, I promised that we will change this. We will win again seats. We did a lot programmatically, we did a lot on content, and we did also the enlargement perspective to welcome new parties inside of the EPP family. And today I can report to you, under the strong leadership of Ursula as our lead candidate, together with the programmatic approach we delivered on the party side, we are back. We won again seats. EPP is winning elections. We are back as EPP. Thank you so much for all your support. And finally, let me also promise to you that what we delivered will also be implemented afterwards. We count on a program, we count on the promises we give to people. People can count on what we promise them, and that's why the program will be also the program for the next 5 years of our loved Europe. So thank you so much for being here. It's a great crowd here. Thank you so much for all your presence, and now the floor is to Ursula.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, my friends. Thank you, my friends. Today is a good day for EPP. We won the European elections, my friends. We are the strongest party. We are the anchor of stability, and voters acknowledged our leadership during the last 5 years, and this is a great message to all of us. Thank you so much for all what you did. So therefore, first and foremost, I want to thank the voters who entrusted us with their vote and who count on us, indeed. But there's one very special person I want to thank explicitly, and this is you, Manfred. Our party president, our group leader, Manfred. Without you, this would not have been possible. Many thanks to you. This is outstanding. We had a fantastic campaign. We were determined. We were united. We made it. And now we won the European elections. We were convincing, and all this paid off. Voters have entrusted us with a very strong mandate. Thanks again.
Thank you so much.
Thanks to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
And my friends, I also want to thank Thanasis, our EPP Secretary General, for his support. There he is. Hey, Thanasis. And now I need a very big, big hand, because now I want to thank my outstanding campaign team. Give them a big hand. Yay! Bravo, bravo.
Okay, so a lot of happy faces there at the European People's Party. You can imagine if the equivalent of the French Conservatives had scored much better, the luck and the happiness would be much higher. Okay, how do the results so far translate into seats in the European Parliament? There we have a little graphic, and 720 seats are up for grabs. 181 for the EPP, 35 for the Social Democrats, and 82. That seems to be the majority, right? 181. Yes, a solid majority, even without the Greens, which would make Ursula von der Leyen the big winner of today's election.
A winner, but with big, big questions and question marks around her leadership bid. I think we've tried to crunch the numbers, and I think that the three centrist parties, the S&D, groups I should say, the S&D, the EPP and Renew, are holding on to around 55% of the seats, which means that there is a pro-European majority. Right. But it depends if von der Leyen chooses to stay faithful to that pro-European majority at the centre, which is a big question, because obviously she's indicated that she'd also like to work with the ECR or factions within the ECR that she considers pro-Ukraine, pro-rule of law and pro-European.
Well, now we go to Portugal. We have Ricardo Figueira standing by for us with the latest from Lisbon. Ricardo, the floor is yours. What can you tell us?
Hello once again, my good old friend Stefan. The exit polls came around half an hour ago, when it was 8 o'clock here, and the reactions here in the campaign headquarters of the ruling centre-right coalitions were mixed, because according to these exit polls of Universidade Católica, there is a perfect tie between the socialists and the ruling centre-right coalition. So they both should elect between 6 and 8 Euro MPs, with a very, very slight difference between them. It's really a perfect tie. So there's not a real winner according to these exit polls. There are, if you want, two winners. For the ruling coalition, it's obviously a setback, because they were hoping for a much better result. Now, let me say that the centre-right coalition and the socialists have put forward two different personalities as their heads of list. The ruling coalition put forward a very young TV pundit, a political journalist called Sebastião Bugalho. He's 28 years old and has no previous political experience, while the socialists have brought a heavy weight. They brought the former health minister, Marta Temido. Marta Temido was a health minister during the very delicate and very important period of the COVID-19 pandemic. So there was a clash between these two personalities, and the result is match null. It's a perfect tie. For the other parties, the far right should elect for the first time Euro MPs in Portugal. But there's a setback for them as well. Even if there's this premiere, the Chega has a setback because they are lower than they were in the parliamentary elections. They should elect between 2 and 3 Euro MPs. The same for the Liberals. It's the first time the Liberals will be in the European Parliament for Portugal, and they should also have between 2 and 3 Euro MPs. For the left parties, Bloc de Esquerda, Communist Party and Livre, at least some of them should completely lose their representation in the European Parliament. Now back to you, Stefan.
All right, Ricardo, thank you so much and have a good night in Lisbon. So interesting results here. The Conservatives and the Social Democrats neck and neck, while the far right is rather disappointing compared to all the other European results. Let's go to Shona now. Shona Murray in the Hemicycle. Shona, I understand you have more news for us. What is it?
We have the confirmation of some more exit polls, Stefan. I think an interesting one here is Poland, of course. The EPP, the Civic Platform, the platform of Donald Tusk, the former president of the European Council, is ahead of the ECR group on 20 seats to 19, which is important for him because, remember, he took over as Prime Minister last year and really hard fought after elections, after a long time being very confrontational with the former government there of his party, Law and Justice Party. They are in the ECR and they got 19 seats. So, I mean, they're very close. They're almost neck and neck. But I think Donald Tusk will be very happy with that result, given that he's been in power for well over a year now. So it's definitely a vote of confidence in what he's been doing so far. We've been hearing that he's been trying to roll back on some of the breaches of European rule of law in that country. And it also shows you that it's very much a strongly pro-European vote, because even if you look at who comes third, it's the Renew Party and then the Socialists after that. So very much a pro-European vote for Poland there, and I think that a lot of people would be quite relieved to see that, given the experience with the Law and Justice Party over the past few years. And you just spoke about Poland there, the S&D, the Socialists and the EPP, the centre-right, neck and neck on 7 each, and the far-right somewhere pretty far behind on 2, which was slightly disappointing. Will obviously be very disappointing for them, but they're all neck and neck then with the Left and Renew, and the Greens only on 1 seat. In Romania, a good evening for the Socialists. They are taking the lead at 13 seats, and the EPP at number 12 and Renew on 2. Again, a disappointing day for Renew, a disappointing day all round for Renew, let's face it, given that Emmanuel Macron has told us that he's dissolving Parliament and announced for new elections. And of course, Sweden is also a very interesting country, because the S&D is a very traditionalist socialist country, not at the moment in terms of the government, but the Socialists have got 5 seats projected and EPP at 5, and the Greens taking 3 and Renew taking 3. So very much a centrist vote for Sweden in the European Parliament elections. Stefan?
Shona, I want to ask you again about Poland. You know, just a couple of years ago, Poland was one of the usual suspects in the EU, right? Obstructionism, very conservative, Eurosceptic, and now it's the opposite. And I want to bring in the fact that, according to Europe-wide polls, Poland scores first when it comes to the support for the European Union. I think 75% of Poles have a positive opinion on the European Union. That is far more than, you know, the old countries like France, especially Denmark or Belgium or Germany. Is Poland morphing into a elite country here? It certainly has the size, right? What do you make of this result. Now, the second pro-European result in a row in Poland.
Yeah, that's right. I think it's become such an emerging, important country because of the full-scale invasion of Russia in Ukraine, the proximity that Poland has to Russia, its history with Russia, its support for Ukraine that is generally unified across Poland. Even the Law and Justice Party, which was consistently had a belligerent role to play within the European Union and in Brussels over the past few years, was very much steadfast in its support for Ukraine for obvious reasons, for historical reasons, for political reasons. But yeah, you're seeing Poland really much to the fore of pro-European politics with this result, given Civic Platform at 20, and again, widespread vote of confidence in Donald Tusk, their Prime Minister, given that he was President of the European Council. You can't get anyone more pro-European than Donald Tusk. When you hear his speeches, he's consistently talking about his love for Europe and the importance of the European project. And again, Renew there, S&D there, and the others sort of somewhere far behind. So you don't see any rating here for any of the other even hard right parties in Poland. So I think there'll be a lot of, like I said earlier, a sigh of relief. And Poland very much a leading country, which is why it was a very difficult period when the likes of President von der Leyen was constantly in confrontation with the Law and Justice Party. It was because Poland wasn't one of those countries that you could just defy or that you could just bat away. It has such an influence. It has influence because of its growing economy, because of its geography, because of its military support, its politics, and also the Polish people that have made their lives all across Europe. It's very much a pro-European country at the centre of Europe. Stefan?
All right, Shona, great stuff there. Thank you again. See you next time around. We have a new set of guests here. We're now joined by Diederik de Schetsen, the Secretary General and 2024 Campaign Director of the ALDE Party, the Alliance of Liberals and Democrats for Europe. Welcome to you. And my colleague Isabel da Silva is in the house, Euronews Brussels correspondent from our Portuguese service. Welcome, Isabel, and good to see you. But Diederik, I want to start with you. What are your feelings tonight, especially after hearing the spectacular news coming from France?
Yes, imagine that. You're preparing for your 15 minutes on Euronews, and then a couple of minutes before comes this news from the French president.
Well, that's why we're live.
Yes. Look, at one point, one has to realize that the extremes in France have reached over 40%. And the French president is taking his responsibilities and is now giving the opportunities for the French citizens to vote a new Assemblée, with the first elections on 30th of June, first round, and second on 7th of July. Look, I think the extremes have a big responsibility in this, because these elections were really not European elections in France. Unfortunately, they were, in my mind, targeted to the majorité présidentielle more than really about the issues that Renew Europe has been defending in France. So it's too early to comment more on this.
But are you disappointed? I mean, 17% in France, 5% in Germany. Yes. Political liberalism, is it still alive?
The overall results, it's more complex, because if you look, we did very well in some countries. We did very well in Slovakia. We're doing quite well in Ireland. We're doing
Ireland is a small country.
Correct.
I'm sorry.
Agreed. But overall, if you look at our stand, we're staying comfortably third, despite very big losses in France and Spain. We're staying quite comfortably a third position of kingmakers in this European Parliament. And if you look, and I think your colleague just mentioned it, a pro-European majority cannot be done without us. So we managed to keep our weight. So it's conflicting. It is. I think I'll have to give it a bit longer. It's too early to say.
Absolutely.
But I think we might even do better than we did in 2014, which was a good year. So.
Okay, here we can go to Paris. Sofia Kansenkova is there waiting for us with the guests. Sofia, the floor is yours.
Yes, good evening. So I am with Thibault François. He is the national delegate of European Affairs for the National Rally. Thibault François, thank you so much for accepting this interview. A landslide victory tonight for the National Rally, actually a double victory with the dissolution of the National Assembly. It's something your party really requested with Emmanuel Macron. What's your reaction, since no one was expecting this?
Thank you very much for having me tonight. So the first reaction I have is, of course, to thank every single French people that voted for us. You have to note, and we noted that we got the double of voice of Emmanuel Macron's party, so we are very happy and we want to thank all the French people. You can also notice, as you just said, that he just announced that he's going to dissolve the National Assembly. It was one of our requests. We said, because it's legitimate, it's in our constitution, if you are losing these elections and if the National Assembly is not representing anymore the real face, the real will of the French people, you have to go back to the French people and to the French voters. So we are very happy of these elections that are going to take place within the 6 weeks coming up.
And so, you know, Jordan Bardella has been previously criticized for not being involved enough during his last mandate as an MEP. Why do you think he'd be a good MEP, considering his lack of amendments that he has proposed during his last mandate in front of Brussels?
I think it's just an opinion from some journalists, because he put his mandate back in the hand of the French people, and he got double of the voice he had, and he got re-elected with a larger delegation. So if you say that you're not working in the European Parliament, it's true. He's not working for the European institution. He's working for the French people. He was drafting some amendments. He had a rate of participation of the votes that was one of the highest in the plenary session in Strasbourg, and it's true. He's elected to be close to the French people, to do campaign and to explain why we have to change the European Union and its policies. He was not paid to be in Brussels sitting in a seat every single day. So we are very happy to see and to show to every journalist and to Brussels world that our campaign, very close to the people, just won in France with a landslide victory.
And now the National Rally will have to make new alliances in Parliament after having kicked out the far-right German AfD party. Which parties are you considering?
You know that all negotiations are on the table now. We are still collecting, because now we are not up to midnight tonight. We are collecting the results all over Europe, and we are going to sit at the table on Monday with a lot of parties, with of course the first part of the alliance of the ID, and of course will be on the table the possibility of having a bigger group and a broader alliance. We have some good contacts with some EPP member, we have some contacts with non-attached member, and also from the conservative group. So every options are on the table at the moment.
Well, Thibault François, thank you so much for being live with us tonight for Euronews. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, Zofia Kansenkova, live in Paris with her guest. Isabel, we've seen a surge of the far right in France, but not in Portugal, where the far right is rather at the bottom of the whole thing. Yet, I think the issues that drove people to the far right are the same. It's inflation, it's migration, it's all the other topics. How do you explain this difference? Why are people in Portugal not jumping on the far right train?
Well, I have to say that the news coming from Paris is really an earthquake happening, and I'm quite curious to see how President Macron will present himself next week when he comes to Brussels to have the first discussion about his results, considering that he now has this big challenge at home. The far right in the Iberian Peninsula, not only in Portugal, but I think in Spain, they are trying to fight for the third place. Well, there's a tie between EPP and socialists, both in Portugal and in Spain. In the case of Portugal, Chega, the party that, well, in English translates to enough, it was quite a surprise in the legislative elections 3 months ago. They became the third party. They have 50 seats in 230. But there is a surprise now with these current elections, because they are disputing that third place with the Liberals. So we might have, for the first time in the European Parliament, Portuguese members that are elected by the far right and also by the Liberal initiative. So they are more or less around between 8 to 10% of the votes. Let's see if it's the far right or the Liberals that get the third place.
Yeah, Diederik, how do you see legislative work going forward? We've already said on the set that the coalition of the centre will have a majority, 50 plus seats, which is, quite substantial. As Helmut Kohl once said, a majority is a majority, period. But with a much stronger far right, is work here in this House going to be more difficult?
More difficult, I think, is something you can say, but impossible, no. I think, personally, I find there is a development You will hear some colleagues talking about the previous majority. It was really an agreement on top jobs and some legislative files. Now, I'm Belgian, nobody's perfect, and I fear that this, or hopeful, that this next agreement will be much more like a coalition, and that there will be some policy discussions too. And to have the support from EPP, PES, and with Renew, there will be some policy fields in there too. And that in one way might help the legislative approach, because we'll have to come much quicker with some policy proposals. That's my personal guess, but that is where we could evolve.
Given the fragmentation on the far right, it could also be a moment of truth for the public to see that, they might vote for the far right, but they don't really change things here, right? If
you're a true nationalist and you think your country is better than everyone, it's extremely difficult to cooperate at European level. And we've seen that these alliances frequently don't hold. Because it's not in their DNA to work with other countries. So we'll have to see how that happens. Reality is now, again, yes, it's an issue. The extreme right it's worrying, it really is, but it does not block us to be able to work, and there is still a majority of people that are pro-European.
Right. Isabel, is this also forcing the hand of Ursula von der Leyen? She does have a majority without the Greens, without the far right. Is it a foregone conclusion that we see her on her course, defending the Green Deal and very progressive for a conservative politician?
Well, I think Ursula von der Leyen, of course, seems to have here a lot of options in order to make her program go forward. But although she has been courting, as we know, the forces that are most to the right, like Drik was saying, she can still rely on a big group on the socialist side, and the Liberals and the Greens. I was covering the Socialist Party for Euronews, and in the Congress in Rome, I remember very well what Nicholas Schmidt said at the time, that Europe has this legacy that has to continue with this legacy of progressive Europe, and Europe where the citizens feel that their quality of life will be improving, that the people that we welcome in terms of migration can be beneficial, because Europe is aging and very fast. We have a demographic problem. So I think Ursula von der Leyen will be also sensitive and sensible to those arguments and try maybe to the best of the opportunities that come to her table to make agreements, sometimes to the forces on the right, but she cannot, I think, totally discard the whole hemicycle towards her left, let's say.
Well, Olaf Scholz, the German Chancellor, just I think last week warned her that Germany would stop supporting her if she toys with the idea too strongly to team up with Giorgia Meloni. Now, after this result tonight, I think the Meloni option is off the table. What do you think?
Well, from our perspective, we've been pretty clear at European level, and is that we will not work with the far right. I think that is a very clear line. And indeed, it is a first option, and when there is an option, I believe it will be the preferred scenario. But there's a feeling now of compromise that is being frowned upon in European politics, and it's a shame. And it's normal when you campaign. When you campaign, you have to defend your rights yourself where you go. But after that, you'll have to make compromise. And compromise is something that is elegant. If it is well done, that you pick on your values, and it is not a sign of weakness, it's a sign of strength, of being able to pick what really is important for you, what your true values are. So I hope that this House now, after the campaign, will need some hours to have a mindset, but we need to gather again with the spirit of finding a good compromise and a strong coalition.
Where do you see compromises happening? On Ukraine? On migration?
You just mentioned one, as you know, Ukraine, and defending Ukraine is very strong to our hearts. The three strongest profiles for a stronger defense are Emmanuel Macron, De Croo, Kaja Kallas. So we have, that is one thing that will be very important for us. It's in overall. We'll have to see where we'll want to get. It's a comfortable position to be kingmakers at European Parliament. We have to build bridges between conservatives and progressives, and I think we have been quite successful in the last 5 years, and we plan to continue to do so.
Okay, we have our correspondent in Budapest. I think, ready to talk to us. Budapest, there you are. What can you tell us? Attila, I'm sorry.
Hi. Well, welcome from Budapest. Actually, I'm here in the HQ of the Fidesz of the government party, in a HQ called the Whale on the bench of the Danube, and it's quite difficult to tell what is happening because it's not happening anything in the last few hours. On the other side of the Danube, there is a huge event of the biggest opposition party, and they already talked with the public. The polls closed few hours ago, and the Fidesz politicians, they are totally isolated, what is quite typical for the governmental party. They entered in a different entrance and they are in a different level, so we can't talk with, we can't interview them. I talked with several people over here, and the supporters, they have mixed feelings. It means that it's because it's quite difficult to define what to lose or what to win means for Fidesz, because very probably, according to the polls, they will lose 2 seats in the European Parliament, but still they will have 11, what means that they will have more than the whole opposition altogether, but still, very probably, they will reach the worst result on the history of the Fidesz during the European elections, because they never got less than 50%, and very probably today they will. But still, they can consider it as a win because they will have 11 seats. The big question is here on the 2 benches of the river, because the main opposition party called the TISA was nowhere half a year ago. They were skyrocketing in the last few months, and they can at least approach the Fidesz, what before nobody could imagine. So we are talking about persons, but it's quite difficult because we are still waiting till 11. But the Fidesz and the leaders of the Fidesz, they are totally isolated. We don't know anything about them, and they told that they want to reflect just after the results.
Okay, thank you, Sultan, of course, and have a good evening in Budapest. All right, I have new information here. The European average turnout this year was 51%. 51%. Isabel, shocking or
well, it's
surprising?
It's better than what is in Portugal, which is around 36%. It was 30 on the last election, so it's at least there's a positive trend. But I think also connected with what our colleague was saying, you know, European elections and national elections, is this conflation between, you know, what people want to be discussed and the issues that they want to be solved at home and then at European level. So, I mean, sometimes, you know, voting in the European elections in Portugal, they know that a lot of the policies are really importantly decided here and not so much in Lisbon. Everything that has to do with the European money coming for infrastructure, etc. So they are normally very pro-European, but sometimes they don't take the time to go and actually vote because the root causes are resentment with the situation in the country, or there is also you know, a difficult engagement with the younger people sometimes. So there are different reasons, and European elections are always a little bit 27 elections. So.
Right. I have to interrupt this conversation. Here we go to Paris, to French President Emmanuel Macron. We will listen to his statement a bit earlier. Here he is.
L'extrême droite, c'est à la fois l'appauvrissement des Français et le déclassement de notre pays. Je ne saurais donc, à l'issue de cette journée, faire comme si de rien n'était. À cette situation s'ajoute une fièvre qui s'est emparée ces dernières années du débat public et parlementaire dans notre pays. Un désordre qui, je le sais, vous inquiète, parfois vous choque, et auquel je n'entends rien céder. Or aujourd'hui, les défis qui se présentent à nous, qu'il s'agisse des dangers extérieurs, du dérèglement climatique et de ses conséquences, ou des menaces à notre propre cohésion, ces défis exigent la clarté dans nos débats, l'ambition pour le pays et le respect pour chaque Français. C'est pourquoi, après avoir procédé aux consultations prévues à l'article 12 de notre Constitution, j'ai décidé de vous redonner le choix de notre avenir parlementaire par le vote. Je dissous donc ce soir l'Assemblée nationale.
Yeah, Emmanuel Macron, the French president, announcing the dissolution of the French Parliament. We filmed this at the Rassemblement National headquarters in Paris. Diederik, what do you make of this?
It's a bit strange to see it indeed from the perspective of Rassemblement National, because again, for a larger part of the French population, I think this is not a victory, these new elections. But again, the extreme right has Rassemblement National has a real responsibility of, as you rightfully mentioned, these were mostly national elections for the European Parliament, but I think in France there were national elections for presidential elections. And that is not the right rhetoric, not the right, and I think there it's the responsibility of the French president to say, well, now let's give you the elections you want then, and to have it a new Assemblée. So I think it's the responsible thing to do. It's extremely short. 30th of June is around the corner, 7th of July for the second tour. It's really close, but I don't think extreme right will do the same results now that they'll really have to come to responsibilities and have the real elections that they played.
Do you believe that too, Isabel, that the far right will score less in the parliamentary elections in France?
I think, well, unfortunately, we see, in fact, the increase of far right is something that is here everywhere. I mean, Portugal was the last country that got members of the far right in the parliament. But having listened to the President Macron, I would like to make a reading in a different way, which is, I mean, we just heard him in Sorbonne making a speech that was not only for the French people, it was, of course, for all Europeans. We always speak about the French-German axis of power and how the two countries help the Union move forward. So I think for Europeans also that listen carefully to what President Macron said during the Sorbonne speech about the whole challenges that we have not only within the Union, but the relationship with China, with the United States, the geopolitical role that Europe wants to play. So the fact that France, one of the driving forces of this big machine, is having this particular situation in its domestic politics is worrisome not only for the French people, but of course for all of us European citizens.
Okay. Let's go to our Euronews colleague, Aida Sanchez-Alonso. She has a guest from the left, I understand. Aida, your turn.
We're starting.
Yeah.
Hi, hello, Stefan. We are here with Walter Bayer, the lead candidate of the left and president of the European Left Party. So, first takeaways from this night. The left got the first estimates. It's 34 MEPs compared to 41 that had in 2019. What do you think about that?
Well, these are the first projections. The projections which we have right now is about 37. There are some projections giving us 40. I would say that overall seeing we will be represented in the parliament with the same strength which we had before, and we will defend with this strength our values, which is an economy in accordance with the necessity of the planet, social justice and peace, and we will resist the increased pressure of the far right in the European Parliament.
You mentioned this increased pressure of the far right that has possibly increased their MEPs. What will you do with that?
Well, I heard Mrs. van der Leyen saying that she thinks necessary to oppose the two extremes. She does not understand the situation. Actually, there's a threat for democracy which comes from the far right. If I count together the far right parties, for example, in France, we come up to 40%. Austria, the far right party, which is a clearly neo-fascist party, it's not simply a far right party, it's a neo-fascist party, comes out of as the strongest party of the race. And this is a threat to democracy, to human rights. This is a threat to ecological transformation, actually to everything which democratic and progressive forces defend.
I'll ask you about the results of your party in Germany. As you know, the alliance Sarah Wagenknecht got possibly 5 MEPs compared to the 3 of Die Linke. Do you expect her party to join your group in the European Parliament?
I have no indication that the Sarah Wagenknecht party identifies itself as a left-leaning party. They try to cover a ground between left and right, so I don't believe that they are interested or willing to join the left group.
And will you try to ask them, or is the left not interested in having them in the group?
Well, I'm not speaking on behalf of the group. I'm representing the party, and the European Left Party firstly tries to create unity as much as possible within the left, and secondly bases its cooperation on shared values, which are solidarity, which is social justice, and which is peace. And on this basis we are willing to cooperate with everybody.
I'll have to ask you as well for the situation in France when the President Emmanuel Macron dissolved the National Assembly. Did you expect this after the rise in the far right there?
No, it is a surprise, and if I may say, I find it irrational. I mean, so to say, to open indeed the gates for the far right in France. Former Federal Chancellor of Austria, Bruno Kreisky, used to say that the stupidest decision which you can take are the ones which you pronounce on an electoral eve.
Thank you very much, Walter Bayer. Thank you very much. Back to you, Stefan.
Thank you for the interest.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ida. Thank you very much. It's almost 10 o'clock. You're watching Euronews. Let's do a little recap of the results in 3 totally different countries, 3 totally different outcomes, France, Germany and Greece. Let's have a look here at the French results. I mean, not results, but still estimates. So the far right way ahead with more than 30%, almost 1/3 of the electorate. The Liberal Renaissance Party less than half of that amount. And the Parti Socialiste, the Social Democrats, are coming in third at 14%. The La France Insoumise, that's the far left, almost double the score of the European-wide result. And here we have Germany, a totally different picture here. The traditional Christian Democrats, the traditional Conservative Party, almost 30% coming in first, and then the AfD, the German equivalent of the French far right, with only half that score, 16.55%, still managing to become second, although they polled more than 20 just a few weeks ago, and the party of the German Chancellor, the Social Democrats, only 14% coming in third. Okay, and Greece. Do we have Greece? Here we go. The New Democracy, that's the party of Prime Minister Mitsotakis, 30%, almost the same result. Here, the far right is not really, where are we? There, yeah, it's further down. Before we have Syriza, the far left, 16.7%. PASOK, the traditional Social Democratic Party, 12.5%, and then the others below 10%. Yeah, 3 countries, 3 totally different results here. And let's see, I think we can go to Shona Murray in the hemicycle with more information for us. Shona, give us your updates.
Stefan, we're just listening to the group leaders who are making a statement now. But, you know, as you mentioned, there are 3 larger countries there, 3 very different outlooks. But overall, I think what we can say to surmise is that the EPP, the centre-right, is really holding. That was something that we predicted, that the far-right is rising in certain countries, but not in others, particularly countries like Portugal, Spain, and so on. So I think there's a bit of a sigh of relief there. Other large countries, influential countries like Poland, we've been watching out to see if Donald Tusk's civic platform would maintain its support, and it is ahead. It's topping the poll at 20 seats, which is something that he'll be very happy about, given that he's been in power for 1 year. So, as we've talked about before, a lot of these elections, particularly European Parliament elections, are referendums on the national government and are often they play upon national issues. So there is varying degrees of results. But I think what we can say is that the Renew Party is one of the parties, the Liberals, that are sorely disappointed, not just because they're going to get 83 seats and they'd predicted around 89, they're over 100 beforehand, but because of the shock news that President of France, Emmanuel Macron, has announced elections for the end of June and early July. Given the far right's gains in his country, 33% of the vote, even the Socialists and Renaissance votes together combined won't even make up what they got.
Thank you so much to Shona Murray, our reporter there in the hemicycle tonight. And if you've just joined us, you're live on Euronews. We're broadcasting into the early hours of the morning. I'm Maeve McMahon, and I'm now joined on set by Eddie Wax. He is the playbook author from Politico and also the European Parliament reporter for Politico. So delighted to have you with us tonight. And also we're back again with Jack Schickler, Euronews' Jack Schickler, who you met a little bit earlier when the night was a little bit quieter. Now things have heated up and the news is coming in. Eddie Wax, let's just start with you. How has your night been so far, and what are you watching? What are the big headlines for you tonight?
By far, I think the big headline is from France, where Emmanuel Macron, the president, has just recently, in the last hour, dissolved the National Assembly and called for new elections that will take place in two parts. So he's really drawing conclusions there from his really whopping defeat to the far-right National Rally.
He's taking this defeat very, very seriously. I mean, what a dramatic announcement to make. We've heard a lot of reaction already from the Renew Europe group, the Alliance for Liberals and Democrats for Europe, earlier on set. We actually had the Secretary General and the campaign head, Diederik de Schatzen, on set. I could see the shock in his face. He's like, he had no inkling that this was going to happen. I mean, this is huge news coming out of France, and just as they're about to host the Olympics, in fact, in a couple of weeks.
Indeed, yeah. I hadn't thought how it will fit with the Olympics. Of course, I'm sure they can make that another sport. We'll see who gets the gold medal. But it is really interesting to see how EU politics has fed back into national politics, which is traditionally seen as the kind of dominant force in Europe, is on the national side. And here we're seeing how one can have an immediate influence on the other.
Well, the thing is, these elections, I mean, they're called European parliamentary elections, and at Euronews, a media like Euronews, we love to sell them as EU elections, but essentially, Eddie Wax, they're 27 different elections and many people voting on domestic issues.
They are voting on domestic issues. There are obviously some similarities about the kinds of topics that people are voting on. The more east you go in Europe, the more the topic of defence becomes a key priority, maybe more questions about inflation and cost of living. Further south you go, so you can do kind of comparative politics, and this place where we're sitting now, the European Parliament, we love to do comparative politics. Yeah. Yes, you're right. In reality, people are voting mostly on a national ballot.
Indeed, people weren't waiting for today's date, the 9th of June, as much as we were. But as I said earlier, we have our correspondents from Euronews standing by in many of the capitals across Europe throughout the night. We'll be crisscrossing to them, getting the updates as we have them. And now we can head over to Romania, to Bucharest, where Vitalik Kokokari is standing by for us. Thank you so much for joining us on our live show. Can you tell us at this stage what the outcome of the results are over in Romania for these European Parliament elections? Have you got any idea yet?
Good evening from Bucharest, from Romania. Two types of election have taken place today in Romania. Local election, of course, European Parliament election. The polling station closed an hour ago, so I can tell you some results. There are partial exit poll results. Here are they. On the first place is National Coalition for Romania, the ruling alliance in Romania, consisting in two parties, Social Democratic Party, parts of Socialists and Democrats in the European Parliament, and National Liberal Party, parts of European People's Party in European Parliament. So the ruling coalition in Romania obtained 54% of the votes, and now so-called and announced surprise. In the second place is the Alliance of Union of Romania. Our means gold in Romania. It's a right-wing populist national and some experts call it extremist party. They will be first time in the European Parliament, so they obtain 40 15% of the Romanian votes, according to the exit poll. On the third place is the United Right Alliance, a center-right alliance in Romania, opposed to the ruling National Coalition for Romania. The biggest party from this alliance is part of the Renew group, and the United Right Alliance obtained 11%. Again, this is the partial result of exit poll. Now back to you, Maeve.
Thank you so much, Vitaly, there for that update from Romania. We're trying to process the information that you're giving us there as we get it. A reaction to that, I mean, interesting shake-up there in Eastern Europe, and new members of the European Parliament will be coming here. A lot of fresh faces we journalists will have to get to know.
Indeed, we're seeing a lot of new parties entering the parliament. We were talking a bit earlier about the new German left-wing party, but there's also a couple of new parties in the Netherlands, some in Hungary, led by a new opponent to Viktor Orban. So there's going to be a lot of new faces, as you say.
How will this institution dramatically change, Eddie? And I know you've been, for the last couple of years, the kind of European Parliament reporter for Politico, so you know every single corridor in this building, and probably you're familiar already with the majority of members in this House. How could it dramatically change as of July the 16th?
Well, I think that the far right have had a strong night, so you will be seeing, probably more far right voices across the European Parliament. But as Jack was saying just there, you've got a new far left party in Germany as well. So we might see a slightly more atomized, slightly more polarized parliament. What I'm interested in with these new parties is where will they go in the next couple of weeks as these political groupings are forming, are becoming homogenized. Will they choose to join the EPP? Will they choose to join the ECR? And I think there are parties, for example, Viktor Orban's party in Hungary, the Fidesz party, who really don't have a political home in this parliament, and they've been without a home for several years. So a lot will also hinge on where do they go, and that could start a kind of domino effect.
So if we've more on the right, more on the left, will we have more infighting in the Parliament, more squabbling? It'll take much longer then to agree on policies, and a lot of issues will have to be probably kicked into the future. So just more delays to change people's lives for the better.
Exactly, and really how you get power and influence in the Parliament is not just by the number of MEPs, that clearly matters, but also what political groups they belong to, as Eddie was saying. And that's where the money comes from, that's where the power to write reports on important pieces of legislation comes from. The ability of some groups to work together, some of them have a very cohesive philosophy across different countries. You see kind of the Greens, the Christian Democrats have a very similar kind of philosophy across different countries. But the far right, if their main raison d'etre is nationalism, they're not necessarily able to reach across those national borders and find allies in other countries.
And the Greens, Jack, tonight are not doing very well. The Liberals not too well. We've seen the Belgian Prime Minister, Alexander De Croo, has resigned, I believe, in the last couple of hours. And we see voters really, Eddie Wax, shifting to the right. If you take a look at France, for example, we can show the estimates coming in from France. Of course, the big news tonight, really, of the evening is the major news coming from France, with the National Rally doing very well, and Emmanuel Macron, the French president, calling for parliamentary elections in just a couple of weeks. If we take a look there on our screens at those estimates, really good results for Rassemblement, for the National Rally, and for the Renaissance Party, the party of Emmanuel Macron, 15.2%. So he's really not doing well. This is a real reflection of how the French people, Eddie, feel about him right now. He's just not doing his job right in their eyes.
Clearly, this is a rejection of Emmanuel Macron. That's probably why he's decided to take that step and launch a national election in the Parliament. But we have to remember that he hasn't been able to be powerful in the National Assembly since the last National Assembly elections, where he hasn't had an outright majority. So he's already been a kind of, well, some would say a lame duck president. He's already had to do a lot of reshuffles. There could be talk of reshuffles after this, but I think that's his response. But we should also maybe mention the fact that the socialists in France, who really have been written off for many years as worse than lame duck, almost completely politically dead, have actually done a great, had a very good score.
Indeed, we all remember the days of François Hollande, who then disappeared off the map with his party. But indeed, they're doing well, and they're also doing well, the socialists tonight, over in Sweden. They're doing well, where the incumbent party, the Prime Minister, was getting a bit of a bashing. But in Germany, the socialists are not doing so well. So it's fascinating, really, to see that many that are in power are not doing well, but whereas those in the opposition are.
Yeah, indeed it is. When you look at the kind of pan-European picture, you see the Greens and the Liberals have had a really bad night based on the projections that we've seen. We haven't got the final results yet, but they've lost 20 MEPs each, which is pretty punishing for a relatively kind of mid-sized party. Actually, the big groups that that are pro-European and kind of form part of their kind of majority, they've done okay. They've trod water. They've stayed about the same as they were, and that is also an interesting result, even if it doesn't.
Well, we saw the mood among the European People's Party earlier was very positive. We had a number of guests as well with us on set from the European People's Party saying that tonight is a victory. We saw as well Ursula von der Leyen, the European Commission President, speaking to the hemicycle, or what's turned into tonight a gigantic press room. Does she have a good chance now, Eddie Wax, of being the European Commission President? Will heads of state endorse her?
I think around the European Council table, where the heads of government and heads of state sit, she does have a good chance, and that's not only because of these strong results in, the EU's most powerful member country, Germany, tonight, but it's also, because they have so many names around that table. So many countries are actually led by EPP, centre-right leaders at the moment. So I think they've got around 12 or 13. I have to check my numbers, but so those are 12 or 13 people who will go into bat next week, this week, for Ursula von der Leyen and say we want her to be our next Commission President. So she has a good chance of passing that first hurdle. The next hurdle, whether it could come in July or September, is the vote in the European Parliament, and that one is looking quite tight at the moment, I would say.
Well, of course, just to perhaps explain to our viewers how that works, because we're going to see early autumn lots of grillings taking place here, because the new 720 members of the European Parliament will have to give their blessing to the Commission President, and of course then all the commissioners who are also then appointed by the member states themselves.
And the thing to note is the first vote they have on the President is, if I'm not mistaken, a secret ballot, so we don't find out which parties, which MEPs are voting for her or against her. That might give them a little more room for manoeuvre and plausible deniability about their choice. But if you look at what she got from that process last time round, 5 years ago in 2019, she won by 7 votes. She had 7 votes more than she needed to gain an absolute majority. And when you see the big kind of pro-European parties that certainly form part of her coalition have lost 40 MEPs, you've got to ask yourself, is she going to make it this time?
And you can see that here in the Parliament in Brussels, we're all fascinated really by European politics and telling this story. But beyond the bubble, Eddie, do you think people are really engaged? I mean, we had our correspondent earlier from Zagreb, and he said only 20% of people even went out to vote today, which is pretty pathetic.
That would be shocking. I think turnout, we're not sure what the final figures for turnout are, so I don't want to say something that I can't back up later on. But I mean, from what I've been reading, countries like Poland have not had strong turnout, and typically these European elections don't draw the crowds. I mean, they normally maybe 45-50% of people will turn out to vote. So I think many people who work for this institution will be really refreshing their pages and trying to see what the final turnout figure is. They want to get above 50%, which is what it was 5 years ago.
Is that how you're spending the night as well, refresh?
No, I'm more interested in the politics and not so much in the turnout figures. But I think it matters for the credibility and the legitimacy of this institution a lot.
Absolutely. So. Well, I think the latest figures was 51% on voter turnout, but we will have that a little bit later. But look, we heard from Romania earlier from our correspondent, and now we can get the take from Bulgaria and listen to what the latest is from Sofia with our correspondent Irina Ivanova. Take a listen.
The turnout in Bulgaria is relatively low, slightly above 34% for the snap parliamentary elections and slightly below 34% for the European one. The explanation, according to experts, is that the voters are exhausted because these are the 6th general elections that we have here in Bulgaria in a row in the last 3 years. First, let's take a look on the results for the European elections. We have 17 MPs in the European Parliament. The first projections show that most of them, 6, will be from the European People's Party. 5 are from Renew Europe, 2 are from S&D Group, and 4 MPs are from other groups. Something that is worth noting here is that 3 MPs are from the far-right pro-Russian party, Возрождение, or Revival in English. At the national level, according to the exit polls, GERB wins decisively the first place. The big contest is for the second place. Three parties are competing for it, and the difference between them is within the statistical error, or less than 2%. So the main question for us is at national level, whether we will have a stable government, what the future coalitions will look like, and whether in a few months we will have to go to the polls again, and serious negotiations are expected in the coming days.
Irina Ivanova there reporting us from Sofia with all the latest from Bulgaria. They'll be sending as well some fresh members that, as she said, were very much anti-Ukraine or pro-Russia, she put it. I mean, they certainly will have to sit with the Identity and Democracy Party.
Indeed, we are seeing some of the same trends there as across the continent, I think. But it's also good news for the European People's Party, the main centre-right bloc. And as we just heard Ursula von der Leyen say, there can be no coalition without the European People's Party. And I think it's pretty clear, whatever the results of tonight, looks like it's going to be the case.
I think I heard your correspondent there talking about this revival party having won a few seats, and that's really interesting because actually that party, once the far-right German Alternative for Germany party got kicked out of the far-right group here a few weeks ago, they immediately reached out to the Germans and said, can we form our own grouping? So the fact that they've actually done well there and come into the parliament, for the first time, does raise the question of whether this extreme right group, which some people call the hooligans group, could actually emerge on the sort of real far right of the parliament, like the total cusp of the extreme right, the pro-Russia right.
The hooligans group. So the European Parliament chamber could get very loud with lots of heckling.
We're going to have a nomenclature problem, aren't we? The far right group, is this the far right group, or
far
how
right.
are we going to call
that? But you miss kind of the heckles of the days of Nigel Farage, right? Pre-Brexit, he provided a bit of entertainment, but I mean, entertainment is one thing, and then being pro-Russia and being like anti-democratic and anti-rule of law is another. So we certainly will have an interesting new outlook of that Parliament in a couple of days, couple of weeks, as of the 16th of July when they come and take their seats. In a couple of minutes as well, we'll be heading over to France, because what we're asking ourselves tonight as well, Eddie Wax here on Euronews, is why this shift to the right? Why are people no longer enamoured in green politics and liberal democracy?
Well, I think I've spoken to a few experts recently who specialise in populism and the far right, and really what they say is that when people vote for the far right, they're not seeing their issues, they're not seeing their problems being dealt with by mainstream politicians. So clearly that's what people are feeling in France, that's what people are feeling in the Netherlands. It's a protest vote in some ways.
They're feeling left behind. I mean, that's the phrase we always pull out of the drawer, but indeed that's the serious case. And if you look at your screens now, we can show you the estimates coming out of France tonight, with the National Rally doing very well, coming up on top there, and followed then by the Renaissance Party coming up with just 14.7% there. Emmanuel Macron, the French president, really having to do some soul searching tonight about how he will keep the country running, really, as we go into the summer period. Jack Schickler, what does this say for Europe? I mean, we always rely, don't we, on France and Germany to kind of anchor the ship.
Indeed, and both of them have taken a bit of a punishing in these elections. You see, in both countries, if you're in the ruling the government, then you have suffered in tonight's poll, based on what we know so far. And that has always led to a kind of weakening of national politics, which in turn kind of comes to feedback on European politics. Leaders aren't inclined to be bold, they aren't inclined to take risks, because they've just taken a beating at the polls, and people have gone to express their complaint with their national government.
And Eddie Wax, you've been in the Parliament all night, wandering around here and chatting to people. What is the reaction that you've picked up from people on this news coming out of France tonight?
Well, people are shocked, people are surprised. It kind of reminds people, I think, of what happened in Spain last year, actually, when Pedro Sanchez, got some dismal results in regional and local elections in May, and he surprised a lot of people, shocked a lot of people the next day by coming out and saying, you know what, I'm going to hold a national election in July. So maybe Macron, this could be a theory, going around the Parliament, but I think, maybe Macron is trying to kind of, shock the political system and maybe raise the alarm and say, look, we need people to come out and support me. typically, you know, French voters don't go out in droves and droves for the European elections, certainly not compared to sort of presidential combats.
It's funny also because they are the seat. They have the seat of the European Parliament in Strasbourg. So one would think that they would be a little bit closer to the European Union than perhaps citizens of Zagreb or, you know, Croatia, Bulgaria, Eastern Europe.
Indeed, but often you find that you know there's less connection with what Europe is doing. I mean, the policies the EU concerns itself with aren't always as dear to people's hearts as what national capitals have to deal with.
And Eddie, what do you think Europe got right in the last 5 years, and what did they get wrong?
Well, it's not really for me to say. I didn't even have a vote in this election, so I can't speak as a voter. But as a reporter, you know, I've seen that there's been a huge response to the COVID pandemic and a huge response to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. So I think those are probably the two areas where people saw Europe being visible. That's why people know the name of Ursula von der Leyen. If they know her name, that's why they know her, because she was the sort of face and the figurehead at the helm of the response to COVID, launching this huge recovery plan with billions of euros being funneled into national pockets, and also obviously going to Ukraine a lot, supporting Zelensky over there against the Russians.
And her face, I think, was on the front of Time magazine, wasn't it? That gave her a little bit of publicity as well. But look, of course, the big story tonight that we're following for you on Euronews is the news coming out of France. It's a disastrous night for the French party Renaissance, the party of Emmanuel Macron, the French president. We can cross over now to Sofia Katskinkova, our correspondent, who's been working very hard for us today, bringing us the latest. Tell us where you are now and what's happening.
So I'm still at the electoral party of the National Rally. However, they closed the downstairs. Now they're having a private meeting, so I've moved to the upstairs floor where all the press is still here. And what's, as you said, huge surprise for everyone, for us tonight in Paris, French President Emmanuel Macron announced the dissolution of the National Assembly. That's the lower house of the parliament. And he called for early elections on the 30th of June and the 7th of July. Just as a reminder, this was a request by Jordan Bardella, the 28-year-old politician leading the far-right National Rally Party. But the surprise was that Emmanuel Macron had previously said that he was not going to consider doing this in the case that the far-right crushed his Renaissance party headed by Valérie Ayé. And the initial results that are currently still being calculated is that Bardella is leading by 31.5% of votes. That's far ahead of Valérie Ayé and the presidential camp, who are struggling at around 15.2%. And just another historical reminder, this weapon, this tool at the hands of the French president has only been used 5 times under the Fifth Republic. The last time was in 1997. So clearly this is huge. This is historical. And a lot of people are asking me, why do you think the far right won? Well, the National Rally had previously won the last EU elections in 2019, but they had always been closely tailed by Macron's Renaissance Party. And now they're more than 15 points ahead. I mean, it's a landslide victory. And this could mean a big challenge now for the President Emmanuel Macron and his party. And one of the things that you should know is that national issues were at the forefront of this electoral campaign in France. And the National Rally organized their whole campaign and communications around these issues and said that the vote should be considered as a vote of anger and discontent against the President Emmanuel Macron and how his government has handled key issues and preoccupations of French voters, such as immigration, security, as well as inflation. I'll be keeping you updated as usual throughout the night if more happens. Back to you, Brussels.
Thank you so much, Sofia Katskinkova, for that explanation on the politics and on France, and also explaining why you're standing in front of a beautiful painting. So the press have been moved away so that the group can actually drink their champagne alone and talk about their next plans. So interesting to hear that Jordan Bardella himself was the one who wanted that election to be called.
Indeed, and I wonder if they're not drinking so much champagne as caucusing their strategy for the upcoming surprise elections that no one knew. We knew 2024 was going to be a year of elections. Now we've got one more on our list.
Yeah, because we've got the elections over in the UK as well. UK,
the US, yeah, it's a big year.
I mean, Shocking, right? This news coming out of France, really shaking the way things are done. Will this work in Macron's favour, or perhaps he's just, opening up a massive Pandora's box here, just like Pedro Sanchez did last year?
I think what's difficult for Macron as well is, like, clearly tonight you've seen that the socialists have done well, and typically the way that Macron kind of got elected was also by harvesting all those votes from the socialist camp. So if they are now roaring back into life under Raphael Glucksmann, that's going to make things difficult for Macron. There's no reason to believe that Glucksmann and his Place Publique party and other socialists won't be also campaigning just as hard as they've been campaigning in the last few weeks. So, I don't really know what Macron's counting on here. He's probably counting on more people coming out to vote. He's probably counting on shocking the electorate into action and hoping that national elections do draw more voters than European ones.
Well, Sophia spoke about this discontent, didn't she, between regular people and the establishment of Macron. And I suppose, Jack, the whole Gilets jaunes movement, the Yellow Vest movement, still hasn't gone away in France. They still really feel the policies are not working for them.
I mean, it's always good to take a step back, I think, and think, just how tough the last 5 years have been. You already mentioned the COVID pandemic. Lots of people weren't allowed to leave their houses for 2 years. I mean, it's hard to have a feel-good factor when you're in that kind of situation. And that was followed, people were allowed to leave their houses, but then inflation was over 10%. I mean, that's really hard. It's hurting the most vulnerable. And policies that Macron and others have championed around climate change, however much you may agree with the need to tackle climate change, when it starts to hurt you in your pocket and you can't afford to pay your bills, you're clearly going to see those as less of a priority. And that's, I think, the mood a lot of people are in right now.
And the question now, will the party of Jordan Bardella and Marine Le Pen be able to fix France?
Well, I'm not so sure. I mean, they're not going to sweep into power just by winning the National Assembly elections, because obviously the president would still remain Emmanuel Macron no matter what. But what we could see now is a supremely weakened Emmanuel Macron, just at a time when he is really emerging as the leader in Europe who is most vocal about supporting Ukraine, for example, and just a few months now away from US presidential elections, where if Donald Trump comes back in, that really will call into question the West's in total kind of NATO's ability and willingness to support Ukraine. So that's quite a worrying situation if you're looking at what's happening in Ukraine, I think.
So should we look over to Poland perhaps to be the leader of Europe?
Well, I think I haven't yet seen good figures from Poland, but we do have the kind of pro-centre-right, pro-European Donald Tusk sweeping back into power. Polling I've seen suggests he might also top the polls in this, but he does still have this kind of further to his right, the Law and Justice Party chasing at his tails. They haven't gone away. Clearly, Poland is a particular case, sharing a border with Ukraine and a lot of pro-Ukraine sentiment. So in respect of that being a kind of centre of what the EU is all about right now, that may well end up being the case, yeah.
Okay, Jack Schickler, thank you so much for being with us here live on Euronews. I know you'll be live blogging later tonight as well, and your team, and of course you'll be reporting on all the outcome in the next couple of days, so we look forward to watching or reading your coverage. And Eddie Wax from Politico, thank you so much for taking time out to be with us here on Euronews. I guess you won't be getting much sleep tonight either?
No, we're keeping our live blog going. Everybody should have a look at that. We've done a live podcast this evening, so we're really at full tilt over at Politico Towers.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for being with us here on Euronews. And now we can head over to the hemicycle, where all the action is tonight, and bring in our special correspondent, Shona Murray, who can bring us all the latest on the real news that's happening tonight. Shona, what have you got for us now?
Well, of course, the real news is still the decision by Emmanuel Macron to have a snap election, a two-part election that will happen at the end of June and also in early July, that has shocked everybody across Europe, even though it was called for by Jordan Bardella. As you said there, he had said he wouldn't do it. But I think if you look at the comments he made, the statement he made, he said that France needs unity in order to survive and in order for there to be fairness, and that's how the French should do things. So he believes that really in the spirit of democracy, given the shocking results for him today and his party, that the best thing to do for France was to call an election. And we'll see how that goes, because of course, as we know, European Parliament elections, there certainly are a referendum on the government at the time, but they may not be necessarily how people will vote for national parliament. So we'll have to see what happens there. We also had the resignation of the Prime Minister of Belgium, Alexander De Croo, after his Liberal Party did quite badly, got around 3% of the vote in the national elections. But actually his party is doing very well. It's topped the poll in the European Parliament elections. So a mixed vote there. I think what we can say very much so is that the centre right is very much holding, but the gains for the far right, they are significant, even though they're maybe not as strong as had been predicted. The implications for policy in the European Union is unknown. Maybe they won't have the big, strong voting bloc that people had said, or Marine Le Pen had said that she wanted. But think about what it means for the European Council, which is where the member states sit. Those governments will be taking into account the voices of people who have voted for the far right, and there, where the decision making happens at the European Union level, is where the influence could also be, because while the MEPs are the ones voting for laws, it's the member states and the governments who will be making the laws and making political decisions, and they may decide to make decisions based on what their country people have told them in this election, which is that they want much more stronger action when it comes to immigration, harsher action when it comes to immigration. So how they interpret this vote is going to be crucial.
Okay, Shona Murray, thank you so much for that. We'll be crossing over to you a little bit later as well. I think around 11:15 we'll be getting some more exit polls from the hemicycle. They'll be presented by Jamie Duke, I believe, the spokesperson of the European Parliament, and then we'll see the so-called Spitzenkandidaten speak there in the podium. So we'll be back to you then, Shona Murray. Thank you so much for that. But now we have said goodbye to Eddie Wax and Jack Schickler, and we've been joined by new guests here with us on set. I can say hello to Garvin Walsh from the European Policy Centre. Great to have you with us. Thank you for coming. And Boyd Wagner from Euronews' polling desk. Lovely to see you.
Good back to be with it.
Yes.
Thank you.
So how are you? How's your night been? What have been the big takeaways for you so far, Garvin?
I mean, there's obviously the Macron surprise. I mean, it's a semi-surprise. French presidents often do this when they have bad election results. They want to focus things again on the choice between, in this case, centrist Macron and the hard-right Marine Le Pen view. So he's obviously setting up this kind of single combat for a few weeks' time. Let's see what happens. It's a big gamble, but it might just...
Is it a gamble? I mean, it feels like it is.
Yeah, the French don't typically run these short campaign cycles, and this is going to look to be a very, very short campaign cycle, so they're just going to be running it round two right after another. It's a gamble. That's a good way to put it.
And what is happening tonight in the sense that you've been diving into the figures for the last couple of months and speculating via a lot of research on what could happen? Sitting here tonight, we're live on Euronews.
Yeah.
Is it really what you thought it would be, what's coming out?
I think the biggest thing to take away, as we discussed a little bit earlier, was this is a turnout game. So the biggest disparity is between where we projected some seats to go, and if they're not there, it became because of a turnout thing. Now, in the case of France, you saw turnout match what we were expecting. We saw the votes to match kind of what we were expecting. And I think the biggest takeaway from that is, before the election, we were tracking who was voting and why they were voting, and the biggest motivation for French voters was they were voting for French issues, not European issues. Now, if you go and you track to some of these other countries, a lot of them that were voting on European issues, and you have these more right-wing Eurosceptic voters, they didn't show up in the same way. So it became a big turnout game. So where the places where we're seeing the biggest disparity between where the right did well and where the right didn't do well, a lot of it comes down to turnout, I think.
Garvin, what would be your take on this? I mean, for the last couple of weeks, especially here in Brussels, we've heard lots of reports about this kind of Trump-style era of politics coming to Europe, with the electorate all shifting to the right, leaving the more progressive, liberal, green policies behind. Do you see that happening?
I think that was the story in 2016, when things aligned for the nationalist right across Europe and across the world, because there was concern about immigration, there was concern about borders, and this led to, obviously, Trump. It led to Brexit. But now we're seeing a division in the far right. We're seeing a division between those people who want to still want the old idea of splitting Europe back up into a group of nation states, and those would much prefer to try and take control of it. So you're sort of seeing a Le Pen poll and a Meloni poll. Now, we haven't got Italian results out yet. We know that Le Pen's party have done very well. The AfD have done very well, but this is extremely localized. They've done well in essentially East Germany and in France. We're not seeing a far-right surge elsewhere on the continent. We're seeing normal politics happening. There are some moves towards more right-wing parties. Definitely the Greens have done badly, particularly in Germany. But this narrative that we're going to see this far-right surge is, I think, misplaced.
It's misplaced in your opinion. You mentioned Italy. Of course, they're still voting. They're allowed to vote until 11 o'clock tonight, as the Italians love to go out a little bit later. They've been given that opportunity to vote until then, and they've been voting, in fact, yesterday as well. Boyd, from your perspective, what countries have you been specifically focused on?
Well, we've been focused on some of these bigger ones with the movement toward the right. I think Italy does kind of line up with that. We want to make sure that Italy does, in fact, track where we've seen it before. We haven't seen much indication in terms of any type of exit results as have come out that have said anything otherwise. I think another really interesting one to track is going to be Hungary. You've seen a large mobilization behind the Peter Magyar coalition party that's been built. We've heard that high turnout has been the case in Hungary today. So it's a matter of whether that turnout is more in terms of an opposition turnout, or if it is, I have heard this is the case, that a lot of the smaller villages have turned out. That mean a stronger Fidesz turnout, mobilization. So again, all these things come down to a mobilization effort for European parties. So I think those are a couple of the big ones that we're going to be tracking tonight.
Just say one thing about Italy, first of all. The interesting thing, if you're looking at the European groups about Italy, is we're seeing move from one hard right group to the other, from ID to ECR. And if there's a net move in Italy, it's actually a move to the Liberals, who are probably pick up 6 or 7 seats because of their various small liberal parties in Italy. Now in Hungary, Peter Magyar has set himself up as this kind of alternative to Orban, who isn't part of the traditional Hungarian left. He's been able to mobilize huge numbers of people on the streets. But as Boyd pointed out, will those translate into votes? Or is Orban's turnout machine, which is based on riling up the half of the Fidesz support that is really behind Orban, believes everything he says, rather than the other half who thinks Orban is the best of a bad lot? If that turnout machine stays strong, then Orban will do pretty well in these elections.
And it's also key for Magyar to pull votes from the Fidesz side, from more the center to the right, to the center right, rather than just pull it from other opposition parties.
And then he's planning to move to the European People's Party, right?
I mean, if you're looking at what the Hungarian polls look like so far, it looks like he is pulling them in from both sides pretty equally. There are Hungarians who are fed up with Orban, but they're just less fed up with him than they're fed up with alternatives. So the EPP will also be able to gain some Hungarian seats now for the first time in a few years that aren't from the KDNP, which is this other party that.
And Fidesz, of course, are looking for a political family because now they're left outside in the cold. They're non-attached members of the European Parliament. But we're fascinated and curious in following Hungarian politics, given as well that
they'd love to join the ECR, but their stance on Russia is completely at odds with law and justice in Poland or the Czech ODS. There's no way that group can hold together. So they may be left with.
They might be left outside.
It's going to be one of the more fascinating points in the next month as negotiation takes place. Is where they're able to maneuver themselves.
And another country, obviously, that we're looking at very closely here on Euronews is Germany, the biggest member of the European Union. They'll be sending 96 members of the European Parliament to Brussels and Strasbourg, as we can take a look at the estimates already from Germany tonight. We have the CDU coming up on top there with 29.5% of the votes, followed by AfD, the Alternative for Deutschland. They're doing very, very well there. The Socialists coming in at 14%, followed by the Greens at 12%, and then the Bundeswagen Connect coming at 5.5%, a new party by the new kid on the block, and then the FDP, so the Liberals there, over at 5%. And for more on what is going on in Germany tonight and those results, we can bring in Liv Stroud, that is our Berlin correspondent. We spoke to her a little bit earlier in the evening. She was standing at the headquarters of the CDU, and there was an electric atmosphere. It looks like it's a little bit quieter now where she is, but tell us the latest from your perspective, Liv.
Thank you very much. So as we have recently learned, the voter turnout has actually even smashed the records of 2019. It's reckoned that it is at 65% this year. And obviously, as you just mentioned, the two parties that have performed the best in this 2024 European election in Germany are the Sarah Wagenknecht Party and the AfD. Both of these parties share very similar policies. They both wish to halt weapons deliveries to Ukraine. They want to water down climate change policies, and they also wish to have a harder stance on immigration. So following on what's happened with France tonight and Macron, it will be very interesting to see what happens if the coalition government, with its very shocking loss tonight, will adopt any of these policies, if they will turn around and actually work with the AfD as they have always promised not to, or if they will even perhaps surprise everyone and call a snap election very early. We will be keeping our eye on that.
Liv Schreid for that update there. You're standing there at the headquarters of the CDU, and the Greens indeed getting a bit of a defeating over in Germany tonight, and not just there but other groups. And for more on that, we can actually bring in Maria Sara, our correspondent here from Euronews, who's actually standing with Philippe Lambert, the outgoing co-chair of the Green Party here in the European Parliament. Maria.
Hello, I'm here with Philippe Lambert from Greens. We heard him on the podium just now. And now I want to ask you, Mr. Lambert, which is your red lines to for the next day in the European Parliament?
Well, I think it's absolutely crucial that the democratic forces stick together to ensure what I would say a political stability and, I would say, responsible policy making in Europe. And responsible policy making entails, at the very least, two things: ensuring the success of the European Green Deal, which is far from guaranteed as we speak, and ensuring the steadfastness of democracy and rule of law in Europe. I mean, this is what is at stake right now. And there, choices need to be made, and they need to be made not just by us but by the other democratic forces in Europe. If they choose to go with national populists, well, we won't be able to help in any way. But if they call upon us to assume our responsibilities, well, you know, the Greens never shied away from their responsibility.
From what you have heard till now from Ursula von der Leyen, would she be supported by the Greens for the Green Deal and democracy?
Well, to be honest, I was quite worried to hear the beginnings of her campaign, because I heard many references to Giorgia Meloni, very few references to the European Green Deal. In the last 5-10 days, I've heard inflections there, and I hope that this is a sign of where she wants to go.
Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
Hello, I give back the speech to you.
So much, Maria. You're speaking there to Philippe Lambert, who I see is bumping into a lot of journalists. He's there chatting as well to Enrique Sorbeta there, a Spanish journalist behind you. It's interesting to see, Garvin Walsh, how the European Parliament has been radically transformed into an election hub. If only it was this exciting, more than just an election night. People might get excited about this story and go vote.
There have been some interesting knife-edge votes. There was the vote on the various aspects of the Green Deal. There was the votes on the Migration Pact. These things were attracting significant attention. And they attracted significant attention because they were uncertain. And that's what gets people interested in politics. When everything is stitched up by party groups and there's no drama, people don't pay that much attention. And why should they?
People love drama, indeed.
Buckle up for the next month, I have a feeling. Then
we will certainly have a lot of drama. We won't be having a quiet summer at all. But what about the Spitzenkandidat debates? Did they attract any attention of the public, Garvin?
The selection of the Commission President will attract attention. People will wonder whether Ursula von der Leyen will make it. It's looking very, very close. Obviously, it's a secret ballot, so it's even harder to tell. We do know that at this stage, you know, Macron is weaker than he had been before, and he had been one of the people who now was thought to be moving against von der Leyen. But if he strengthens himself again after his elections, that could change again. So, you know, will we see the appointment of the Commission President before the French election? I think not. We'll have to wait until that happens, and that will change how France will vote.
What are your thoughts on this whole Spitzenkandidat process, which is meant to, I mean, there's nothing written in the treaty, but we're supposed to take into consideration the outcome of the European elections when appointing the next President of the European Commission?
Yeah, it's a very odd process, and there are a lot of people who have been kind of at odds with it. Obviously, ECR hasn't even shown up for any of these without having a lead candidate. As far as the debates go, they're a bit lackluster, in my opinion, but then again, I'm American. Ours are like basically reality TV at this point, so from that perspective, they have been a bit lackluster. It's not too much jumping into these issues. It hasn't been too much of a fight. You expected more fights against Ms. von der Leyen. You expected more pushback on some of the issues, and it really just came down to one or two things. It came down to the will she make a deal with the ECR and Meloni and Le Pen? And that's pretty much about it. And otherwise, they've been pretty quiet.
Yeah, I guess people are not interested in things like that. They're probably more interested in their daily lives. And
I would argue that the people are probably pretty interested in it, but the politicians have not kind of reflected that appetite for argument.
But Garvin, if Ursula von der Leyen is not endorsed as the Commission President, does that mean the whole idea of this Spitzenkandidat process is dead?
I mean, the Spitzenkandidat process is a funny one because it says, the leader of the biggest single party should get it. But we're talking about proportional parliament. It's not like the UK where you have one dominant party and one opposition party that's weaker. You have the EPP who's done better than everyone else, but they don't have a majority. They have a sizable share, and that doesn't always translate into votes you then need, because she still needs 50% of the votes. So there's a structural problem with this kind of Spitzenkandidat system. And that structural problem is reflected in the difficulty of getting things over the line.
Indeed. And just in case our viewers want more analysis tonight, we have our team live blogging all night with really all the details and the figures that you want. And we can take a look, in fact, now at the outcome in Poland. We have some estimates coming up there on your screens. We can see Civic Coalition there coming up at 38.2%, and Law and Justice, so the Peace Party, coming up at 33.9%. Civic Platform, of course, or Civic Coalition, the party of Donald Tusk, who's kind of the comeback kid, really, in Europe. I guess these are not really surprising, these results, Boyd, that you're seeing there in Poland.
Honestly, Civic Coalition KO did better than we kind of expected to. We had them kind of a little bit neck and neck there with Law and Justice. Law and Justice seemed to stick at their number, right? They were right about that 34% line, and it was a jockeying position with the Civic Coalition. It looks to me, my just quick takeaway without looking at too much, Third Way did not do well. They are having the bad night there in Poland. And I would suspect if you start to dig into those numbers a bit, you're seeing a lot of Third Way voters kind of shift to the Civic Coalition, shift to that EPP side, whereas it's not so much of a loss from Law and Justice. If Law and Justice is losing at all, it would be going to the Confederation, who is doing very well themselves. But, it's a good night. It's a very good night for Civic Coalition.
Well, we move then from Warsaw straight over to Madrid, to the Spanish capital, where Jaume Velasquez is standing by, our reporter, and who can give us now an update on what the latest is from there. Jaume.
Well, I'm at the People's Party headquarters, and there's any sign of celebration here, despite the exit polls are showing that the People's Party will win the election, but it will win the election with a very, very, very small difference compared to the Socialist Party. If these exit polls are confirmed, we will know, we will have the first official results in a few minutes, but if this is confirmed, it could be a great backlash for Alberto Núñez Feijóo, the leader of the People's Party, who had framed this election as a referendum on Pedro Sánchez, the Prime Minister, government, and his performance as Prime Minister. And we tonight we are seeing that this European election is becoming an earthquake for national politics. So we don't know exactly what can happen when the first results are announced, but we know that we will have to wait almost until the end, because it's a very tight race between the People's Party and the Socialist Party. The exit polls are also showing that Spain, like other countries, are leaning towards the right. The far-right party Vox is winning at least 2 seats according to these exit polls, and a new far-right party may also enter the European Parliament here in Spain. Regarding the Socialist Party, if these results, exit polls are confirmed, is a great result for the Socialist Party in the European Union. It will strengthen its position within the democratic and social group in the European Parliament. And the People's Party obviously will end up second within the group of the Conservatives in the European Parliament. But regarding the situation and the big clash between both parties, we will see exactly how this battle plays out when it comes to making alliances in the European Parliament.
Jaime Velasquez, thank you so much for that live update from Madrid. We'll be back to you a little bit later in the night, so don't get tired just yet. We'll be back to you a little bit later in the night to find out what the precise details are out of Spain tonight. But interesting, as Jaime was saying there, Garvin, it is a bit of an earthquake what's happening here and a real shake-up.
Spain's going back to its traditional two-party system of having two big, pretty strong equal parties. The thing that happened after the financial crisis where you had Podemos created, Ciudadanos created, well, Podemos or Sumar as they are now, they're back to the old Izquierda Unida, far-left Spanish vote. Ciudadanos have disappeared. And then Vox on the far right, they're still there at 10%, but they're down from their heights of a few years ago. They're struggling to really make the kind of impact that Chega made in Portugal, as I think we were discussing earlier. It's and it's another good performance by Pedro Sánchez, who seems to always manage to pull a cat out of the bag at the last minute. He did this with his incredible stunt about the accusations against his wife. That seemed to have consolidated support behind him. Feijóo is struggling to really transform what's probably a lot of Spaniards are pretty annoyed at Pedro Sánchez and his tricks and his Machiavellianism, but I think Feijóo really, who's the Partido Popular leader, really needs to a positive vision for Spain. It's not enough to say it's a referendum on Pedro Sánchez. He needs to tell people why the Partido Popular will make things better in Spain.
And Jaime Velasquez there alluded to Vox, that will send perhaps two members of the Parliament to Brussels and Strasbourg, but he also mentioned another far-right party. I guess he was alluding to Se acabó la fiesta. No, the party is over. What do they represent, and what do you think? How do you think they'll do?
I mean, that's just what do we have them at here? I mean, could be one seat. Could be one seat. So. That's just another wrinkle in everything. I mean, I think it comes out Spain. It's going to come back to those two major parties, like you're talking about. They're controlling everything. You expected Vox to have, again, you wanted them to have a better performance if you're a far right voter, if you're a right wing voter in Spain. It's still they haven't been able to break through in that same way. You mentioned Chega. Like Chega was able to break through in Portugal in March. It didn't break through here tonight. It doesn't look like so. Yeah. What does it mean? It doesn't mean much because I think there are people in Spain kind of looking for alternatives on either end, and Vox hasn't totally been able to offer that alternative yet. So I think that just provides just another outlet. But still, it's about those two main parties in Spain.
Indeed, and we heard earlier from Jaime as well that voter turnout was down in Spain, something we can take away as well from this election.
That is very unusual because usually in Spain when voter turnout is down, the right does well. When it's up, the left does well, but this has completely broken that pattern. It's a fascinating change in Spanish politics.
And apart from France and the headlines from France tonight, Garvin Walsh, if people are just tuning in, what are your big takeaways from these European election outcome results so far?
Big takeaways is kind of an east-west divide going on. Sort of northwest of Europe, we're seeing a very strong far right, whether in France, Germany, and a decent performance from the Netherlands. That's not being replicated around Europe, though the new Bulgarian party, Varajne, did actually do quite well, but they perhaps not as well as had been expected, but they did decently. It's a mixed picture. They're complicated elections, but you know it's going to be business as usual in the European Parliament. The big groups are basically the same size as they were. You have a lot of drama at certain national levels, but the overall makeup of the European Parliament isn't very different from what it was before.
So very calm takes from our two gentlemen here tonight. We can actually bring in now a comment from Marine Le Pen over in France, who throughout the night has been cracking open the champagne with her colleagues. Let's take a listen to how she's been digesting the news of her big victory tonight.
Nous sommes prêts à exercer le pouvoir si les Français nous font confiance lors de ces futures élections législatives. Nous sommes prêts à redresser le pays, prêts à défendre les intérêts des Français, prêts à mettre fin à cette immigration de masse, prêt à faire du pouvoir d'achat des Français une priorité, prêt à entamer la réindustrialisation du pays. En clair, nous sommes prêts à redresser le pays, prêts à faire revivre la France. Comme le résultat de ce soir a contraint Emmanuel Macron à revenir aux urnes, j'appelle les Français à venir nous rejoindre pour former autour du Rassemblement national une majorité au service de la seule cause qui guide nos pas, la France.
Marine Le Pen there with a spring in her step, really, and excitement in her voice, really saying she would be putting France first.
I mean, she's got to say that. What was striking, I thought, was the crowd picture. You'd expect them to be cheering her to the rafters, because this is their chance to actually get legislative power, but they just seemed stunned. The activists in that hall didn't seem to be expecting this at all. They seem to be sort of blindsided by Macron's move, and they're going to have to get organised very fast.
Will she end up potentially in the Elysee one day, do you think?
I'm sorry, say it again.
Will she one day preside over France?
It's a possibility. I think that you're looking for the reaction. I think Mr. Bardella might be getting the reaction there. He had a great campaign. Was able to drum up a lot of support. Was able to kind of establish himself as the young new face of French politics, and I think that might have hurt Macron, who once was that individual. So that, I mean, it's an interesting take there. I do think. You mentioned the part. I think that French voters went out and they voted for France. That's the ultimate thing. They voted. We track it in pre-election polling, and that's why the French vote, the French outcome, didn't really surprise us too much in the poll center, because we noticed that over 60% of French voters were not voting for European issues. They were voting for French issues. And that directly benefits RN in this. And
that's something that we've been reporting on for weeks here
at
Euronews, that essentially it is one European Parliament election, but really 27 different elections with people going to vote thinking of domestic and national issues. But Boyd Wagner, we're going to have to leave it there. Thank you so much for being with us tonight on our live coverage. And of course, Garvin Walsh from the European, not the European People's Party, the European Policy Centre, the EPC, a well-known think tank here in Brussels. Thank you so much for being with us and for your company. We'll see you a little bit later, but now it's time to go back to the hemicycle where all the action is tonight and get the latest from Shona Murray, our special correspondent. Shona, what more can you tell us now?
Well, Maeve, everybody is still reeling from the decision by President Macron to call new elections, and I think some of the points there made by your guests actually resonate. You know, the feeling is that everybody is shocked, not just France, not just here in Brussels, but also Marine Le Pen and her party and Jordan Bardella. And I think what Garvin was saying there about the shock on their faces kind of reminded me about the day after when the Brexit vote passed, when you saw people like Boris Johnson, Nigel Farage and others who thought that they were going to lose the vote suddenly be handed all this major responsibility and wondering whether or not they were ready to take it on. So obviously that opportunity is in their hands now. One thing I also wanted to point out to you is there are some countries here in the European Union that are allowing 16 and 17-year-old votes. One of them for now is Germany, and some of the results from how 16 and 17-year-old voted were mainly with the AfD and Christian Union. They were the parties that topped the poll for young voters between 16 to 24 years of age. So that goes to show you that those parties are making traction with the young vote, which means they have voters potentially for life.
Welcome back to our election night special coverage live from the European Parliament in Brussels. I'm Stefan Grobe, your host for the next hour. And I can promise you lots of reactions and analysis from our expert guests and our correspondents here in the Parliament and across Europe. To start the conversation at this hour, let's bring in Olivia Lazar, Research Fellow at Carnegie Europe, and Matteo Albania, Political Analyst and Communications Director of Must & Partners. Welcome to both of you. Olivia, it's 11 o'clock. The battle is almost over. What are your main takeaways?
In 2019, the street and climate activists decided the outcomes of the election. This year, it's very much the cost of living crisis that did. And the circumstances around the cost of living crisis are going to have some very long-term consequences. Deciding the future of the Green Deal, the future of European security, and whether or not Europe is coherent enough to equip itself from an economic perspective to pursue the means essentially of its climate and security politics going forward.
Yeah. And at 11 o'clock, the polls have closed in Italy, and that's the reason to go to Giorgia Orlandi in Rome. Good evening, Giorgia. What can you tell us?
Hi, Stefan. Good evening. Well, yes, polls have just closed here in Italy, and we're waiting for the first exit polls to come through as soon as possible. We'll bring that to you live as soon as they arrive. Well, Italy is the country where polls close later than in other parts of Europe, which means also that first projections will be available from after midnight. So according to partial results, we can now tell you that, well, they actually put Brothers of Italy at 27%, between 27% and 31%, and the PD party, Italy's main opposition party, according to partial results, is now put at 21%. We'll see whether or not the official outcome will confirm that. Just to give you an idea, a sense of how it looks like over here, well, this is Meloni's headquarters, where everyone is waiting for the final results. 300 accredited journalists coming from 14 different countries. Now, let's talk about very quickly about vote turnout. Well, it currently stands at around 40%. Low vote turnout has long troubled EU elections here in Italy since they were held the very first time, and the figure has been decreasing throughout the years. Now, this vote is crucial because it will mainly be a political test for Giorgia Meloni since she was appointed in 2022. She's determined, well, she aims to get a higher share of votes compared with 26% in 2022, and according to first exit polls, maybe she actually might get enough votes. Should that be confirmed, obviously that could strengthen her role both in Italy and in Europe. Back to you, Stefan.
All right, Giorgia Orlandi, thank you so much, live from Rome. Matteo, Italy, a country close to your heart. How do you rate the performance of Giorgia Meloni? I mean, 40% turnout is weak by all standards. Is that the support she needs to aim at higher objectives on the European level?
Well, if the polls are confirmed, and she might get around the 30%, okay, it's a low turnout, but if the polls are confirmed, that's a strong performance. Meloni's been in government for over a year, and if we compare it to Scholz and Macron in France and Germany, out of the three biggest countries, Meloni is the one coming out most powerful out of these elections. So yeah, low turnout. Italians didn't feel these elections as important, they didn't feel as close to them. But Meloni definitely can portray herself as the queen maker, and if she plays her card well, she can definitely place Italy as the front runner in the negotiations for the nominations of the European Council, the European Commission, the top jobs of the EU.
Okay, thanks for this, Matteo. We go live to Maria Psara, our Euronews correspondent. She's inside the European Parliament, and she has a guest. Maria, up to you.
We're here. I hear nothing from the live. Hello? Hello, if you can hear me, I'm here with the Socialist MEP from Portugal, Mr. Marques. We just heard him on the podium, and now I want to ask you, Mr. Marques, you said that you are still the second power in the parliament, but still you have less power, less seats. Isn't it a bell for you?
Look, you can see the glass half empty or half full. I would say that the fact that with so many attacks on democracy, on democratic parties, with violence, with disinformation, with attacks to the rule of law, with attacks to the freedom of the press, like we have had in Italy, by the way, it's still important that the biggest political groups in this parliament, they basically maintain their number of seats. We are by far the second biggest political group in this parliament, which means that our weight, our capacity to influence the future decisions in this parliament has actually grown. So there's a clear choice now in front of us, in front of the European political parties. Do you go pro-European, pro-democratic, or do you go pro-far right, pro-radicals. And we want to grow pro-European. And it is possible to rebuild a majority of pro-European parties, again, based on the will of the European electorate. That's important for us.
That's indeed important, but would this include Ursula von der Leyen as the next president of the Commission?
Look, we now will wait for the indication of EPP and the discussions in the Council. We will put our own conditions. I mean, we respect the Spitzenkandidaten process, and we respect the fact that EPP was actually the group that came out first place. But now it's not just about the persons. It's not just about person A or person B. It's about policies. It's about continuing with the Green Deal. It's about social rights. It's about workers' rights. It's about housing policy. It's about supporting Ukraine. It's about rule of law, freedom of the press, attacks against those that are, for any reason that they choose different, homophobia, xenophobia, attacks to women's rights. They have no place in our Europe. So that's why a good number of groups and parties for us, they don't count in these coalitions, in these majorities for the future.
I have one last question for you. Mr. Smith, your Spitzenkandidat, has stressed a lot of times that he wouldn't cooperate with Ursula von der Leyen if she would go with ECR and even more with the ID. Do you insist in this quote?
Absolutely. It's not even a distinction there. It's if the groups, if there is any kind of coalition, if there is any kind of negotiation for a coalition with DCR and ID, we are not negotiating with EPP. It's as simple as that. Either you choose pro-European, pro-democratic, or you kind of dance with the far right. With us, they can't come to dance with the far right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good luck. So, back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Maria Psara in the European Parliament. Olivia, we've heard it from Mr. Marques. There is a majority. The centre held the pro-democracy, the pro-European party. Where do we go from here? Is it business as usual?
No, I don't think so. Obviously, European democracy is having a big moment, and radical right parties are having their third man moment. So whatever is going to happen essentially in the negotiations in the months ahead, there will be some questions as to what direction Europe takes. And in my area of research, and when it comes to following the policies of the European Union, to my mind, there is a cornerstone in terms of where the European Green Deal will go. And I have some fundamental worries about the future of the European Green Deal at exactly the moment when it is supposed to step up towards a geopolitical dimension, knowing that essentially Europe is in a world which is geopolitically constrained or very tense at the moment, and it needs to step up its game. It needs to equip itself with competitiveness, with very strong climate policies that are going to demonstrate essentially the type of leadership that the European Union has wanted to have over the last 5 years. And with the very strong scores and results that radical right parties are having, there is a sense of counterbalancing, right? Radical right parties are essentially a lot more oriented towards sovereign types of policies, which are very much a sort of fallback in terms of how Europe wants to position itself into the world. That's going to be a major issue essentially within the next few months of how the negotiations play out, but even more so over the next few years, and particularly the next 5 years, whether or not.
But still, we have a European coalition in the centre that has a majority of 50+ seats. At the same time, we have a very fractured far right. They are not on the same page when it comes to Ukraine, when it comes to migration, when it comes to a host of other issues. How could that fractured right influence or pressure the majority?
Well, I think that the current majority cannot go business as usual. They need to open up somehow. Front National, AfD in Germany, FPO in Austria. There is a clear choice made by citizens that Europe as it was in the last 5 years was not okay. So it will be a big mistake to go in the same direction. I think that the next majority, even it will be formed by the same parties, the Liberals, the Socialists and the APP, will still need to make some concession to to the far right and to the extreme right.
How would that look like? I'm curious.
Well,
you mentioned the AfD. They got 16% in Germany. So a party that has 16%, although they were polling above 20% just a few weeks ago, what would be an incentive for the majority to open up, as you say, to the far right? And how would that be?
Well, I see it, for example, in competitiveness, in industry, the Green Deal. It will be a mistake to proceed and to go on as it was being done in the past years. Policy when it comes to defense, sovereignty about the member states. These are all areas where the current majority needs to reflect upon and needs to make concession. It cannot be that we continue on with the Green Deal, with the green transformation, with the green laws, without taking into account the needs of industry, the needs of farmers. These votes represent that voices, the voices of farmers, the voices of companies that have enough of this regulation. So I think that some concession will be made as a trade-off. I can expect some of these parties, some of these MEPs voting for some pieces of legislation and being a bit inside the cordon sanitaire.
Okay, let's go to a country where the far right did not score spectacularly well, and that is Portugal, where we're now joined by my dear colleague Ricardo Figueira. Ricardo, what's the latest from Lisbon?
Hello. Once again, well, the latest is that the first official results are in, and the first 12 MEPs of 21 elected by Portugal are confirmed elected. These are 5 each for the Socialists and for the ruling centre-right coalition, the AD, 1 for the far right, the Chega, and 1 for the Liberals, for the Iniciativa Liberal. Now, these first official results, which are still partial results, are confirmation of what the exit poll said, which is a perfect tie between the socialists in the opposition and the Social Democrats and Conservatives in the government. So the tie has been confirmed. There is a very, very slight advantage to the socialists, 32% ahead of 31% for the AD, but this is really a minimal advantage. So I'm here in the headquarters, in the campaign headquarters of the ruling centre-right coalition, and the mood is of a bit of disappointment, really, because of course they were hoping for a victory, and that is not being confirmed. Now, in the stage right behind me, the head of list of the AD coalition will speak in a few moments. He will, of course, say this is a victory for them, but the results are frankly a bit disappointing for the ruling coalition. They're also a bit disappointing for the far right, which was hoping for a better result. They had almost 17% in the parliamentary elections. Now they are with 9.8%, projected to have about 12%. So they are descending as well. Even if it's the first time they are electing MEPs, this is important to say. It's the first time Portugal will have far-right MEPs.
Thank you, Ricardo. Thank you so much. Good evening to Lisbon. Olivier, there you have it. You have a country where the far right is actually going down. I guess we have the same problems in Portugal than in the rest of the the rest of the European Union. Cost of living crisis, a Green Deal problems, regulations for farmers, etc. Different opinions over Ukraine, etc. Why is it that in big countries like France, to a lesser extent Germany, the far right is doing very well, and then we have countries like Portugal where that's not the case? Is it the question, the quality of the candidates, maybe?
There may be some of that. There is also indeed, a question of the rise of radical right parties is very much a contextual issue, building upon political sort of constituencies that are respective to their own countries. There is also, and it was mentioned by the socialist candidate just earlier,
the issue of how much certain types of misinformation and disinformation campaigns have been targeted at certain types of countries. First and foremost, France and Germany, obviously being two really important countries, particularly in the discussions around security, around climate, etc., etc. And there is also, when it comes to the case of France, a long-standing sort of history of how the Front National, which has become the Rassemblement National, has essentially sort of tried to build upon decades of a political fight. And now there is, its moment seems to be coming, rising upon or sort of riding the wave essentially of this cost of living crisis, but also enabled and helped by certain types of disinformation.
Let me just interrupt you. We have the latest from Italy estimates, and here is our graphic. So, Matteo, let's look at it together. Fratelli d'Italia, that's the party of Giorgia Meloni, 28%. Then the leading opposition, the Democratic Party, coming in second at 23%. And, well, you comment on the rest, Cinque Stelle 12, Forza Italia not even 10%, the Lega also less than 10%. Looking at these numbers, what's your take?
Three takeaways. The first is that Meloni is confirmed as a good leader for the Italians after 18 months in government. The socialists did perform well. The threshold was set at 20%. According to this poll, they are at 23%, so they definitely have a stable opposition. The surprise here is that Forza Italia, the party of the late President Berlusconi, has overtaken Lega, the ID group member Lega from Matteo Salvini. And since these two parties are together in coalition with Meloni, if Forza Italia comes as stronger than Lega, they might ask, a reshuffle in the government, they might ask for better positions in the government. And another takeaway is that five-star movement are definitely scoring lower than expected. Polls were giving them between 15 and 17%. 12% is definitely not what they could expect. So these are the main takeaways. Definitely a strong government, a strong party in government, which is Fratelli d'Italia, but also the socialist is performing quite well. So there is a strong polarization in the Italian voters, in the Italian electorate. That's obvious from this data.
Meloni's campaign was very much centered around her personality, right?
It was. She asked her people to write her name, Georgia, on the ballot. Not even a last name. She said that people should call her by her first name. It was very personal and it was very close to people. Meloni is definitely portraying herself as a leader, a reliable leader also in Europe. And it's a trend that we are seeing that the far right is not that far anymore. At least they're trying not to be seen as that far anymore. And I think that that's a trend that we are seeing because they understand that at the end they need to be more moderate if they want to play bigger roles at the European stage.
What is she going to do in the next European Parliament? Who are her partners of preference, of choice, of luck, of... I mean, it's a strong showing in Italy, but where does it lead here? If she ends up with the other far rights in far right parties and in a, I'm not saying meaningless opposition, but in an opposition that has no real power if the Democratic parties stick together.
I think that Giorgia Meloni has kept her cards very close to her chest, which obviously from a political perspective is very tactical and very strategic. She will wait essentially for a number of negotiations going forward in the next few weeks and possibly in the next few months to really understand how best she can take what she can draw essentially from this momentum, from this shift that is happening from a European regional perspective and what she can draw from it from a national perspective. I think that this is what Matteo was saying as well. At the moment, she's being confirmed as a strong leader in Italy, but Italian politics tend to be fickle and quite brittle, and she will need to demonstrate more and more capital in how she manages to use Brussels. And this is the key, particularly for radical right parties at the moment. There is a movement towards how to use Europe for the benefits of a number of different agendas which are very much determined from a nationalistic and sovereign perspective, which will have the result over time of fragmenting the coherence of Europe, which is where the danger lies, right? But at the moment, since Prime Minister Meloni is indeed the queen maker, she has every interest to keep her cards very close to her chest.
Okay, let's take a look at the latest numbers here from leading European countries. To start with France, here Marine Le Pen's party 31.5%. That is 1/3 of the electorate. That is, I think that's a historic score. Then Renaissance, the party of Emmanuel Macron, not even 15%, and he already drew the consequences tonight by announcing the dissolution of the French Parliament. We can talk about that in a minute. The Socialist Party at 14%. I mean, they came from nowhere, right? I remember the past presidential election; they had not even 5% or something. So it's a big gain, but historically, of course, still a disastrous result. Which brings us to Germany. The traditional Christian Democrats, almost 30%, again, almost one third of the electorate, undeterred by the rise of the far right. The far right, AfD, now 16.5%. A little more than half of the result of the Christian Democrats. And then the government parties, the Social Democrats, 14, the Greens 12, and the FDP, that's the Liberal Party, at 5. That's 31%. The ruling coalition, which is quite amazing. They're without any majority right now if this were a national election. And here we have the numbers from Italy again. Meloni's Fratelli d'Italia 28%, and then the leading opposition 23%. And we're now ready to go to Rome again, where Giorgia Orlandi is waiting for us, and she has updates. Giorgia, up to you.
Hi, Stefan. Well, I can confirm, as you mentioned, that exit polls here put Brothers of Italy, Fratelli d'Italia, at between 26 and 30%, Forza Italia and the League Party at 8%, the PD Party, Italy's main opposition party, at 25%. So clearly we're actually nearing that share of votes that Meloni is aiming at. As we know, she wants to get a higher share of votes compared with 26% she got in 2022, and she wants to remain in power for 5 years and complete her political term. This vote is crucial because, as we said many times, it's a test. It's a major political test for Meloni after she got elected in 2022. As you mentioned before, well, she decided that her name should be the first name on the ballot across the 5 main constituencies, turning these elections into a referendum on a government, on what this government has or hasn't achieved. We can also confirm that we just saw Nicola Procaccini, the ACR co-chair, the ECR group co-chair. He has just arrived here. We're also hearing that Meloni herself is due to take the stage at around midnight, when first projections are expected to be out. Should these results be confirmed, well, this could be a great result for Giorgia Meloni. That could strengthen her role both in Italy and in Europe and among right-wing political forces. Back to you, Stefan.
All right, thank you, Giorgia, in Rome. They're reporting live for us. Matteo, I want to turn our attention to France now, from where the most spectacular news of the night came, the dissolution of the French Parliament. How do you rate this decision by the French president? Is it what is it? I can't even. Is it strategically important? Is it a tactical move? Does he think that the voters will come back to him in a few weeks?
It's a gamble. It remembers me what Sanchez, the Prime Minister of Spain, did exactly 1 year ago after local elections and a big blowout for his party, and then he called for snap elections. It's a way, Macron is obviously cornered by this result, and it's a way to regain trust and to regain confidence. On the other end, this might have big consequences on the European stage, because there is all the European Council meetings scheduled ahead. I'm not so sure Macron will be in the mood and willing to talk about nominations of the European top jobs while having important elections now in his own country. And looking just at the neighboring country, Germany, Scholz might draw similar conclusions given the results as well. I mean, there might be elections, snap elections in Germany. It's my forecast, my provision, but definitely the two biggest countries out of these elections, France or Germany, came out weaker. The ruling governments have suffered big loss. The only big country that came out as a winning government-led party is Meloni, and that's Italy. So Meloni can also play that card at European stage. The card might be having an Italian in one of the top jobs.
Yeah, is France a country in crisis now? Olivia.
It's, I mean, in true French fashion, I suppose that the French really like to stage a revolution, including in key European moments. So it is a moment of rift, and it's a rift that had been a long time coming. If we remember the moment 7 years ago when President Macron ran for his first election, he said that by the time he would be done with his own mandate, there would be no discussion about the Rassemblement National or the Front National. Obviously, we're at a moment when we're closer than ever to having a deep blue wave. Mm-hmm. But what he did tonight is, first of all, true to his democratic and European spirit. He took to the letter a vote which was at a European level, not a nationally domestic level, and he decided to give it the type of weight that, you know, that has resonance essentially for national and domestic politics, and responding essentially to the challenge that Jordan Bardella sent to him.
Let's take a look at the projected picture of the European Parliament going forward. There it is. 720 seats were up for grabs. 181 now with Christian Democrats, the European People's Party. Second, the Socialists and Democrats with 135. And third, the Liberals, Renew, 82. That together is a pretty solid working majority. We have on the right the various far-right groups, and on the left the Greens and the far left. The far left, by the way, almost close to irrelevance, right? In Germany, they would not have been member of the national parliament with this result here. Is the far left thing a thing of the past?
I think it started to be a thing that they aligned themselves in some countries too much on green policies and green visions, and voters that just chose the original. And in some other countries, they were aligned to their country, to the opposite, which is the far right. So people still like to prefer moderate parties. That's what the majority currently is showing. But let's not forget that we have around 100 seats that are not assigned, that there are members that are not assigned, and these are floating MEPs that can go most likely to the far-right groups or to the APP, and they can still make a significant shift to the majority.
Yeah, the top position of the European People's Party could have been much better if, in France, the old Gaullist party would have scored better. This is also a party that is becoming, moving closer to irrelevance. And I wonder, seeing the results in Germany, the Christian Democrats largely ahead, in Greece a similar result. In France, no. In France, they're losing. Why is that? Why is this old traditional party so unattractive now? Has Macron killed it in his term in office?
I think, once again, I will go back to what I was saying before.
the world has changed. Europe has to adapt essentially to a fundamentally different geopolitical constellation. And 5 years ago, with the Green Deal, there was a fundamental flaw within the design of the Green Deal, which was that it had not had any type of geopolitical vision. It started developing it with the war in Ukraine, with the Repower package, EU package, and as a result, we started seeing essentially some fundamental rifts opening up at the foundations of Europe, including in countries like France, including like Germany. This is the story also why, you know, the Greens and the SPD are sort of losing ground in Germany, even though technically 5 years ago they were the big winners. We're essentially sort of seeing a Europe which is grappling with what is its place in the world, what are the various foundations that will best serve its own political project internally, regionally, but also how will it be able to step up essentially in this geopolitical constellation and stay true to its European project. And for the moment, it's a bit, Europe is searching for its own soul, both in terms of its past, but also in terms of its future.
Yeah. So a lot is being is floating in Europe right now. Thank you so much. And we go straight to our special correspondent, Shona Murray, in the hemicycle. Shona, what have you got?
Stefan, everybody just counting up the election results today. I think so far everybody's been speaking about Giorgia Meloni's exceptional results. I think she'd been expected to get around 26% and is looking well over that, which coincides with her national election results, which means that she is really maintaining her popularity, which gives her huge clout when it comes to the European Council. And if you coincide that or contrast that with what we heard from President Macron, who was really the leading figure when it comes to the European Union. I mean, we remember his Sorbonne speech a couple of months ago. He's really the only leader who's been talking about the future of Europe, how important it is, how it's important to protect the European way of life with the rule of law, to protect migrants while having a strong immigration policy, to defend Europe against its enemies, but also defend it against its competitors. But anyway, Macron is the person who has been thrashed by the far right, thrashed by his opposition, and as announced, as we know, those elections today. And I suppose it's really the consensus here is that it's a really bold move by Macron. He's putting it to the electorate. Do you want what he would describe as a neo-fascism government, or do you want stability?
Okay, thank you, Shona Murray, there live from the hemicycle in the European Parliament. We have a new group of guests here on the set, and joining me now are Helena Hahn, political analyst at the European Policy Center, and Euronews Brussels correspondent Maria Psara. Welcome to both of you.
Hello.
So this was quite an evening so far. We've been talking about a big surge, big rise of the far right for quite some time, for months actually, based on the polls. But when we look at the results, it has been a wave in one country and a trickle in another country. And as we've heard from Portugal a few minutes ago, the far right is actually losing. So what do you make of all this? Helena,
well, I
starting
think
with you.
We see that the results reflect what was expected, in the sense that in particular in a couple of countries, such as in Austria, in France, in Germany, the far right has been able to make advances, has been able to mobilize voters, and we have to also remember that oftentimes the EU elections are considered second-order elections, but the far right has oftentimes been able to use that to its advantage to mobilize voters. I think it is remarkable in the sense that we will, by comparison, now have a much bigger group, percentage-wise, of far-right or right-wing, or conservative right-wing MEPs in the parliament.
Sorry to interrupt. You have to go to Berlin, Germany being one of the countries where the far right scored a respectable result, let's call it this way, and where our correspondent Liv Strout is there. Liv, I hear you're running out of battery, so give us your updates rather quickly.
Hello, yes, thank you very much for the question. So, of course, as you can see, the Greens have been dealt a huge blow in these elections. And I mean, it's very surprising because the south of Germany really suffered under floods recently. However, Hildegard Bertelle, who is the CDU lead candidate for the European elections, has promised that she will keep green deals back on track, so she's not going to do away with them. The voter turnout in Germany smashed records. It was at a record-breaking 65%, which is the most it has been since the start of the European elections, so that's very impressive. The biggest winners of these elections have been the AfD party. During the acceptance speech and the victory speech, they discussed strengthening migration policies in Europe, and they're particularly capitalising on the fact that a policeman was recently killed by an Afghan who wasn't deported because he was a minor a few years ago. So it is going to be very exciting to see how everything develops, everything unfolds in the next couple of months. Handing back to you, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Liv. I hope you can make it home safely, even without battery. Let's have a look at the numbers from Germany. Here they are. So, yes, the AfD with 16.5%, quite a respectable result, I said, but are they the winner? The Christian Democrats, almost 30%, a number you rarely reach in these days today. And then the coalition parties, the Social Democrats, 14, the Greens, 12, and the FDP here in yellow, the Liberals, 5. That's together 31%. That's quite a bad score. Maria, you're nodding. How can they go on? And what can we expect here in Europe? I mean, the AfD, yes, they will send people here to the European Parliament, but what will they do?
Especially, Stefan, if you think that the turnout in Germany is quite high, it's around 65%. So my take is that people went to vote exactly to show their disagreement with the coalition. So the coalition needs to change the way that faces the things, needs to do something if they don't want to have to follow Macron's path, let's say. Because it's really shocking seeing after 2 years of after the elections, right? So you see how much power has lost the ruling party, but also his coalition members. So it's important to get the message, interpret the message, and then do things to bring back their voters. Otherwise, I don't think they can stay for a long time.
Well, it's not only the case that people are looking for new recipes, for new solutions, when they give the Christian Democrats, you know, the traditional right, a big first spot here. In Greece, the same thing. So I have to ask you, what made Mitsotakis' party so strong?
Look, it is the first party, and as expected, the opposition parties are very low in the rates. But as Mitsotakis himself admitted, it was not the result that the ruling party was expecting. It's lower. So there, again, we have a complaint vote. We have a vote for the government saying something is wrong here. You should change the way you face the things, you handle things. And the most important, Stefan, in Greece recently is the products, the inflation and the cost of living. It's very high with very low salaries. The working perspective of the young people are still very bad. A lot of people need to leave the country still now after 3 memoranda of understanding, 3 programs, financial programs. So you understand that all these people wanted to send a message, a strong message to government, and that's what they did tonight.
With the strength of the Christian Democrats, we have still a ruling European coalition in the European Parliament. Okay, we have to, I ask the question again, we have to go live to the Secretary General of the European Parliament with a declaration.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening. Europeans have cast their votes, and the world's largest transnational democratic exercise has now concluded. The first projection of the seats in the next European Parliament is now ready. The results will still need to be certified and confirmed, a process that will take some time. but this is the first realistic picture of the 10th legislature of the European Parliament. A parliament that will start working immediately. Already on Tuesday, the day after tomorrow, the political group leaders will come together for a first meeting of Parliament's Conference of Presidents, and there the group leaders will take stock of the results of the European elections with a view to the election of the next European Commission President and set out the roadmap for the constitution of the new Parliament. Over the coming weeks, political groups will need to be constituted and majorities will need to be formed in order to work on a political programme that will steer the direction of our Union for the coming years. In short, parliamentary work starts now. On the 16th of July, the new Parliament, the 10th legislature, will hold its inaugural session in Strasbourg. As President of this Parliament, I see these results today as a sign of trust from our people, for the Parliament to continue leading the European agenda for the coming 5 years, but also as a signal that we need to work even harder to reach people. Europe has voted, democracy is alive, and our Parliament will be one that is constructive and that will continue to work for all Europeans. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President. Now you will see the provisional results appear on the screen. So let me read them out. EPP 186, S&D 133, Renew 82, ECR 70, IND 60, Greens 53, the left.
No. There is a discrepancy between what you said, John, and
No. Okay, sorry.
results.
Please take note of these results.
Fine.
EPP 186, S&D 133, Renew 82, ECR 70, IND 60, the Greens 53, the left 36, non-attached members 50, others 50. And now, President will take 2 questions, as it was the case for the group leaders, and will also be for the Spitzenkandidat. And who would like to take this first question? Yeah, Francesca, please. Maybe give your name and your media also to all others.
Francesca Basso, Corriere della Sera. Madam President, are you concerned about the rise of the extreme right, and what do you think will be the impact on the European Parliament?
Can you repeat the second part of your question?
And what do you think will be the impact on the European Parliament?
Okay. So, first of all, thank you. The next Parliament will be made up of 720 members. We will, of course, take stock of the results and the numbers of the groups, which should be more or less confirmed in the screen behind Majaume any minute now. 2 things we need to do. First of all, understand how people voted, who they voted for, and also realize the responsibility that citizens place on their representatives. In the next 5 years, we will be adopting decisions not only of an institutional nature, as in the beginning of this mandate, but also on issues that have an impact on citizens' daily lives. This has been a campaign that has focused a lot on that, whether it was in a discussion of security, whether it was discussion on the rule of law, on climate, on competitiveness, agriculture. I can tell you housing featured in a number of countries. So this would, I think will be a balance between the impact of the result, but also a responsibility of the groups to come together to form a majority. In this Parliament, it doesn't work with a government and an opposition, it works with majorities. We can see that the constructive pro-European centre has held, and it is that centre that will be projected to build on the European projects that we need to work with.
And second question now. I see Marek, please.
Hello, down here. The microphone is on?
Yes.
Perfect. Marek Majewski, German press agency, DPA. Do you think that gains by right and far-right parties is connected to the Qatargate scandal and the fact that trust in European democracy has suffered from it, and would you call on pro-European parties to support von der Leyen? Thank you.
So first of all, I am very proud of the reforms that we introduced specifically because this European Parliament faced a number of challenges at the end of 2022, but the response of the Parliament was immediate, that integral reforms that were long overdue needed to be introduced in order for us to build the firewalls and sound the alarm if something like that had to happen again. This new Parliament is equipped with those new reforms. It has reinforced its rules, the rules on integrity and accountability. If you talk about the different types of rules that we have adopted inside the Bureau and by the whole plenary, this Parliament is now more effective and more open. And I want to see that as having been the determining factor of the reason why people voted in these elections and looked to the European Parliament, because this Parliament will continue to provide solutions for the next 5 years. But the responsibility is also on all of us who want to work together to build. What do we mean by build? By building majorities to deliver the best for our citizens. Citizens want solutions from us. They want an effective Parliament. They want a Parliament that delivers. Group leaders will start to meet, I'm sure, as from tomorrow. As I said, the Conference of Presidents will meet on Tuesday. The results will be discussed, majorities will be found, and then we will take all the necessary decisions that we have, starting at the Strasbourg session in July. Thank you.
All right, you're watching Euronews, and this was Roberta Metsola, the President of the European Parliament, with a summary of the evening. She said that the Parliament is not divided into government and opposition, but between majority and minority, and that the fight for majorities is always on top of the issues. She was laying out the timetable for the next weeks to come. And we also heard about the distribution of seats, and let me repeat that. We have 186, although this is 189, but we were announced.
This is the correct.
We were told it's 180. This is the correct? Okay, yes. 189 seats for the EPP, 80 for Renew Europe, and 135 for the Social Democrats, the Socialists and Democrats. So this gives these three people a not a huge but a solid majority. Helena, what can we expect now? I was mentioning earlier that yes, the right was surging, not to the same extent in every country, but they gained. How will this impact the legislative work of the Parliament? Given that Metsola just said we need majorities, we're looking for majorities everywhere on every single issue.
So I think in looking ahead, I would say it's not guaranteed that this majority will hold on all issues. We saw even in the past that the majorities were formed very much based on issues, and on top of that, also the ability of political groups, not just within each other, but also across groups to build coalitions. And so if you take, for instance, migration or climate, we know that these are divisive topics. So while there might still be an overall intent to maintain the majorities as we have seen them now, it might be more difficult difficult, depending on the issue at hand, to build those majorities, and you might have to look further right or further left to build that necessary support.
There's also, I mean, let's recall that there's not only votes in the parliament along party lines, but also based on national interests, right? We have the people from, members from the north vote differently than from the south. Maria.
If you allow me, Stefan, I see a danger here, because if again the progressive majority takes decisions without putting the populists in front of their responsibilities, I'm afraid that the populists, the extreme right, the hard or the far right, doesn't matter, will come again afterwards as heroes to save the farmers from the Green Deal, the platform workers from their bad contracts. So I think, and I have discussed with many analysts who say that the extreme right populists should be in front of their responsibilities and put them in front of dilemmas so that they can decide and show their decision to the people. So that they cannot come afterwards saying, we didn't want that, etc. No, they have to come and decide and put them in the game so that they are responsible for their the things they say and the things they do. And this maybe could make us avoid an extreme right race even more next time.
Okay, we need to stop here right now with Ursula von der Leyen speaking. Let's listen.
We won the European elections. We are by far the strongest party. We are the anchor of stability. And voters recognized our leadership during the last 5 years. Over the last weeks, I campaigned across Europe. I campaigned in 17 countries and 31 cities. I listened to worries and concerns, but everywhere I felt that the citizens really care about our union. And what I saw was a lot of confidence and trust in the European Union. I want also to thank all those in our EPP family in all our member states who worked so hard for this success. Now, this election has given us two messages. First, there remains a majority in the center for a strong Europe. And that is crucial for stability. In other words, the center is holding. But it is also true that the extremes on the left and on the right have gained support. And this is why the result comes with great responsibility for the parties in the center. We may differ on individual points, but we all have an interest in stability, and we all want a strong and effective Europe. So throughout my campaign, I've been working hard to build a broad and effective majority of pro-European forces. And this is why, as of tomorrow, we will be reaching out to the big political families that have formed the platform. This is SD and Renew. We have worked well together over the last 5 years, and therefore we are now building on a constructive and proven relationship. I have always said that I want to build a broad majority for a strong Europe. I have demonstrated in my first mandate what a strong Europe can achieve. My aim is to continue on this path with those who are pro-European, pro-Ukraine, pro-rule of law. And as of tomorrow, this work starts again. To conclude, of course, this election does not take place in a vacuum. The world around us is in turmoil. Forces from the outside and from the inside are trying to destabilize our societies, and they are trying to weaken Europe. We will never let that happen. And that's why I fight every day for a strong Europe. And these election results show that the majority of Europeans want a strong Europe. So thank you very much for your attention, and long live Europe.
Questions. All right, long live Europe. The words of Ursula von der Leyen, the outgoing and probably incoming President of the European Commission. She was announcing talks with her classic partners, the Social Democrats and the Liberals, which is, Elena, like a déjà vu or business as usual, or how you want to call it. I mean, just what happened tonight after the, you know, the big fuss around the far right, and now we have the same coalition.
So I think it depends a little bit on, she was very clearly, I think, speaking about the majority of votes that she will need once she has been approved by qualified majority, should this happen by heads of state. We also cannot forget about France in this case, and it will be important to have an ally in this regard, and then potential opposition from other member states. But she was very much, I think, speaking with that in mind, because we know in advance, ahead of the confirmed, more or less confirmed results, that she would even, or that her nomination might not be secured if even 10% of the MEPs across those three political groups didn't give her the vote. So she will likely still have to make sure to build that support from day one. And I also would say that she will probably continue eyeing support or possible cooperation with the ECR, because of course Giorgia Meloni's position in the European Union is strategically important. She has positioned herself as a somewhat more of a constructive force to be reckoned with. And so I think that that saga, so to speak, that was a lot discussed prior to the elections, is far from over.
Maria, was she effectively saying it's me or chaos?
More or less, yes. And but she is more secure now, because now Macron is not strong enough to go to the table, to the dinner with the other leaders and say, no, I don't want Ursula von der Leyen. I propose this candidate, like he did 5 years ago with Ursula von der Leyen. Now Macron has not the power, the strength to say that, because he is the big loser of these European elections. So I think that this time the Spitzenkandidat institution will prevail.
If you were a member of these three parliamentary groups, right, EPP, S&D, and Renew, what incentive would you have not to vote for her? You kind of indicated that, you know, she doesn't have the full support. But wouldn't it be dangerous not to vote for her at this point?
Well, it depends a bit on what the focus there is. I mean, except for the EPP, all the groups also suffered some losses, Renew more so than S&D. But indeed, if it's about maintaining a majority, about really following through and building on all of the important work that was done, then, and to some extent also corresponding to von der Leyen's agenda, then it would be important to do so. Also, von der Leyen only has one shot, and if that weren't to happen, even if it is delayed until September rather than July, it would mean that the EU would be facing an extended period of instability, which, if we consider the elections in the United States, if we consider a lot of the other geopolitical challenges that it's facing, not having a face towards the outside, not having a counterpart, would actually be to the detriment of the European Union.
Yeah, Maria, how do you see this? I mean, Olaf Scholz, the German Chancellor, who is basically the man to present a German commissioner, warned her last week not to be too serious in her toying with Giorgia Meloni. Now she doesn't need that. Is the Meloni option off the table?
All the sources show this, that she is the only possible, because as the analyst said exactly, We have elections on the other side of the Atlantic in November. We need to be strong. We need to be ready for this. And the instability won't help.
All right, thank you, Maria. We have to go to Shona Murray with new updates. Shona, please.
Stefan, we have Nicholas Schmidt, who's the lead candidate for the Socialists, behind us speaking here. Very happy with his results. Of course, the Socialists haven't done so bad. And we heard there from Ursula von der Leyen confirming that she would be looking towards the Socialists and Renew and potentially the Greens to build her coalition for the new European Parliament moving on from the 16th of July. And I think that's good news, particularly for Renew, which has been not quite decimated, but has gone down to just 83 seats from well over 100 seats. And I think that this is going to be very interesting because, you know, as we heard there from Maria and as you mentioned there as well, I mean, could any of these groups refuse to vote for Ursula von der Leyen? Because, as you mentioned, it could be chaotic. And in fact, I spoke to several Green Party MEPs, and including the leader, Philippe Lamberts, who said that really for Greens, who have lost out in this election, they couldn't risk not voting for Ursula von der Leyen because they actually genuinely believe that the Green Deal is something that she has in her heart. So the only person to save that is her.
Good evening and welcome to Euronews' special coverage of the European Parliament elections 2024. I'm Maeve McMahon. I'm delighted to be with you tonight. We've mobilised all our team here at Euronews to put this live show to air, and of course our live blogs have been ongoing since Thursday in 9 different languages, breaking down what is at stake in these European Parliament elections. In the last couple of minutes, we've also got some projections. Roberta Metsola, the current President of the European Parliament, has been speaking to 1,000 journalists over in the hemicycle, projecting really what this new Parliament could look like. As of the 16th of July, we can take a look at essentially what those results could be, with the European People's Party coming out on top there, as to quote Ursula von der Leyen, the Commission President, as the winners of tonight, picking up 189 seats, followed by the Socialists with 135 seats, followed then by the Liberals at 80 seats, and the fourth group would be then the European Conservative and Reformist group at 72, followed by Identity and Democracy at 58, the Greens down there at 52, followed by the Left at the 7 group 36. That's the latest estimates that we have. And to make sense of these projections, I'm joined now on set by Timo Lehmann, Brussels correspondent from Der Spiegel. Great to have you with us. And Kate Bolangero, a managing director from MLEX. So lovely to have you with us here tonight. So what we're seeing there really is a solid coalition there of the 3 main political groups there. The European People's Party coming out with 189 seats potentially, followed by the Socialists and then the Liberals. What is your take? Was that something you were expecting, Timo?
Yes, I think that was what was expected before this election. They will have again the majority, the 3 big parties, the Liberals, the Social Democrats and the centre-right. But still, maybe even they have a majority in the parliament. There's the question if there are some people in these different groups that might not vote at the end for Ursula von der Leyen. So the big question after this day, or the question from tomorrow on, is will von der Leyen, will the EPP try to find even another partner on the right or on the left, the Green Party?
Well, I guess in your paper tomorrow you'll be posing that question of whether or not the Chancellor Olaf Scholz would support Ursula von der Leyen as a President of the European Commission President. And we're hearing of other names like Mario Draghi that could be pulled out of a hat as a potential candidate for the European Commission President, a man who's really loved across the political sphere. Kate, the losers of tonight, the Greens really not doing very well in Germany and Austria, where traditionally they would have done very well, and also the left really wiped off the map there with only 36 MEPs.
Well, certainly, I think that definitely the story of tonight is that the left is going to have to do some soul searching at this point, the Greens as well, as to what messaging they're taking to voters and whether that's still working. I think it's going to be a really interesting time because we did see the far right also gain seats. So how that sort of shift of the center of power towards the right spectrum in the parliament is going to be a big story, I think.
Well, it's coming up there on our screens again. Just we're digesting all these news as we get them. 189 members of the European Parliament for the European People's Party, and then 135 for the Socialists. The Socialists not doing as bad, perhaps, as they thought across the spectrum.
I think, yes, they are one of the losers of this night, the Social Democrats, and they had the hope even, I mean, they had a candidate that would have the possibility to run for the presidency of the European Commission, and they are far away from this possibility. So.
Far away from that possibility. Well, the big headline really of tonight's European Parliament elections really comes down to domestic issues, especially in the large EU member France, one of the founding fathers, in fact, of the European Union. Tonight, voters decided to go for the National Rally Group, the group, of course, fronted by Jordan Bardella, the 28-year-old charismatic TikTok sensation who tonight is celebrating en force with his colleagues. We can actually head over right now and bring in our correspondent who's been at the headquarters of the National Rally all night long, speaking to members of the party and digesting really how they're feeling. Sophia, great to have you with us again tonight. Tell us, is the party still ongoing, and what is the plan then as of tomorrow?
Yes, so after reporting from the electoral party of the French winner, Jordan Bardella, the darling of the far-right party National Rally, well, it was time for us to leave. The press all got kicked out for his whole team and sympathizers in order to celebrate. And one thing I can tell you, Brussels, is that the champagne was flowing and electronic music was blasting throughout the beautiful pavilion that they rented out tonight. The National Rally celebrating not just one victory, but two victories after the French President Emmanuel Macron called for snap elections after dissolving the National Assembly. That's the lower house of the French Parliament earlier tonight. And so these new legislative elections will be held in 2 rounds, on the 30th of June and then on the 7th of July. And this was a request by the far right earlier during the campaign. If they crushed the presidential camp's party, Renaissance, headed by Valérie Ayé, which they actually did by more than 15 percentage points. I mean, it's a landslide victory. And now French President Emmanuel Macron is currently meeting a couple of hundred meters away from me at the Élysée Palace, discussing what to do next. And just to give you guys some history, this is really an unprecedented move by a French president, a tool that has only been used 5 times under the Fifth Republic, and that's the current system of government that has been established in 1958. The last time that the National Assembly was dissolved was in 1997. So this is really a massive political earthquake that is currently shaking France, and I think also sending shockwaves across the European continent. And Macron said that he could not pretend that nothing happened after this crushing defeat of his party and the victory of the far right. He said that France needs a clear majority in order to act with serenity and harmony. A poker move that's very risky, considering that the presidential camp is currently navigating through very dangerous waters. Back to you, Brussels.
Sophie Kassenkova there reporting for us outside in the cold. Thank you so much for bringing us those updates from France. All the soul searching as well going on right now by the French President Emmanuel Macron. I imagine in Germany you're watching as well this very, very closely what's happening in the French political sphere. A big gamble there for Emmanuel Macron.
Yes, also in Germany. For me as a German, I'm really wondering about what is happening right now in France. Because, for example, you can see the German coalition also had a very, very bad day. All the 3 parties lost, but there's no discussion about if there would be a new election or something like this.
Well, there'll certainly be soul searching as well among that coalition, of course, because the FDP, who are also a coalition partner, Kate, did very badly. They came down at the bottom of the list there in Germany, and the Greens not doing well either, and the Socialists not as bad as they thought. But again, it's really the German people speaking out, making their voice heard on how they feel about the current coalition, and they're not satisfied.
Well, the Socialists had their worst performance in national elections since their founding over a century ago. So that is quite a big deal, I think. You know, they've always been kind of presented as the counterbalance to the CDU, CSU in Germany, and so I think there really is going to be some questions there about, you know, whether Chancellor Olaf Scholz should take it any further. I know that the CSU leader, Markus Söder, has already said that they should have national elections because it really doesn't make sense that the coalition keeps governing if they don't have the will of the people with them.
Well, it's funny because here in Brussels we were all thinking, you know, straight after the European Parliament elections are done, well, we have the British elections in July, but then the American elections will be the big ones coming up in early November. But no, it will be a busy couple of weeks of elections, and national politics will get very interesting. And speaking of that, we can now look at the results tonight, or the projections at least, coming in from Italy, another very important member of the European Union. We can see a massive victory tonight for Giorgia Meloni's Fratelli d'Italia, so Brothers of Italy party coming up there with 28% of the vote, and Liga slipping down, so the party of Matteo Salvini slipping down there to the bottom of the list. But for more, we can bring in our Italian expert and our Rome correspondent, Giorgia Orlandi, who's standing by with us for more analysis on what this huge victory for Giorgia Meloni means for Italy, and of course for the direction of the European Union in the coming few months and years.
Hi, Maeve. Well, actually, after exit polls, we're getting the early projections through, and after 8% of the votes have been counted, early projections put Fratelli d'Italia, Brothers of Italy, at 27.7%, the PT Party at 23.7%, Forza Italia at 10.5%, and the League Party at 8%. Well, obviously, it's too early to say whether or not this is going to be confirmed, but if those results are going to be confirmed once all votes have been counted, well, that's a great result for Giorgia Meloni. We know that she aims at getting a higher share of votes compared with 26% in 2022. So if this is confirmed, well, it seems to be the case. And as we said throughout the evening, well, this is a major political test for Giorgia Meloni. She decided to put a name on the ballot as the first name, turning these elections into a referendum on a government and on what she has achieved. So clearly that could strengthen her role both here and in Europe. Back to you, Maeve.
Thank you so much, Giorgia Orlandi, there reporting for us from Rome on that kind of slick campaign and tactics of Giorgia Meloni in that campaign. You might have seen her face really became the symbol of those at all the elections. It was her face that people could relate to when they were going to vote, and it will just show that as Emmanuel Macron, the French president, loses clout inside those EU summits and around the table with European leaders, Giorgia Meloni could get more leverage, Kate. That could really change the way decisions are taken inside the European Council meetings.
Well, certainly. She's made herself a public figure from day one, and that's even started before she was the political powerhouse that she has become. She's always positioned herself as a bit of an outsider, and she's tried to keep that even while she's still in power right now. And so obviously putting herself at the head of the list, being the only leader to do that, was a big move, and it was a bit of a power play. And, you know, she was called the kingmaker of the elections, whether Ursula von der Leyen would work with her. Marine Le Pen was talking about merging, you know, the Identity and Democracy and the ECR together into a superpower group of the far right. So her name has been on the lips of a lot of people in Brussels over the last little while.
Well, she's made friends, hasn't she? She's certainly managed to manoeuvre her way into the bubble, if you like, and make sure she can dial into any political leader when she wants and how she wants. She'll also, of course, be hosting the G7 in a couple of weeks over in Italy. But now, of course, another important country, your country of Germany. We can take a look now at what the projections are in Germany with, as we've heard, CDU, so the Christian Democrats, coming up right on top there with 29.5% according to our projections, and the AfD, so Alternative for Deutschland, 16.5% of the vote, and down at the bottom then the FDP, so the pro-business Liberal Party, and then BSW, now Bundeszahlwagenknecht. This is a party perhaps our viewers are not so familiar with because it's rather new, interesting group. Just first, as a German, a Spiegel correspondent, what is your reaction first to the outcome in Germany tonight? And then we can dive more into the details.
Yeah, I think the Bundeszahlwagenknecht, this new party, that it was the first time that they are running for an election after they founded. They split from the left party, the far left party that was also in the GDR, the ruling government power. So it's very interesting what is happening, and also what they will do here in the European Parliament, because they say they also want to build a group, and maybe with 5 stars from Italy or with other parties. I think this is also something that people that could be interesting the next week. Will there be a new group? Will they try to find partners from the left group, from the Green group, from the Social Democrats to build a new group?
And what about the Greens? They've had a terrible defeat.
Yes, for them this is, if you look back from the last European elections, that was the beginning for them. They were really winning the election. It was the way up for them, and now we see that no, there's no...
What will this say, of course, for the Green Deal? I mean, this continent was promising to its people it would be carbon neutral by 2050, that it would be cutting emissions and you know, being a leader on the world stage. But if you look at the results of those European elections, it looks like climate will be right down on the bottom of that list in the next couple of years.
Well, it's one thing that we've been asking ourselves a lot about is what's going to happen with all of these, you know, climate targets that were set under Ursula von der Leyen in her first term. Will she continue to pursue those if she gets a second term? And if she's working more with further right parties, are they still going to be as ambitious on climate as the other coalition partners have been for the first 5 years? I think that's going to be a big question, is what does this mean for the Green Deal and whether actually the continent will reach net zero?
Well, of course, because tonight it's all about the politics, isn't it? And the intrigue and the alliances and who's going to be cozying up with who. But what matters really for people and citizens is policies, and creating policies and enshrining policies into law that actually work and make life better for us and make sure we have fair access to jobs, etc., etc. Thank you so much for being with us. I'd like to now head back over to Italy, to Rome, where our Giorgia Orlandi is standing by for an update from Rome tonight. Georgia?
Hi, Maeve. Well, we are getting early projections through, which actually put Borders of Italy at almost 28%. And this is after around 10% of the votes have been counted. The PD party is being put at 23%. And we've got Forza Italia at 10% and the League Party at 8%. Well, so far, so good in the sense that it's too early to say whether or not these results will be confirmed. But it seems that this could be a great result for Giorgia Meloni. She aims to get a higher share of votes compared to the 26% she got in 2022. And we're also hearing that she might be here soon, taken to the stage. We'll see whether it's going to happen or not, and we'll bring it to you live. Back to you, Maeve.
Thank you so much, Giorgia Orlandi there, our Rome correspondent, who won't be getting any sleep tonight, as you say. Giorgia Meloni, the current head of Italy, coming out as one of the big winners tonight in those European Parliament elections. As we heard earlier from our correspondent, these European Parliament elections were a bit of a litmus test for her, and it seems she has passed it with flying colours. And another politician who's in flying form tonight is the European Commission President, Ursula von der Leyen, the German lady, who was speaking in the hemicycle a little bit earlier, saying that her party, the European People's Party, are the winners tonight. We can take a listen to her victory speech.
Today is a good day for the European People's Party. We won the European elections. We are by far the strongest party. We are the anchor of stability. And voters recognized our leadership during the last 5 years. Now, this election has given us two messages. First, there remains a majority in the center for a strong Europe. And that is crucial for stability. In other words, the center is holding. But it is also true that the extremes on the left and on the right have gained support. And this is why the result comes with great responsibility for the parties in the centre.
Ursula von der Leyen there, the European Commission President. Just briefly, Timo, is she popular in Germany?
When she was in the German government before she became president of the European Commission, and at that point she was not that popular. She had some scandals when she was Ministry for Defense, and but I think right now people like her more than they did when she was in national politics.
But could we see now the Greens try and put pressure on Olaf Scholz to not back her in order for them to be able to get a commissioner and send a commissioner to Brussels?
I think at the end that Scholz will back her because she's German, and why should be there an interest for that an Italian guy like Draghi at the end is in the most powerful office in the European Union. I think that's not, at the end it's not realistic.
And that would mean, Kate, then that the whole Spitzencandidate process would have been a success if, of course, the candidate Ursula von der Leyen was endorsed and was sent back to the Berlaymont, the headquarters of the European Commission, for the next 5 years.
Certainly, and it was really interesting tonight to see Manfred Weber, who's the president of the European People's Party, who was the Spitzenkandidat for them 5 years ago, presenting her. And so there we saw, von der Leyen parachuted in and was elected at the end, despite not being Spitzenkandidat. So it would be very interesting to see whether the process works this time as it was intended to.
That was very telling, wasn't it, to see them both on the podium there, side by side. But now, moving on to another country, moving on from Germany over to Hungary, because of course Hungary will be taking over as well the EU presidency as of the 1st of July, and will be coming up a lot more in our discussions. And our correspondent in Budapest has been standing by all night, Zoltán Szybosegi, and he can give us now a little update on what the outcome of the election is so far over in Hungary. Zoltán, what more can you tell us?
So actually we are still here in the Fidesz headquarters, and in these moments Viktor Orban, the Prime Minister of Hungary, is holding a speech. Actually we are surrounded with international journalists because they didn't let us in. What we know so far, the results, and what I already mentioned in the last live, that it's quite difficult to verify what is the difference between a win and lose for Fidesz, because actually they lost more or less 1 million of voters, and of course the turnout wasn't as high as during the parliamentary elections, but still it's a huge loss for the governmental party. They now, if it stays like this, they will have 11 seats in the European Parliament, and the biggest opposition party, called Fidesz, called TISA, sorry, which is born half a year ago, could reach the Fidesz. So actually they have reason to be afraid a little bit, and also it's not just about the result, not just about the seats, but about really the people. So we can see after 14 years that the support of the Fidesz has broken a little bit.
Very interesting, Zoltán Szybosegi. Thank you so much for that update from Hungary. Interesting to see that Viktor Orban's Fidesz party has lost some 1 million voters, and that voter turnout has not been as good as he would have hoped, perhaps. And we also have this new party in Hungary, relatively new party that could be linking up with the European People's Party. It's a bit of a shake-up there in Hungary, Kate. What would be your reaction to what you're hearing there from Budapest?
Well, definitely. There is more of a contest going on now in Hungary, and I think that, basically Viktor Orban is getting a little bit of a run for his money from this new party that's come in. And it's going to be interesting also to see where Fidesz lands now in the European Parliament. Of course, they're no longer part of the EPP. They're speaking to a few different parties right now, but they remain in the non-aligned group. And there were some questions from journalists here today about what exactly the plan will be for Fidesz. So that's going to be really interesting to see what happens.
Just to tell our viewers, they've been kind of floating, kind of in the outer sphere. They're not affiliated with any political party at the moment for the last couple of years, since they left, of course, the ECR. So yeah, we'll have to see if the European Conservatives and Reformists take them in.
That's a big question. I think there are some parties inside of the ECR group that don't want Fidesz. So, but we know about this thing with Meloni and Le Pen, and there are other right-wing parties that want also a new alliance. So I think also AfD, actually, because they are not in any group right now anymore, but they say they have the ambition to build a new group. But this is very hard because they need, I think, 26 members from 6 different countries. So.
And just to remind our viewers, they were formerly with the EPP, not the ECR, just to correct myself. But Timo, tell us what the atmosphere tonight has been like here in the European Parliament, because we've been here live on Euronews all night in our little set, because normally this is just the cafeteria where MEPs sit and chat. But tell us, what is really the kind of top lines, if you like, coming out of the hemicycle tonight, which has essentially been turned into a gigantic press room?
I think it was very exciting. I mean, a lot of people, much more than they're usually here. I actually wish there would be more also German politicians, because we see all our German Spitzenkandidaten, except Ursula von der Leyen, were this night in Berlin. They were not here. What is also a message, I think, because if they say they are the European candidates, why are they in Germany?
They should be here. And of course, your country will be sending 96 MEPs to the European Parliament. That is, of course, the biggest number of MEPs because you're the biggest country and that's how it's totted up. Kate, what about you? Any anecdotes to share with us, or what are the big stories that you've been hearing coming out of tonight?
Well, definitely the 1,000 journalists from 90 countries is quite an incredible buzzing room, and a lot of tough questions were being asked of the spokespeople and the vice presidents and presidents of the parties by the journalists. So that was really interesting to hear the different perspectives and how they plan to actually do that horse trading. You know, Manfred Weber did lay out, you know, the idea of this, a repeat of the same kind of coalition that we've had so far with the socialists and the liberals. So that'll be interesting to see, I think. So for me, getting that up close and personal with some of the big characters of European politics is always very interesting.
And just looking ahead to like kind of post 16th of July when the new MEPs are here, I mean, we do see the main three groups, so the EPP, the European People's Party, the Socialists and the Liberals could have that solid majority. Do you see then kind of a sense of business as usual then for the next couple of years here, or will they be shifting more to the right?
Maybe there's also business as usual and nothing's changed. Ursula von der Leyen will still be the president of the European Commission. We will still have the main majority of the three big parties.
And what about the left? I mean, should they just hang up their boots?
Yes.
They'll just have a couple of MEPs. I mean, they'll have hardly any clout. They'll have hardly any say. They won't get much speaking time. They won't have many members as committee heads. They'll have a really hard time having their message projected. What will that do, say, for workers' rights and issues like that they were close to their heart?
Well, I think it's going to shift the conversation, obviously, in Brussels. I mean, already with the war in Ukraine, you know, there's been more talk about defense and security. Migration is a big topic, especially for those on the right end of the spectrum. It's a big topic for them. And so I think it will change what we're talking about. And however, it's also an opportunity for the left to reinvent itself and take a good look at what they're pursuing as policies and what they're promoting to voters. And they can really seize on this as a moment to go back as a group, regroup themselves and get ready for the next 5 years.
Well, reinventing yourself, I mean, that's a good one. I think that's a message that politicians should really take home tonight. It's the time for change. I think also, as we've seen, the electorate are also looking for change. And just on that note, we can head over now to Spain, to Madrid, and see how voters have been voting over there. I know the turnout has been quite low today, but we understand that the European People's Party, so the PP, are doing quite well. But let's get more from our Spanish expert, and that is our Madrid correspondent, Jaime Velasquez. What more can you tell us at this time?
Well, finally, there's been some celebrations here. The party leader, Roberta Metsola, and the candidate, the European candidate of the People's Party, Montserrat, have come here to celebrate the results. The People's Party has won the European elections with 22 seats. That's 9 seats more than back in 2019. But the Socialist Party has come in second with 26. So it looks like it's not a great or resounding victory when it comes to members of Parliament, 22 compared to 20, but the difference is 4 points between the People's Party and the Socialist Party, and that would make a great difference in the case of a general election here in Spain. But the Socialist Party has somehow managed to hold its ground, and now probably in the coming days we're going to see a fight for the narrative with the People's Party claiming victory and the Socialist Party saying, okay, we've managed to hold our ground, and Pedro Sanchez had a lot of support as well, even though the People's Party have framed this election as a referendum on Pedro Sanchez's government.
Jaime Velasquez there in a very noisy, rowdy capital of Spain. No, it sounds like there was like fireworks in the background there. It sounds almost like he's at a football match. But obviously a good result there for the European People's Party from the PP. I mean, as expected, perhaps.
Sorry.
Were you expecting that result? Yeah, it is very noisy. I can
it's
see.
also a bit noisy here, not only there. Yeah, I think that was kind of also what was expected there, that the socialists will be kind of stable, right? So.
Yeah, I mean, Spanish politics, obviously fascinating, and we're always following them very closely here. We understand as well that the Vox party, he said, so the far right, that sit in fact with the European Conservative and Reformists, that is the party affiliated with Brothers of Italy, so the party of Giorgia Meloni are also in that group. We can bring in now Vincenzo Genovese, our reporter, who is standing here in the European Parliament beside a Green member of the European Parliament. Vincenzo, what more have you got for us?
Hi Maeve, yes, we are with Daniel Freund, a German MEP from the Greens group, and we are going to ask him, good evening.
Good evening.
We're going to ask him, starting from Germany, his country where, well, the Greens suffered a setback, but actually all the parties of the coalition suffered a setback. Why, in your opinion?
Well, I think there's a number of reasons, but that the national government is not the most popular at the moment is quite clear. We as Greens didn't manage to convince young and first-time voters to the same extent that we have in the past. I think that's something to look at. We see that the topic of climate change is not front and center anymore. Other topics have taken over where apparently our answers have not been quite as convincing. I think there's also an element of TikTok being really the dominant channel where particularly the youngest voters get most of their political information, and we see a dominance of extreme right party on TikTok and in social media. So that's something we have to look at now.
Do you think this kind of analysis is still valid at European level? Because we see Greens loses some seats, Renew some seats, and also Socialists, even if in a minor extent.
So the situation in the member states is very different. We have lost seats both in Germany and France, but then we have actually won seats in a number of countries. In Denmark, the Greens come out the strongest party. In the Netherlands, it's a joint list, but led by a Green that also came out first. We now will, it seems, have members from Croatia, Slovenia. We're also performing well in the Nordics. So it's a mixed picture. But the question of the Green Deal, of European climate policy, will be a hot topic in the next couple of days and weeks. Whether von der Leyen reaches out to the Greens, continues the Green Deal, or indeed goes into a coalition with the far right, with the Eurosceptics, that is up to her now, how she wants to build her majority here in the Parliament.
Speaking of which, she said she wants a broad coalition of pro-European, pro-Ukraine and pro-rule of law. Do you think your group fulfill these requirements?
Well, absolutely, but I'm not sure whether, for example, the Fratelli d'Italia, Meloni's people here in the Parliament do. I work on rule of law issues. I have been one of von der Leyen's biggest critic when it comes to her approach to Hungary, unfreezing funds for Viktor Orban in exchange for lifting a veto on Ukraine support. So when von der Leyen now says she wants to go into a coalition with Fratelli, they have consistently voted against anything to do with the rule of law in these past 5 years, so how they fulfill this criteria is a mystery to me.
Thank you very much, Daniel Freund. Up to you, Maeve.
Thank you so much, Vincenzo there. And of course, Daniel Freund there from the Greens putting on a brave face. Thank you so much to Vincenzo. And of course, thank you to Kate Bolingaro from MLEX and Timo Lehmann from Der Spiegel, who have left us. I've now been joined by Sergio Cantone from Euronews. Good to see you. And also Andy Bounce from the Financial Times. So lovely to have you with us on set. Before I get your analysis, which I'm very excited to hear, I'd like to just head back over to the hemicycle where our Shona Murray is standing by and can give us now the latest on those projections for the incoming European Parliament. Shona.
Well, Maeve, the projections are around 189 seats for the EPP, but I've been speaking to people in the European People's Party who believe that in the end they'll get well over 200 seats because they feel like they're going to get at least several of the new MEPs that are non-grouping. They also believe that they will go and get the seats from the new Peter Major's party, the Respect and Freedom Party in Hungary. So they're absolutely thrilled. Now, the only concern they have is how is Ursula von der Leyen going to please everybody? Because, as she said today, she's going to move towards her traditional coalition of the S&D, Renew and potentially the Greens, that she does really have heart when it comes to the Green Deal, but that it will be reduced in some way, that it will have to become more about competition and competitiveness rather than green issues. And also she'll want to ensure that she has the support of Giorgia Meloni. And as we heard there from Daniel Freund, Giorgia Meloni and the Greens and often the Renew parties and the S&D, they quite clash when it comes to things around rule of law. So she will have an issue there, but she has said that her priority is to move with the centre, to move with pragmatic politicians. Maeve?
And Shona, we've been talking here a lot about the big member states in Germany, Italy, France, but how have the smaller member states been voting tonight? Do you think of countries like Ireland, Malta, Belgium? Have you any updates on those countries? And
Well,
how they've been
Belgium booked the trend, actually, because the Renew group, the Liberals, actually topped the poll there. That's the party of Alexander De Croo, who said he's going to resign tomorrow because of a national footage. He didn't do very well. Malta, we have the President of the European Parliament, Roberta Metsola. She got the highest number of first preference votes ever in the history of Malta elections, her team have told me. And with the 6 seats that Malta has, 3 will go to the EPP and 3 will go to the S&D. We've seen a varied picture. I mean, Malta, for example, the turnout was 72%, and then you've seen really low turnout in countries like Bulgaria, where it's on 30%. Overall, the EPP doing very well. I should mention Ireland, though, because we actually haven't had any reports from Ireland. And in the Irish constituency of Dublin, there is the Greens who have lost their seat. The EPP, which is the Fine Gael, will take seats in all the 3 constituencies. The S&D fighting it out for 1 seat, and Sinn Féin about to take 1 seat. So a little bit more of a centrist left picture in Ireland, although the EPP doing very well. Maeve?
Thank you so much, Shona Mary, there with all the latest from the hemicycle, and of course painting a picture as well of how the continent has voted in the last couple of days, with these elections of course taking place since Thursday. Andy Bounds from the Financial Times, I am going to look at you and ask you what these results or projections will mean for the economy and policies when it comes to the economy in the next couple of years.
That's a great question, because I think the whole debate about the Green Deal has been about what impact it's had on Europe's competitiveness. It was pitched originally as the competitiveness plan for Europe, that businesses would lead the transition, they would have world-leading technology because they had to go green first, and therefore we'd be selling that technology around the world. What's actually happened to some extent is that China has actually taken the lead in many of these technologies. We've seen it with electric vehicles, we've seen it with wind turbines, solar panels, so we're importing an awful lot of this stuff, and European companies are complaining that not only are they having to compete with China, they're also having to implement lots and lots of rules that have come about from the Green Deal and change things, and that's sort of hurting them.
Indeed, that's a message we get from business, from industry, small to medium-sized companies as well, that they're overburdened with regulation and they just can't really cope. They came out of COVID, then it was the cost of living crisis, and of course the implications of the full-scale invasion of Ukraine, and then they just can't really cope anymore, so they said no.
Well, first of all, let me say that this election has a kind of systemic effect on the political arena of the European Union and maybe the entire Europe. First of all, the French question will surely influence the post-electoral institutional process because the decision, for instance, for the top jobs will be completely influenced by the electoral campaign in France. Second point, the EPP, the Conservatives, are strong, but not enough to assure a majority. So we'll have to find partners, and it's going to be a difficult job. And it will have also important and deep political ramification when it comes to the policies you have mentioned.
Well, Andy, that is, of course, one of the big headlines we're looking at tonight. It is the outcome, of course, in France, the huge victory for the National Rally and the real slump of support for the French President Emmanuel Macron's Renaissance Party. Now, you've seen the party of Marine Le Pen offer proposals to cut taxes for the under-30s, for example, but in reality, Will she be able to do that? Will she be able to fix France for the people?
Well, I mean, she won't get the chance to try to fix France just yet. I mean, she might win the parliamentary elections, but we still have, we still have Macron as president. I think what really happens in 2027, if she wins the presidency, then she has her moment to prove her policies can work. And as we've seen, the one country arguably where populists have sort of really been in control has been the UK. They implemented Brexit. The Conservative Party went very far to the right, tried to tackle migration, and it hasn't actually worked out that well. What you have in Europe is often the coalition system sort of restrain the far right from really doing everything they want to do. They never really get their head, and the voters can see them as a sort of anti-establishment vote that's fairly pain-free. So let's see what happens if.
Well, obviously we're fascinated by that election
Mm.
coming up as well in July in the UK, where of course the UK voters are set to swing to the left, as we here in Europe swing perhaps a little bit to their right. But now let's head over to Slovenia, to Ljubljana, where our correspondent Luka Svecina is standing by to tell us how Slovenians have been voting in these European Parliament elections and what the potential outcome could be. Take it.
Good evening. Here in Slovenia, the election votes are still being counted. The results are not final. At this moment, close to 73% of the votes have been counted. As predicted by the latest opinion polls, it seems that the opposition Slovenian Democratic Party, led by Janez Janša, will secure 4 seats in the European Parliament. The largest government party, the Freedom Movement, will send 2 MEPs to Brussels. The Green Party, Vesna, the NSC, Christian Democrats, and the Social Democrats will each have 1 seat. Therefore, we can conclude that the centre-right will hold a majority of Slovenian seats in the next European Parliament. This is Luka Svetina from Planet TV Slovenia for Euronews.
And thank you so much, Luka, for that update there from Slovenia. Fascinating, isn't it? All night long we've been crisscrossing the continent. We were over in Cyprus, we were in Greece, we were in Rome, we were in Paris, getting the latest on how Europeans have been voting today. But what about voter turnout? How has voter turnout been this time, Sergio?
Say it again, please.
Voter turnout.
Yes.
How has voter turnout been?
Well,
a little bit higher than the last,
no,
but not great either.
If I had to give you a headline for tomorrow, I would say that the far right supported the turnout, because the conclusion that more or less we can draw.
Because they were where the people were. They were on TikTok.
The higher turnout, we got the higher turnout where the far right got success, where the lower turnout where the far right was not present or didn't have this big success.
And look at Giorgia Meloni, who did very, very well tonight in these European Parliament elections. Yep. She's been coined Georgia. She asks people just to call her Georgia, which makes her very relatable when it comes to...
This phenomenon of Giorgia Meloni is, as it was mentioned by my colleague before, is anyway an important, aspect from the point of view of a balance of the European Parliament, say. And, but let me add one thing. Yes, it's true, it's a big success for Giorgia Meloni, I agree. But at the same time, I think it's a big success for the PD, the Partito Democratico, either, because they got a very good success, 23%, I think, more or less. And that gives Italy a grasp on 2 important groups, because the ECR will be basically influenced by a strong Italian presence, but the socialists will be also influenced by a big Italian presence. And let me think something about the next top job of the European Commission, because both parties used to be Draghi supporters. Giorgia Meloni personally, as an ECR, and of course the Partito Democratico, that was an historical supporter of Draghi when he was at the ECB.
And just to remind to our viewers, in fact, Mario Draghi, Super Mario, as he was called, the former head of the ECB, a former head of state of Italy, name tossed around here sometimes as potentially a candidate for the president of the European Commission, but we'll have to wait and see who that person is. We can now head over to Rome and bring in our correspondent, Georgia Orlandi, who's standing by and can give us a little update on the outcome of these elections. Georgia. hear us? We can see you perfectly, Georgia. If you can just give us an update on...
Yes. Hi, Maeve. Yes. So, as I was saying before, so now early projections put FDI at 28%, indeed confirming Borders of Italy as Italy's main political force. And together with that, the PD party, actually, early projections put the PD party, Italy's main opposition party, at 24%, which is also quite interesting because it speaks volumes about the rise of PD leader Eli Schlein. And we can actually say that now there are two women leading Italian politics at the moment. It's also worth noting that vote turnout is estimated at below 50%, which is what analysts warned at the very beginning of these elections. So in any case, this is a great result for Giorgia Meloni, and we'll see what kind of impact this will have on internal balances within the European Parliament. Back to you, Maeve.
Georgia Orlandi there, and excuse me to our viewers there for that technical glitch at the start. Andy Bounds, what would be the headlines that you'll be writing and that will be coming out of Brussels tomorrow morning as this news kind of is processed?
Yeah, in a funny way, the headlines coming out of Paris, aren't they? Which is the story of tonight. You know, we're all sitting here in Brussels saying Macron.
Well, we can jump on
his
tallies.
It's a safe headline. But no, I mean, we're talking about a rightward shift, obviously, in the Parliament. You know, the far right didn't surge, but it went from 20 to 25% of the seats, probably, in the Parliament. And won big in France and did very well in Germany, which are two big member states which, you know, have huge influence. So, and then we're sort of throwing it forward to von der Leyen's re-election bid and what this means, you know, for that, and how likely is she to be able to pass the Parliament, get the vote for a second term as Commission President. I thought it was very interesting how she, you know, very much opened up to the traditional parties of the centre after a campaign in which she seemed to be heading rightwards and sort of flirting with Meloni and others, to very much say, oh no, you're my pro-European friends in the centre, we can do deals together and keep things on the straight and narrow. Not mentioning the Greens at all.
Not mentioning the Greens, and they won't like that at all. But we've heard from Rome, from Giorgia Orlandi, and now we can head over once more to perhaps have some better sound quality from Jaume Velasquez, who had a bit of a rowdy intervention a little bit earlier. Jaume, what can you tell us about the latest projections from Spain?
Well, here at the People's Party headquarters in Madrid, there was finally some kind of celebration, even though at the beginning the exit polls were showing a little bit of different story. Finally, the People's Party has won the election, the European election, with 22 seats. That's 9 seats more than they got in 2019. But the Socialist Party has managed to resist and is losing just 1 seat in the European Parliament. It's just 2 seats behind the Conservative People's Party, which have had framed this election as a referendum, some kind of referendum on Pedro Sánchez's performance in office. So even though the People's Party has won the election, it seems to be a very narrow difference. But if you look at the numbers, there's 4 points. The People's Party got 4 points more on turnout. Got 4 points more than the Socialist Party, and that will really make a difference in the case of a general election. We've seen Vox gaining 2 seats, and we see that clearly Spain as well is leaning right. We will see exactly what are going to be the future alliances in the European Parliament. The Socialist Party remains the biggest group in the Social Democrats, and Spain, and Pedro Sánchez is probably the last great stronghold of the socialists, and they said that they are going to try to make a difference in Europe, defending the values of the left against the extreme right and the right in the European Parliament. But also the People's Party is coming second in the second biggest group in the conservative camp in the European Union. We will see if finally the Conservative Party and the Socialists in Europe continue working together.
Okay, Jaime Velasquez, thank you so much for that live update from Madrid and for all your previous interventions, bringing us all the latest from the Spanish capital of Madrid. I mean, the European People's Party having a very good night tonight. We heard Ursula von der Leyen, the Commission President, standing alongside Manfred Weber, the head of the party, putting on a very pleased face, saying, "We have a victory. We are the winners of these elections."
They are, but. Again, they have not enough. They have not the majority that would allow them to rule the parliament.
And Sergio, the losers, the left. I mean, the left have been literally wiped off. They've only got a couple of dozen seats there, projected to have 36 seats.
The left, you mean? No, I wouldn't say that they are the losers. I would say that Renew is the
Renew
big
are the
loser.
losers?
The Liberals.
The Liberals, well, their party is certainly starting to fall apart. I mean,
yeah. Well, I don't know if it will be so easy to reconstruct the Grand Coalition. There will be a lot of negotiations, but if I understand, and it's possible to read the results now, the Socialists will be more recalcitrant to say. Make kind of partnership with the Liberals and with the EPP, because they found where I see the Socialists getting some good scores is where they switched a little bit more to the left, and it's going to be tough to find a common ground with the EPP again and with Renew again. I think that from a systemic point of view, if you want.
It's going to be quite fractious, I think, isn't it, the next Parliament? And these national tensions, as well, as you say, you know, both in Italy, the left and the hard right doing very well. Yeah. So then how do you polarising, and they can't really cooperate within the Parliament in the traditional way of doing business here is much more consensual than it is in national capitals. But I think a lot of these rivalries are now spilling into, you know, Vox in the ECR versus the Socialists in Spain. You know,
as you say, it's going to get very fractious, even louder and slower than it has been up till now. But for more updates on the actual results of these elections, we can head back over now to the hemicycle that's been transformed into an election hub tonight, where our Shona Murray is standing by all night long for the latest. Shona, what more have you got for us now?
Well, Maeve, just on that topic of the EPP and how well have you done, they're projected to now get 196 seats, and as I said to you earlier, they're also looking to move into the Respect and Freedom Party to try to meet with them to see if they can garner their seats. And I'm looking at the projections for Hungary, and Fidesz, which is Viktor Orban's party, which is obviously not with any group, is on 43.8%, which is down 8.8%. But Peter Major's party, the sort of Orban light, as he's been described to me by the EPP themselves, he's on 31%. So nipping at the heels of Viktor Orban. So that should get him several MEPs, which also will strengthen the EPP. And it'll be very interesting to see how those parties' dynamic works. And of course, you know, as it's been said already, it's going to be incredibly difficult to see how Ursula von der Leyen manages this coalition, or I don't know if you described it as a coalition, because everything has to be worked through consensus. But do you see the likes of Giorgia Meloni and the Greens working together on issues around rule of law, on the Green Deal? EPP people are saying to me that they'll be certainly reducing their talk of the Green Deal, that they'll be moving into the realm of competitiveness and taking on board the criticisms from industry about how the Green Deal was executed and how it was planned, but saying that, of course, you know, the idea that the planet needs to be protected will be still a priority, but certainly not in the way that it was championed over the last 5 years.
And Shona, here on the set, we've been asking our guests all night who they think the winners and the losers of these elections are. What is the word there in the hemicycle, which, as we've seen, has been transformed into a gigantic kind of press room and press conference hall? What is the word there? Who do people feel there are the losers tonight?
I think it's pretty obvious that the EPP are very much the winners, but we heard some booing when Valérie Hayer, who is the lead candidate for Renew, didn't show up tonight. She was due to take the train from Paris at 9 o'clock to come here to be with her team. But obviously before that happened, Emmanuel Macron had announced that he was having elections, parliamentary elections at the end of June, early July. I think it's been a very difficult night for them. I mean, they had hoped at the start of the night to get in around 90 seats. It looks around 80 now. Now, they still believe, Renew, the Liberals, that they are the kingmakers because, as they say, no pro-European coalition can exist without them. And they're still third. But again, extremely disappointing night. So I think if you want to put it as, I suppose, black and white, as winners and losers, that's the case. I think one other thing as well is that, you know, it's very important that we listen to those people who are voting for the ECR and the ID, and at least make those politicians stand forth and take responsibility for the votes that they make, for the actions that they have, because often it's always the responsibility of those who are making decisions that take the blame then from voters. That maybe if we go back to the same old status quo, will that mean that in 5 years' time people will then reject the status quo even more and see an even greater rise in the far right? Maeve?
Murray, thank you so much for your analysis there and for describing as well the atmosphere there inside that hemicycle, for the fact that Valerie Verheugen didn't take that train from Paris over to Brussels tonight, getting booed tonight. Were you there when that moment happened?
I was there. I wouldn't quite describe it as booing. I think it was more sort of pantomime sort of woo, you know, like, because it was such a shock. Like, you know, we were expecting her literally to appear on stage that second, and we were told she's not, and everyone was obviously realising why. And it was just a remarkable moment to think that, you know, a politician wasn't able to come and front up on the night of a defeat, which, to be fair, the Green leader, Bas Eickhout, did. You know, the Socialists, Nico Schmidt, came out. You know, whatever their performance, the left, you know, they all came and did their bit. But not Valerie Verheugen, unfortunately.
Wow, she must be wiping away her tears somewhere in a corner. Indeed, it was not a good night for her or her party. What do you think now will happen in France in the next couple of weeks?
Oh, there will be a very tough electoral campaign.
How will they have time to organise it even?
They will have time to organise, but they will not have time to organise it. But I guess that President Macron already had planned this move. I don't think that he was waiting for this result, because this result was clear well before tonight. So it's sure that he knew what was going on and was prepared to this, whereas probably Marine Le Pen will have now to find the solution to react to the move of the president. It's a hazardous move, quite courageous, brave. Probably. I don't know if it will be useful. I remember in '97 another historical dissolution of the Assemblée Nationale, of the French Parliament, when Jacques Chirac, after waves of strikes, decided to fire the Prime Minister, Alain Juppé, and they went to the elections, and we got the cohabitation, with the Socialists and with the Chirac party, that was the center-right, then the Républicain now. Maybe we will see this scenario. Hardly. We will see if, again, the problem is that after all the protests that we got in Paris, I think that many people from the left this time, for many people from the left or center-left, it will be very difficult to stand by Macron in the name of a barrier against the Front National. It's going to be more difficult this time. It's not like the previous time.
I think, especially in a parliamentary election, in a presidential election, you can rally behind the anti-Le Pen candidate. Parliamentary election, they all stand on their own platforms. The Socialists did quite well in the European elections, so they'll be pushing their own programme. It just seemed like an incredibly risky gamble, which is what Macron has always done. I mean, that's how he started his career. But this one does seem a gamble too far. And I do wonder what will happen in that first summit. You know, when he's in the room with the other European leaders, as a bit of a wounded animal. I mean, you know, he's still the president of France, but he's on his way out.
A bit of a lame duck, president of France. whereas Giorgia Meloni will be there, an emboldened Giorgia Meloni with the full backing of her people, and therefore perhaps have more of a say in the direction of the European Union in the future.
Sorry, but also on the apologies, also on the side of the party of Macron is not a classical party with an history behind.
Sure.
It's a group, and it's a group that is crumbling. So it's even more a gamble because of that. There is not such an organized party system that can bear the brunt of such an important election, parliamentary election.
And meanwhile, very frustrated, angry French citizens looking for answers to all their problems. We're not sure that any politician will be able to have any sort of a magic solution to any of them, but whatever happens in France or in Brussels or anywhere across the continent, here at Euronews, we of course will be following it for you. For the last 7 hours, we've been live with you on Euronews. We've been crisscrossing the continent to all our correspondents in all the various capitals to hear what these European Parliament elections looked like for their countries, whether or not people actually went to the polls or not, how they voted when they did. Next steps, of course, in the next few weeks, we'll be keeping an eye on those alliances, those coalitions, who cozies up with who. And then on the 16th of July, the brand new 720 members of the European Parliament will be having their Freshers Week over in Strasbourg. At Euronews, of course, we will be there. But at this moment, I would like to say a big thank you to Andy Bounce from the Financial Times for being with us here in the early hours of the morning, one of the last people in the Parliament. And of course, Sergio Cantoni as well. Thank you for being with us. And Shona Murray in the hemicycle, and all our correspondents all across the continent. And to all our technical team who've been with us, thank you so much for being with us. Good night. Good evening and welcome to Euronews' special coverage of the European Parliament elections 2024. I'm Maeve McMahon. I'm delighted to be with you tonight. We've mobilised all our team here at Euronews to put this live show to air, and of course our live blogs have been ongoing since Thursday in 9 different languages, breaking down what is at stake in these European Parliament elections. In the last couple of minutes, we've also got some projections. Roberta Metsola, the current President of the European Parliament, has been speaking to 1,000 journalists over in the hemicycle, projecting really what this new Parliament could look like. As of the 16th of July, we can take a look at essentially what those results could be, with the European People's Party coming out on top there, as to quote Ursula von der Leyen, the Commission President, as the winners of tonight, picking up 189 seats, followed by the Socialists with 135 seats, followed then by the Liberals at 80 seats, and the fourth group would be then the European Conservative and Reformist group at 72, followed by Identity and Democracy at 58, the Greens down there at 52, followed by the Left at the 7 group 36. That's the latest estimates that we have. And to make sense of these projections, I'm joined now on set by Timo Lehmann, Brussels correspondent from Der Spiegel. Great to have you with us. And Kate Bolangero, a managing director from MLEX. So lovely to have you with us here tonight. So what we're seeing there really is a solid coalition there of the 3 main political groups there. The European People's Party coming out with 189 seats potentially, followed by the Socialists and then the Liberals. What is your take? Was that something you were expecting, Timo?
Yes, I think that was what was expected before this election. They will have again the majority, the 3 big parties, the Liberals, the Social Democrats and the centre-right. But still, maybe even they have a majority in the parliament. There's a question if there are some people in these different groups that might not vote at the end for Ursula von der Leyen. So the big question after this day, or the question from tomorrow on, is will von der Leyen, will the EPP try to find even another partner on the right or on the left, the Green Party?
Well, I guess in your paper tomorrow you'll be posing that question of whether or not the Chancellor Olaf Scholz would support Ursula von der Leyen as a President of the European Commission President. And we're hearing of other names like Mario Draghi that could be pulled out of a hat as a potential candidate for the European Commission President, a man who's really loved across the political sphere. Kate, the losers of tonight, the Greens really not doing very well in Germany and Austria, where traditionally they would have done very well, and also the left really wiped off the map there with only 36 MEPs.
Well, certainly, I think that definitely the story of tonight is that the left is going to have to do some soul searching at this point, the Greens as well, as to what messaging they're taking to voters and whether that's still working. I think it's going to be a really interesting time because we did see the far right also gain seats. So how that sort of shift of the center of power towards the right spectrum in the Parliament is going to be a big story, I think.
Well, it's coming up there on our screens again. Just we're digesting all these news as we get them. 189 members of the European Parliament for the European People's Party, and then 135 for the Socialists. The Socialists not doing as bad, perhaps, as they thought across the spectrum.
I think, yes, they are one of the losers of this night, the Social Democrats, and they had the hope even, I mean, they had a candidate that would have the possibility to run for the presidency of the European Commission, and they are far away from this possibility.
Far away from that possibility. Well, the big headline really of tonight's European Parliament elections really comes down to domestic issues, especially in the large EU member France, one of the founding fathers, in fact, of the European Union. Tonight, voters decided to go for the National Rally Group, the group, of course, fronted by Jordan Bardella, the 28-year-old charismatic TikTok sensation who tonight is celebrating en force with his colleagues. We can actually head over right now and bring in our correspondent who's been at the headquarters of the National Rally all night long, speaking to members of the party and digesting really how they're feeling. Sophia, great to have you with us again tonight. Tell us, is the party still ongoing, and what is the plan then as of tomorrow?
Yes, so after reporting from the electoral party of the French winner, Jordan Bardella, the darling of the far-right party National Rally, well, it was time for us to leave. The press all got kicked for his whole team and sympathizers in order to celebrate. And one thing I can tell you, Brussels, is that the champagne was flowing and electronic music was blasting throughout the beautiful pavilion that they rented out tonight. The National Rally celebrating not just one victory, but two victories after the French President Emmanuel Macron called for snap elections after dissolving the National Assembly. That's the lower house of the French Parliament earlier tonight. And so these new legislative elections will be held in two rounds, on the 30th of June and then on the 7th of July. And this was a request by the far right earlier during the campaign. If they crushed the presidential camp's party, Renaissance, headed by Valérie Ayé, which they actually did by more than 15 percentage points. I mean, it's a landslide victory. And now French President Emmanuel Macron is currently meeting a couple of hundred meters away from me at the Élysée Palace, discussing what to do next. And just to give you guys some history, this is really an unprecedented move by a French president, a tool that has only been used 5 times under the Fifth Republic, and that's the current system of government that has been established in 1958. The last time that the National Assembly was dissolved was in 1997. So this is really a massive political earthquake that is currently shaking France, and I think also sending shockwaves across the European continent. And Macron said that he could not pretend that nothing happened after this crushing defeat of his party and the victory of the far right. He said that France needs a clear majority in order to act with serenity and harmony. A poker move that's very risky, considering that the presidential camp is currently navigating through very dangerous waters. Back to you, Brussels.
Sophie Kassenkova there reporting for us outside in the cold. Thank you so much for bringing us those updates from France. All the soul searching as well going on right now by the French President Emmanuel Macron. I imagine in Germany you're watching as well this very, very closely what's happening in the French political sphere. A big gamble there for Emmanuel Macron.
Yes, also in Germany. For me as a German, I'm really wondering about what is happening right now in France. Because, for example, you can see the German coalition also had a very, very bad day. All the three parties lost, but there's no discussion about if there would be a new election or something like this.
Well, there'll certainly be soul searching as well among that coalition, of course, because the FDP, who are also a coalition partner, Kate, did very badly. They came down at the bottom of the list there in Germany, and the Greens not doing well either, and the Socialists not as bad as they thought. But again, it's really the German people speaking out, making their voice heard on how they feel about the current coalition, and they're not satisfied.
Well, the Socialists had their worst performance in national elections since their founding over a century ago. So that is quite a big deal, I think. You know, they've always been kind of presented as the counterbalance to the CDU, CSU in Germany, and so I think there really is going to be some questions there about, you know, whether Chancellor Olaf Scholz should take it any further. I know that the CSU leader, Markus Schroeder, has already said that they should have national elections because it really doesn't make sense that the coalition keeps governing if they don't have the will of the people with them.
Well, it's funny because here in Brussels we were all thinking, you know, straight after the European Parliament elections are done, well, we have the British elections in July, but then the American elections will be the big ones coming up in early November. But no, it will be a busy couple of weeks of elections, and national politics will get very interesting. And speaking of that, we can now look at the results tonight, or the projections at least, coming in from Italy, another very important member of the European Union. We can see a massive victory tonight for Giorgia Meloni's Fratelli d'Italia, so Brothers of Italy party coming up there with 28% of the vote, and Liga slipping down, so the party of Matteo Salvini slipping down there to the bottom of the list. But for more, we can bring in our Italian expert and our Rome correspondent, Giorgia Orlandi, who's standing by with us for more analysis on what this huge victory for Giorgia Meloni means for Italy, and of course for the direction of the European Union in the coming few months and years.
Hi, Maeve. Well, actually, after exit polls, we're getting the early projections through, and after 8% of the votes have been counted. Early projections put Fratelli d'Italia, Brothers of Italy, at 27.7%, the PT Party at 23.7%, Forza Italia at 10.5%, and the League Party at 8%. Well, obviously, it's too early to say whether or not this is going to be confirmed, but if those results are going to be confirmed once all votes have been counted, well, that's a great result for Giorgia Meloni. We know that she aims at getting a higher share of votes compared with 26% in 2022. So if this is confirmed, well, it seems to be the case. And as we said throughout the evening, well, this is a major political test for Giorgia Meloni. She decided to put a name on the ballot as the first name, turning these elections into a referendum on a government and on what she has achieved. So clearly that could strengthen her role both here and in Europe. Back to you, Maeve.
Thank you so much, Giorgia Orlandi, there reporting for us from Rome on that kind of slick campaign and tactics of Giorgia Meloni in that campaign. You might have seen her face really became the symbol of those at all the elections. It was her face that people could relate to when they were going to vote, and it will just show that as Emmanuel Macron, the French president, loses clout inside those EU summits and around the table with European leaders, Giorgia Meloni could get more leverage, Kate. That could really change the way decisions are taken inside the European Council meetings.
Well, certainly. She's made herself a public figure from day one, and that's even started before she was the political powerhouse that she has become. She's always positioned herself as a bit of an outsider, and she's tried to keep that even while she's still in power right now. And so obviously putting herself at the head of the list, being the only leader to do that, was a big move, and it was a bit of a power play. And, you know, she was called the kingmaker of the elections, whether Ursula von der Leyen would work with her. Marine Le Pen was talking about merging, you know, the Identity and Democracy and the ECR together into a superpower group of the far right. So her name has been on the lips of a lot of people in Brussels over the last little while.
Well, she's made friends, hasn't she? She's certainly managed to maneuver her way into the bubble, if you like, and make sure she can dial into any political leader when she wants and how she wants. She'll also, of course, be hosting the G7 in a couple of weeks over in Italy. But now, of course, another important country, your country of Germany. We can take a look now at what the projections are in Germany with, as we've heard, CDU, so the Christian Democrats, coming up right on top there with 29.5% according to our projections, and the AfD, so Alternative for Deutschland, 16.5% of the vote, and down at the bottom then the FDP, so the pro-business Liberal Party, and then BSW, now Bundeszahnwagenknecht. This is a party perhaps our viewers are not so familiar with because it's rather new, interesting group. Just first, as a German, Der Spiegel correspondent, what is your reaction first to the outcome in Germany tonight? And then we can dive more into the details.
Yeah, I think the Bündnis Sarah Wagenknecht, this new party, that it was the first time that they are running for an election after they founded. They split from the left party, the far left party that was also in the GDR, the ruling government power. So it's very interesting what is happening, and also what they will do here in the European Parliament, because they say they also want to build a group, and maybe with 5 stars from Italy or with other parties. I think this is also something that people that could be interesting the next week. Will there be a new group? Will they try to find partners from the left group, from the Green group, from the Social Democrats to build a new group?
And what about the Greens? They've had a terrible defeat.
Yes, for them this is, if you look back from the last European elections, that was the beginning for them. They were really winning the election. It was the way up for them, and now we see that no, there's no...
What will this say, of course, for the Green Deal? I mean, this continent was promising to its people it would be carbon neutral by 2050, that it would be cutting emissions and you know, being a leader on the world stage. But if you look at the results of those European elections, it looks like climate will be right down on the bottom of that list in the next couple of years.
Well, it's one thing that we've been asking ourselves a lot about is what's going to happen with all of these, you know, climate targets that were set under Ursula von der Leyen in her first term. Will she continue to pursue those if she gets a second term? And if she's working more with further right parties, are they still going to be as ambitious on climate as the other coalition partners have been for the first 5 years? I think that's going to be a big question, is what does this mean for the Green Deal and whether actually the continent will reach net zero?
Well, of course, because tonight it's all about the politics, isn't it? And the intrigue and the alliances and who's going to be cozying up with who. But what matters really for people and citizens is policies, and creating policies and enshrining policies into law that actually work. Good evening and welcome to Euronews' special coverage of the European Parliament elections 2024. I'm Maeve McMahon. I'm delighted to be with you tonight. We've mobilised all our team here at Euronews to put this live show to air, and of course our live blogs have been ongoing since Thursday in 9 different languages, breaking down what is at stake in these European Parliament elections. In the last couple of minutes we've also got some projections. Roberta Metsola, the current President of the European Parliament, has been speaking to 1,000 journalists over in the hemicycle, projecting really what this new Parliament could look like. As of the 16th of July, we can take a look at essentially what those results could be, with the European People's Party coming out on top there, as to quote Ursula von der Leyen, the Commission President, as the winners of tonight, picking up 189 seats, followed by the Socialists with 135 seats, followed then by the Liberals at 80 seats, and the fourth group would be then the European Conservative and Reformist group at 72, followed by Identity and Democracy at 58, the Greens down there at 52, followed by the Left at the 7 group 36. That's the latest estimates that we have. And to make sense of these projections, I'm joined now on set by Timo Lehmann, Brussels correspondent from Der Spiegel. Great to have you with us. And Kate Bolangero, a managing director from MLEX. So lovely to have you with us here tonight. So what we're seeing there really is a solid coalition there of the 3 main political groups there. The European People's Party coming out with 189 seats potentially, followed by the Socialists and then the Liberals. What is your take? Was that something you were expecting, Timo?
Yes, I think that was what was expected before this election. They will have again the majority, the 3 big parties, the Liberals, the Social Democrats and the centre-right. But still, maybe even they have a majority in the parliament. There's the question if there are some people in these different groups that might not vote at the end for Ursula von der Leyen. So the big question after this day, or the question from tomorrow on, is will von der Leyen, will the EPP try to find even another partner on the right or on the left, the Green Party? This
Well, I guess in your paper tomorrow you'll be posing that question of whether or not the Chancellor Olaf Scholz would support Ursula von der Leyen as a president of the European Commission president. And we're hearing of other names like Mario Draghi that could be pulled out of a hat as a potential candidate for the European Commission president, a man who's really loved across the political sphere. Kate, the losers of tonight, the Greens really not doing very well in Germany and Austria, where traditionally they would have done very well, and also the left really wiped off the map there with only 36 MEPs.
Well, certainly, I think that definitely the story of tonight is that the left is going to have to do some soul searching at this point, the Greens as well, as to what messaging they're taking to voters and whether that's still working. I think it's going to be a really interesting time because we did see the far right also gain seats. So how that sort of shift of the center of power towards the right spectrum in the Parliament is going to be a big story, I think.
Well, it's coming up there on our screens again. Just we're digesting all these news as we get them. 189 members of the European Parliament for the European People's Party, and then 135 for the Socialists. The Socialists not doing as bad, perhaps, as they thought across the